And we are
Hello.
live. Hey, thank you for joining us. Thank you everyone who came out to the internet.
Yeah.
Some people watching right now, and thank you for joining us again. This is our last 5 hours of our Kickstarter, so we got a lot of fun things for you today. As usual, again, if you want to ask questions about, I guess the series, what our plans are. Oh, we're getting feedback.
I'll mute it.
So yeah, just let us know. And for the people who are joining us for the first time, will everyone? And hold on. You two please introduce yourselves for those.
I'm Ted Femright. I play Power Kid in the series.
I'm Jacob Gulliver. I'm a writer and one of probably a couple assistant directors on this project.
And I'm Ben Lifson, and I was the creator of the series. And here we are today, and Kyle Decker will be joining us also in a little bit.
With his lovely wife, Amy,
Mm-hmm.
and his baby son, Malcolm.
Ooh. So we might have to readjust or sit on each other's laps, I suppose.
I'll just sit really close to the camera once he gets here and just pop on every once in a while.
Hi! So yeah, thank you again for joining us. We are at, where are we at? 6,800, which is about 60% of it, but it's still also a really awesome amount.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we just, this is kind of our going to be our last live stream for a while. So if you have any like burning questions, burning you need to know, just text it here, or just type it, or text it to me if you have it. And so Ted, how you play Power Kid, correct?
I do.
Okay.
Surprise.
Jacob, do you play anyone?
No, not yet.
Oh. Okay. Would you like to play someone?
That's far in the future, but sure.
All right.
If I did, I would want like one really great moment and nothing else.
Mm-hmm. I was talking
Just like one line cameo.
When we were doing the Thursday live stream, Building a Death Ray. I told them that you two should be in the series just as like, the guys in shop class. We for those who haven't seen it, we discussed built a semi-working Death Ray. I mean, it lights up, so that's half of it when you pull a trigger. But
I bought you guys so many cool toys to like put a Death Ray together with.
Mm-hmm.
And we do have access to a 3D printer, so if we ever needed to create something that we couldn't find, then we can do that. So, well, at least I think we do. I've talked to a friend of mine who has one, so he said he'd be able to if he needed to.
Is this my payment?
No.
A dime. Yes.
It's like Scrooge McDuck's. His dime. Get it? Get it? You guys get it, right? So yeah, we're gonna have a bunch of activities coming up in the next few hours.
We are?
Yeah. Primarily when Kyle arrives, he can sort of explain it a bit.
What are you talking about?
Possibly. Yes. Well, partially.
I'll let Kyle explain it.
Yeah, part of it.
We have a plan, but Ben...
Don't...
What?
What do you...
I'm dragging you under the bus right now. It's up to Ben on whether or not we're allowed to do it, so...
No, it's up to Kickstarter if we're allowed to do it.
Oh, okay, I guess so. Well, Kickstarter, let us do this, because we really want to get funded, and it'll be really fun and silly. So, silly is the biggest one.
Does anybody have any questions before we get started? Any pressing thoughts or ideas that didn't get through last night or any of the other nights this week?
Mm-hmm.
It'd be really cool to hear from you guys. This is going to be our last opportunity for a while to talk about this stuff. So,
and we might be a bit more open to certain things that we didn't reveal before.
Yeah,
because it's the last.
Yeah, we're out of character now. This is the last chance to ask the questions that are hard hitting.
Mm-hmm.
ones that we've been hesitant to talk about. So maybe this is a good time for those.
Mm-hmm. Don't suppose we know someone who could lend us $4,200. No, unfortunately not. We do have a reward.
I mean, 5,200.
Well, 42 would help. Also.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Yeah. No. I mean, we've been talking to people, but no one seems to have that sort of cash for our dark cop costume reward or writing an episode reward. But if someone...
A friend of mine wanted to write an episode, but he didn't have enough money to do it. He wanted me to say a bunch of silly things. So
I'm sure he did.
He's asking his friends to give him money to do it.
All right, well...
Ask his friends quick.
Yeah, exactly.
We're running out of time.
Is that the entire script? Just Power Kid says silly things?
Yeah, well, I was thinking it'd be like kind of like the... Well, I don't want to give anything away.
It's hypothetical, so...
Well, it would be like part of like your death ray or something like that, where you shoot it and kind of like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Oh, okay.
With the thing that tells the truth, is it the truth or something like that? And so
I was thinking of like the blame thrower from
yeah, there you go, the blame thrower. Except
Tom Waits is like the crazy mad scientist Heller, and he's got all these like crazy weapons.
Yeah.
The blame thrower where they just get angry at each other.
Yeah.
So good. If you guys haven't seen Mystery Men, by the way, that movie is like one of my top 10 favorite movies ever.
Mm-hmm.
It's a superhero movie that
Ben
happened before superhero movies were popular. If it came out 5 years later, that movie would have been like, a ridiculous box office smash.
Mm-hmm. Ben Stiller and Kel from Kenan and Kel.
Yep, yeah. They got Janine Garofalo, William H. Macy, Jeffrey Rush. Eddie Izzard's in it. CeeLo Green is in it. We got.
What fuck was he?
Eddie Izzard?
No, CeeLo Green.
CeeLo Green. He's the leader of one of the gangs, the Rhyme Gang or whatever it is.
I don't remember that part.
Yep, Michael Bay is in it too. He's the head of the frat boys gang.
Oh yeah.
It's totally ridiculous.
Yeah, you don't see Michael Bay acting very much.
Yeah, that's the highlight of his career, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
One question. Vokespit? Sorry.
Voxelbit.
Oh, Voxelbit. What is it you want to do? I
think with the 4,200, yeah.
What? No, I don't know. There's lots of things I'd like to do. Moon. I'd like to go to the moon at some point.
Oh.
But before then, I'd also like to do this series called Super Academy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been talking about that a bit. No. I mean, our plan is to do like we'd want to do like 8 to 10 of these just little short episodes, just fleshing out Super Academy, the characters in that, and making just sort of a good story arc for that. So that's what ideally we want to do, which is what we're doing a Kickstarter for.
Right. Yeah. In all seriousness, we do really want to make the series. We spent a lot of time trying to figure out a budget, probably more time than we did doing other stuff on this project. Was spent trying to figure out a timeline and a budget for doing all of this. And the original short film, which you guys have probably all seen at this point, was made with a lot of gear from MCAD, Minneapolis College of Art and Design, where Ben and I both went to school.
Mm-hmm. We were students. I was a student.
And we got a lot of that stuff for free, but on top of that, Ben also did another Kickstarter to try and raise money for costumes and effects and everything. And a lot of that stuff we just don't have access to at this point now that we've graduated, and to get the same quality gear, the same quality crew, so that we can make it look as good and as sharp as the previous one was, and do a full 8 to 10 episode series. We determined that this was going to be the amount of money that we need to do it. And I know it's not a small amount of money or anything like that, but we think that for what we want to do, that's a fairly reasonable thing to ask.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the long and the short of it.
Mm-hmm. Intend to have any characters with full face masks in the series? Well, we do have a kneecapper. He's one of the people who was at the meet and greet, the sort of welder guy. Mm-hmm. I mean, we have some designs for people, a lot more actually, with people with full face masks also. A lot of sort of some tech villains, and robots, which I guess is sort of cheating because it's not really a mask. It's their face. Yeah. But yeah, no, definitely. It's a good look.
Voxelbit has a good question here. Do you get all rewards from previous tiers? I'll donate either way, but I want to help you guys out. Just curious. So it should specify on the tier if you get something from below, like they'll say you get everything from this tier as well.
I mean, pretty much every tier includes everything below it, actually. There are a couple at maybe 250 that once you get to 250, they're just sort of like independent things, but include everything under 200. So if once you get anything up to 200, we'll include everything below it. Anything above 200 will also include everything under 200, if that makes any sense. So yes, we'll include all previous rewards at each tier. So there you go. Will Chaotrix get an episode to herself? Yes.
Yeah, we've written some really interesting story arcs for Chaotrix and Power Kid. They have kind of a parallel, back and forth where Power Kid has, gone away from his dad and is trying to, make his own name for himself away from everything. And Chaotrix is kind of, living in his shadow. She wants to, exceed in his eyes and do really, really well for herself. But she can't do that when Deathside is so concerned that Power Kid is, off on his own doing whatever, making him look bad or, wasting his potential elsewhere. So she has a lot of, unresolved feelings in that sense where she's trying to, make that name for herself as well. And the parallel of them, in their rise to glory is very interesting to us. So that's definitely something we're going to be exploring in probably more than a couple episodes.
They're off screen?
They're going to get warm if I don't.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Mystery off screen.
One of the fun things we might do.
Yeah. How long, or how's Kickstarter looking now? We are at this moment at
68.62. Not bad.
So that is 55%? 57? I don't know.
Somewhere about there.
Yeah, between 50 and... Oh, okay.
57%.
Okay. So yeah, great questions.
How long will the episodes be? Thanks, JD. Welcome back again. We're probably looking to go, between 8 and 12 minutes per episode. We talked about it a lot, trying to figure out what would be the best length. 20-minute episodes like you see on TV or 40-minute episodes, not really the best medium for internet. Not everybody has time to sit down for 20 minutes or 40 minutes to watch something, but everybody's got pretty much 10 minutes, to sit down and watch something. And that way they can jump in the middle and think, hey, this is pretty cool. Maybe I want to watch some more of these episodes. So roughly 10 minutes is a good place to be. And that's what we're aiming for.
Definitely. Okay. Blue Dragon 5 has a good question for Ted. What drew you to the role of Power Kid?
Well, at first it was just to try and get a role. Actually, Power Kid was the very first film gig that I was able to get when I decided I wanted to start acting. And after I had auditioned a few times with a few other things, I kind of learned how to be comfortable in front of the camera and was less nervous every time I was at an audition. And so when I heard about Ben's project, I thought that was really fun. Superheroes would be really cool to be. And then I just almost basically was myself at the audition. Like, I just was really nervous and kind of huddled around, like, waiting to do things. And now that I have been a part of it, it seems like so much fun. I think there's a lot we can do with it. There's so many opportunities for us to just do really fun things, like some of the stunts we want to do and some of the other things weird places we want to go. And basically, I think it's going to be like a something that people can relate to. Where, if you are a really shy or nervous person, you kind of learn how to kind of break out of your shell sometimes. Do things that you might be uncomfortable with doing. If you struggle with family issues, that this is definitely something you can relate to. Because I can't stand being around my father in this, so it's like you learn to do that and just basically discovering yourself as a person. And so I think that's really the key themes we want to go for.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I'm just really excited to be a part of this. And so,
I'm gonna say it wrong again. Voxelbit has just pledged. Thank you.
Voxelbit.
Voxelbit has just pledged. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
When Kyle gets here, we will also be doing things with each new pledge. But for now, let's just dance.
We owe you a pledge, Voxel.
Yeah.
All right.
Dancing.
What you gonna do when they come for you, Scooby-Doo? That was freestyle. I'd like people's opinions on that. If we were on American Idol or Dance America or America Dance.
So you think you can dance?
Yeah, that show. Just let us know how we would do in that situation.
Feel free to not let us know. We might destroy our self-esteem.
I was pretty proud of my work.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, and the dance is going live now. There's a bit of a time delay, so we'll see what that happens.
Okay.
How many actors have we gathered so far?
Oh man!
A lot of the original actors are interested in reprising their roles. Nothing, and for the most part, nothing is like officially 100% set down, except for Ted here.
Oh, well, I'm gonna try my best to be there. If something happened, if I was to lose a limb or 5,
we'll just quietly beat you to death.
Yeah, exactly.
If you lose a limb, we'll just work into the story.
Oh yeah, that's
your robot arm.
Yeah. We have a lot of new roles in addition to the previous roles that we've had. We want to expand some of the parts that we've had before. So, yeah. Thanks for all the comments about the dancing, guys. So we've got a few people in mind as possibilities for some of our new roles. But we'll do the official casting process when we get everything put together officially. That's the long and the short of it.
Okay. Did we have fun at the Character Live show? Yeah. No, that was a lot of fun.
I have a question here that I'm interested in answering.
Okay.
Blue Dragon 5, thanks for joining us again, Blue Dragon. Best character to write for. This is a dual-edged sword for me, because I think writing Power Kid and Dark Cop together is the best character to write for. Because there's some things that Dark Cop says that are just totally brutally honest that you yourself would never say, which is really satisfying. But he's also kind of an ass.
Mm-hmm.
And seeing Power Kid's genuine reaction to being like, I have a friend, this is so good, is really rewarding. But it's also oh man, this guy's kind of pathetic. So those two together make just the best combo to write for.
Mm-hmm. Dark Cop definitely is the most fun. Actually, Dark Cop with Power Kid, and I also Dark Cop when he's with an authority figure, which is didn't see a much just him and Valkyrie. It's a lot of fun because Valkyrie is so oh, you can do it. You just gotta believe in yourself. And Dark Cop just hates being patronized.
Yeah.
But he knows he can't do anything about it. So that's also really fun. Just it's a person that Dark Cop knows that I wouldn't say is intimidated by, but is someone that I can't stand you, but I can't really do anything about it. So kind of takes him down a peg too.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Do you guys have a website or message board? Yeah, I mean, not at this time. We have the Facebook, but that's actually something we've been talking about a little bit. Or I've been talking about a little bit to myself. No, that's something I think we'll definitely want to set up. I mean, regardless of what happens, I think a website and message board would be really great. It'd be a place we could also upload in addition to YouTube. I mean, YouTube would probably be the place where it would be viewed most often, just because the popularity of YouTube. But I'd want to have like maybe a separate site we could also have. I mean, maybe have a live chat. I don't know, on an episode.
Sure.
Because that could be interesting. But yeah, no. I mean, nothing concrete now, but that's something that we would definitely consider. Like higher than consider. We'd work.
I have a specific question I want to address from Blue Dragon 5 again. Thank you, Blue Dragon, for the millions of questions that you're giving us. This is great, great fuel for discussion. So, your thoughts on the show, Who Wants to Be a Superhero? I remember watching this a long time ago. It wasn't that long ago, but it feels like it was a long time ago.
What is
that?
Like,
2006, somewhere
is
in
that
there.
A show?
It was a reality show. It was made by Stan Lee and the Sci-Fi Channel, and they got a bunch of people to try out who like legitimately wanted to be superheroes. And then they did like a reality show challenge every week.
Mm-hmm.
This is for everyone's benefit as well. To gauge their heroicness, and after they got a certain point, they had like costume designers come in and give them new costumes.
Mm-hmm.
And the challenges got harder and harder every week. So I think some of the characters were really, really interesting. I loved Big Mama and Feedback. I won't spoil who won in case anybody decides to go back and look at the show at some point. I didn't like the second season as much as I liked the first season, but there were some really like hammy reality show things on there. Where they just like spent way too much time on really stupid stuff and not as much time on like the potential heroes doing heroic stuff. And they did a twist in both seasons where one of the characters who started out as like trying to be a hero came back as a villain at the end of the season. And I think they planned both of those from the beginning because it felt pretty obvious to me.
Mm-hmm.
So that was my only like real true complaint was those, where it's like from the beginning you're like, this guy shouldn't be here. Probably not the best fit.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, it was really fun to see some of the people who were legitimately, wanting to be superheroes and, had really thought about their identities and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, mixed feelings. I enjoyed it.
Okay. I never saw it, so I can't.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a good question. I don't get to discuss that show with people hardly ever, so thank you.
Blue Dragon 5. Well, actually, let's answer one other person's question first.
Sure.
What would your goal be next time if you don't make this one? We can't say right now. I mean, that's something we would then have to reanalyze.
We still think we're going to get this one.
Well, yeah. I mean, but yeah, no. I mean, that's not something we can say for sure right now. It would also depend. We'd likely be doing alternative things at the same time, or like during that gap, to try to get money in other ways in order to reduce the amount that we would need as a goal. So I can't say that for right now. So I mean, it would be reduced. But I can't say how much.
Yeah. So we've talked about a couple different things. Part of what Ben was talking about is a good option. We've also talked about, maybe just trying to produce like another pilot with some of the new characters. The problem with doing something like that is that then we have to, rent gear and get costumes and everything for all of that one time. We're not going to get, a nice weekly rate on gear or a weekly rate on people as we would, if we were going to shoot the whole, 8 to 10 episodes, over a period of a couple weeks. So it would cost us more to do just a pilot than it would to do like 2 or 3 episodes back to back.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's I'm just talking like with this kind of series, like the cost of it isn't as much tied to how much it's being made. Really, it's just the amount, the type of stuff that's in it. So like, if Super Academy were like just 15 minutes long, it probably would have cost about the same amount as it did.
Yeah.
Already. So just because the costumes, keeping those for however long we need, because the shooting itself only took like 2 weeks, I think.
Yeah.
3 weeks. It was on the weekends, but yeah. So, I mean, it's not cost isn't so much dependent on, time or amount of time. It's how much stuff is there going to be.
Yeah.
Because you could do we could make an hour long in just one location, maybe, and that would probably be cheaper. I mean,
sure, it just wouldn't be as good.
And it wouldn't be good at all. That'd be terrible.
Yeah. My Dinner with Andre, superhero.
Okay, I would if they got like Batman and like
My Dinner with Batman.
Yeah.
My Dinner with Dark Cop.
Okay, that actually I might watch. Though no, I feel like if it was Dark Cop and Batman, they'd just be like, so yeah, okay.
I think Community already spoofed My Dinner with Andre too hard. I don't think we can do another parody now. Just look like posers.
Mm-hmm. Can you ask them questions?
Yeah.
I want to know where Vox... You very enthusiastic, which is appreciative. I would like to know where Voxelbit is from.
You can't ask that.
Why can't I ask that?
It's a YouTube anonymity.
Anonymity.
Voxelbit, you do not have to answer
that
question.
But I'm
if
just
you would
curious.
like to, yeah.
And I just want to know who people are.
Yeah,
you're breaking the
anybody
masquerade.
Feels like shouting out where they're from.
I really don't
know.
Or
how they heard about us. That would be great too.
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
I'd be very interested.
We know we've had at least one backer from Germany.
Nice.
And various other locations.
Das ist sehr gut. Ausgezeichnet.
I'm just curious. Just curious. I mean, Blue Dragon has asked so many questions. I want to know who that person is. But that's just me. I mean, I know there's anonymity, but...
how often will the episodes going to be uploaded? I mean, they're all going to be made at the same time, but then released weekly once the first one is finished, so which would be like 6 months after we start. Or maybe I need to redo the math. More than that, but yeah, they'd be uploaded weekly once we start. So that's the plan for series. If we do a season finale, we might have like a tiny little break in between just to do a little suspenseful thing. I don't know, maybe
a cliffhanger.
Yeah, just because people like that.
Yeah,
people like to be teased. Oh, Australia.
Yeah, so Australia.
We have a backer from Australia.
That's
so we have a backers
awesome.
from 3 continents.
Nice. I'm very specifically avoiding doing a shitty Australian accent in celebration of that fact. So you're welcome.
Love Australia.
Oh, and that's likely
Kyle. Probably Kyle here. Okay, so we get another good one here. Why do you think, out of all the people in the gymnasium, he walked over to Power Kid and talked to him?
So, I'm talking about Dark Cop. I mean, for me, it was because, when I was writing it was because Dark Cop specifically went there because it was, I have to help these people. So it's basically, Dark Cop, you're on a mission. You have to help these people who are struggling within this environment. And then when Dark Cop comes there, it's like, okay, everyone's doing fine. Hey, do you feel welcome? Well, I tried. No one needs me, pretty much. So when he sees Power Kid alone, it's more he feels like he has to do it because it's part of his mission to do. Like he was assigned to help people who need help, fitting in. So,
we can just say on the live stream, but that's actually on YouTube.
You hear that?
Well,
I know you don't want to, but
Well,
You can't sell liquor.
He doesn't want
here
to.
well, we're on the we're out live right now, so
Alright.
we can discuss this later.
Alright.
So
I think, yeah, again, to specify what Ben was saying, you know, it makes sense that he kind of views Power Kid as a charity case at that point.
Mhm.
You know, he sees, you know, I can succeed in my mission very easily by just going and talking to this kid. I set up, you know, a crappy hangout time.
Mhm.
And that's the easiest way I can get out of doing this mission.
yeah, he was hoping that
It's the most direct route to the solution.
he was hoping that Power Kid would say no. Actually, when he said, "Do you want to partake in some activity?" and Power Kid says yes, and he just rolls his like, "Darn it, why?"
Satisfactory.
You weren't supposed to say yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Alright, there's chords. Malcolm's.
Well, you didn't need to get that much, Ted.
Well, I didn't know what we had to do, so.
Alright.
We got a chair for you here if you'd like,
I know,
Kyle.
but I have to put Malcolm somewhere I can supervise
Do you want to sit here and I'll sit over there?
So, we can?
Okay.
I'll put the baby
Um,
next to the liquor.
Put the baby in a corner.
Hi, buddy.
Let's see. Will there be a character creation live stream for season 2? Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I
You just
had
got to get that far.
yeah. I mean, I had
Spread
a
the
lot,
word, friends. Spread the
Get
word.
Season 1 first.
yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of fun with that.
Thank you, Voxel, for saying what I was thinking.
The Barbie.
Yeah, not to the T.
Uh-huh. Good day.
We have a viewer from Australia and another viewer from Germany right now as
Oh,
well.
really?
Well, I don't know if the viewers from.
That's awesome. Cool.
Oh yeah, we do have one. So
Yeah. Welcome, Acid Flash, spelled with fours.
Forcid
Acid Flash.
Fulvor-forish.
It's Acid Flash.
Okay, fine.
Am I right?
Let us know which one was the correct way to pronounce your name. Actually, one is it's an I. It's not an exclamation point. That'd be confusing. Yeah, and then Dark Cup actually did come to care about him, though.
Yeah.
So that's his character change. Both of them kind of developed a lot in the series. There's a baby here. He's just off screen.
You want to say hi, Malcolm? You want to be everybody's favorite baby for a minute?
She's always everyone's favorite baby.
Hi. This is Malcolm.
Oh, and Kansas. We've got Kansas here, too.
Cool. All of Kansas? Really?
All of
Probably.
Kansas.
Wow.
I'm assuming, is JD Disputer a representative of all of Kansas?
It's 11 people watching.
Yeah.
So I don't
While
know
you
how
guys
much-
are watching, you should share on your various social media platforms that you're watching and that we're about to do silly things for money. Like, I'm going to eat all the hot sauce. If you guys, for each pledge, I don't know if they've said already.
Mhm.
All you
Well,
do-
it's up to...
I mean,
for
several.
every $5 you give us, at least, I'll do a teaspoon of sriracha for a
Okay.
$5 pledge or more.
Mhm.
If you give us a really big pledge, I will eat a large amount of it, but we maybe can negotiate amounts. But post the link to the YouTube thing,
Mhm.
to the YouTube live stream, post it to Reddit or whatever, and
Yeah,
say,
this can actually be embedded.
yeah, and just say, hey, this fat redhead kid is eating sriracha if you give him money.
Mhm.
Let's give him heartburn so bad. And
This-
possible other illnesses. I may discover the world's first sriracha-borne illness. So,
We also have...
This is for science, guys.
yes, for science.
Mad
and
science.
the
So,
the milk challenge,
As we
too.
know, is
Mhm.
the founding principles of superheroism and supervillainy. Mad science.
yeah.
About 2 gallons of milk, too. We can do the milk challenge if we reach a certain level. And the cinnamon challenge. I've
We'll
brought
do a cinnamon challenge. Do you get a gallon of milk?
I have 2 gallons of milk.
For $500, I will try and attempt to drink a gallon of milk in 30 minutes. For additional $500, Ted will do the same. And for $1,500, Ted and I will race.
Yeah.
Okay, these are, by the way, these guys,
Oh,
this is their
man.
ideas, so
Yeah.
I'm just,
So independent filmmaking is hard. So if you have to be consumed, you have to. I mean, it's kind of like prostitution, but it's legal. So,
Well,
which
okay.
you know, Canadians, if any Canadians with us, congratulations.
Significantly less uncomfortable.
Yeah,
We also have cinnamon for the cinnamon challenge. What price do you think that should be set at?
I think we'll do a cinnamon challenge for $100.
No.
Just 100, really?
Yeah.
I don't have a lot of cinnamon, and that's a pretty intense challenge.
That's just a tablespoon. There's like 6 or 7 tablespoons of cinnamon in there.
All right. Right.
I would do the cinnamon challenge for $100.
I'll do it for $100.
Like I'm saying,
Now, are we allowed to do the alcohol
condiment
thing too?
consumption prostitution
No.
is happening live.
No.
Share.
Is that yes or no? No.
We have what?
I don't know.
Do you want to do the other thing too? The bag.
So, Tom Bevan just shared also the comment on the Facebook on the Kickstarter about the YouTube for the Kickstarter. So thank you.
Spread the word. If any of you are Reddit wizards, I'm gonna post a link, but post a link that hey Reddit, check out these guys.
Or
They're doing
Imager.
things for money.
Mhm.
Or
So,
Imager.
I don't
Imager is
think-
huge too.
But it's only images.
Yeah, but you can post an image on it. Or a
JD Disputer asks the Plunger versus Power Kid. Well,
Is the plunger back?
I don't know. I mean,
We
I
never drew. We briefly discussed the plunger,
Yeah.
but never drew him.
I wasn't aware.
I imagine this
We
dude
came
with
with a lot of ideas. That
Yeah, I don't think-
I imagine this
think,
dude with bandoliers of plungers, like some down his arm and his chest, and like a repeating plunger gun. When I thought
I
about it,
pictured like the old style, like before Nerf guns really got popular. They had like these shitty plastic ones with springs,
Yeah.
and then like a little suction cup dart on the end. I pictured those just like with plungers, but like really really nice ones. Like basically like a 1911 pistol that shoots tiny suction cup darts.
it's lift away.
That's kind of what I'm picturing.
So
Hi,
Voxelbit
Malcolm.
is Tom Bevan. So
Is what?
Tom Bevan.
Oh, that is okay. Cool.
So his identity has been revealed.
Nice.
Those of you who have already pledged and like, well, I missed out on my chance to make Kyle and or Ted do horrible. I will, if you increase your pledge, do the same thing. Increase your pledge $5. I'll eat that spoonful of sriracha.
We
You know,
have
increase
show,
it by-
show 'em how many bottles of sriracha we have here.
We have not one, not two, but this is 3 visible. I have another in my backpack just in case.
We're in it for the
We
long haul.
do not fear the rooster.
Okay, Voxelbit is Tom Bevan. Thank you.
Blue Dragon 5 asks, could an idea for an episode, just a short episode of Dark Cup on Troll, maybe boiling some crooks, just to build steam for an episode. I mean, that is a great idea. The only issue is also our actor who plays Dark Cop is not in the state at this time. So he, though, has expressed interest in just sort of coming back for like a full series. Doing it for just a little short one, I don't know how that would work. So I'm not entirely sure. I mean, that would be a cool idea to do. Would love to do just some little character independent things. Like yesterday when we were talking about characters application, Starburst's application video I think would be really fun to do.
I don't imagine it. Yo, check it.
You know,
That would be, he'd just be like, he'd sit down on the camera and be like, yo, check it. Power to the max. No, really, I have power to the max.
Some of the things we're saying you might not know if you were there. Oh, Blue Dragon has increased his initial pledge.
All right. I need,
let's see.
I was going to monitor it. I need password.
Yeah.
we need
it's not showing
spoons.
up, though.
I got, hold on. I got, hey, Malcolm. No. Malcolm. Malcolm. No.
The
No
baby.
cord. Malcolm is trying to unplug the webcam.
No, don't fall down.
Yeah, I don't see it. I don't have the email yet. Hold on, let me pull up the Super Academy email on my phone. Malcolm, no.
Will we ever see his battle with the Ice Cream Man? I don't think.
Did we make that? We made the Muffin Man, but not
We
the
made
ice cream.
Ice Cream Man made of ice cream. I don't think so. I mean, we discussed about
I think Muffin Man might be a character that gets referenced, but I don't think
or Ice Cream Man. Yeah, none
or
of
Ice
these.
Cream Man, but I don't think any of them are going to get.
Think we
on
ever
screen.
put like newspapers?
Uh-huh.
Could be a headline.
Mhm.
Muffin Man stuffs crime or
Right.
foils crime.
Um,
So
Yeah, so You're
Muffin Man bakes famous villain into pie.
Yeah.
Is he a hero? Question mark. Controversy.
Muffin Man, they're not real blueberries. Controversy? Question mark.
Yeah.
Blue Dragon, your increased pledge is not showing up on the Kickstarter, so just want to, I guess, double check, make sure it.
As soon as I've got my phone set, you will hear a possible Blizzard video, real-time strategy video game soundbite when I get a notification email of an increased or new pledge.
Mm-hmm.
It rhymes with Marsnaft. I don't want to get sued by Blizzard. So if you ever played Marsnaft,
Did you want to try and post on Reddit?
I need to get on the internet, so I don't have the passcode.
I'll get that for you.
I could take the baby.
Yeah, I
if you
was
want.
gonna say, throw us the baby.
Throw it to us.
Yeah.
The babe with the power.
Just let him
I
fly
am a
over to
Redditor,
us.
so any of you those that are Redditor, I know your addiction. It's hard.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we'll be here all night, folks.
Yeah.
Well, at least until the Kickstarter's over. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, so you have any other questions?
No, it's lowercase.
I
It's all
have a
lowercase.
question for Voxel bit. This is really off topic, sort of, but I've been watching through the CW's new Arrow show quite a bit. I'm curious what you think of Deathstroke as an Australian Special Forces guy, since you're from Australia. I wonder if you had any special insight on whether or not that character was reinterpreted in a good way.
And he's played by a New Zealander. Does that get in your craw a little bit? The actor's from New Zealand,
Manny Bennett.
which, as I understand, is the New Jersey of Australia.
Really? That'd be all.
Possibly. I don't know.
We are very sorry.
If you're from New Zealand, we love you. That's where the Lord of the Rings was shot. And you have
they've
rocks.
done other things than that, okay?
Oh yeah, they did the Black Sheep, about the sheep going evil and killing everyone. That movie's awesome.
They have an existence beyond being in movies. Kyle.
True. There's rocks there. I mean, they addressed that in Flight of the Conchords. New Zealand, we have rocks. Another great show by New Zealand imported.
I have actually been to Australia. It is very nice there.
How come you don't want to eat it, though?
I'm not kidding.
no,
I believe you.
I've been to
Malcolm, you're
Melbourne.
going straight.
I went and saw Collingwood play footy.
Okay, do you want?
I assume that means something to Voxel, but no one else. So
Yeah.
What
language are you speaking? Are you speaking soccer, as it's known in other
no,
countries?
no.
Football.
Australian rules football
Oh.
is footy. It is by far the
Oh.
most interesting type of
He
football.
said it was yesterday.
Blue Dragon actually did increase his pledge, but it was yesterday by $25.
Oh, I guess I could do the first spoonful just so you guys can
Believe me.
proof of concept.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have a spoon down here?
You can do a half one. I can get a spoon.
Yes,
Yeah.
we need spoons.
Uh,
A couple spoons.
Yeah, get one for Ted as well.
yeah.
So the producer and the lead are willing to hurt themselves for money. We're going to hurt ourselves internally.
Well, we need to see more.
We don't, maybe even emotionally, because I love sriracha, and this may change that.
I don't know if I like sriracha.
I love sriracha. I put it on everything.
It's good in moderation. I just don't want
It's
to
good.
put it on everything. Yeah.
I mean, I like
Scrambled
hot stuff.
eggs, hot dogs, chicken.
Hot dogs.
Put it on hot dogs instead of ketchup. It's far superior.
Wait.
Oh, here you are.
Muy
Oh,
extra.
thank you, Voxel, for your honest
It's
opinion.
I thought Malcolm
I
was
appreciate it.
drinking the sriracha.
What did he say?
He said, ha, a sheep, never mind. It's an Australian joke. But no, I think he does a good job. I find that most Australians represented in film are stereotyped, even in Australian film. So, yeah, that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoyed it.
What if you explode from the food challenges?
No.
That would
You
be.
see how much is here to stretch? That's not going to happen.
And if not, I'm sure we can get some insurance or.
I have health insurance.
Yeah, and that we can use that to fund.
That's why I got here late. I was working at my job that gives me health insurance. Oh my gosh, I got to turn on mute. Feedback.
Ah.
Hi, Malcolm.
Hi.
Malcolm's having a good time on the floor.
You
He
can't.
likes being on the floor.
You can't see him.
So, Voxel Beat or Blue Dragon, whoever increased your pledge. This first one's for you. We can't both do it. One of us does it. We may take turns.
Okay.
If you want us both to do it, you have to give $10 or increase by $10 or more.
Yeah.
I might be prostituting myself, but I have standards, damn it.
We have another good question from JD Disputer.
That's spicy.
What are our favorite characters that we made up on Wednesday? I stand by my statement.
I like Airhead.
From yesterday. Airhead is pretty funny. I think my favorite silly ones are Twilight Constable and Slothmaster. And I think my favorite serious one is Obsidian. So I stand by that.
Oh, come on.
All right.
Wait, hold on. Let's get a close up.
I can smell it. No.
There's what it smells like. Let me see what it smells like. Ooh.
Hold it up.
Are there beverages down here? Because I may need to cleanse my palate.
I can
Have a
get
milk.
you one. So if you want to just show it to this game.
Delicious. Sweet. Ah!
And he just
I
spilled
put
it
some
on
on
the
the
screen.
screen. Luckily, I have paper towels. I was trying to get an angle. All right.
This is going well so far.
Yes.
Well, put it on mine too.
Clean spoon.
How is it?
Spicy and delicious.
All right.
With a hint of sugar. Because that's the key to sriracha being delicious. It's sweet and spicy. All my sinuses are going to be very clear if this goes well. So that's for you, Blue Dragon. Thank you for increasing your pledge. Send your friends. Tell them to cause me pain. Yeah, I'm going to need beverage.
As we increase the night, we might increase the amount of stuff we'll do too.
Yeah.
Or we might reveal secret information.
All
This could be.
acceptable.
I'm sure you do.
I guess it's up to maybe up to Reddit, right? Or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
Hey, buddy.
To do, yeah, so.
Which subreddit should I post this to?
I don't know, but get it out there.
All right. So be careful with this.
Does anybody else have a favorite character that we made?
I wasn't there, so. I like the
Kyle.
characters we made for the actual leads and things like that.
As far as I agree with Jacob. The three Dark Cop interns, Slothmaster, Twilight Constable, and Crazy Clown were pretty fantastic, especially as a group of three. I really liked Scout, the Silver Age sidekick. He's now an older, non-traditional student, but he's still wearing the same costume with the shorts and his veiny legs and stuff. He was pretty fantastic.
Did you post it already?
I'm trying to figure out what subreddit put on.
If anybody has any suggestions for good places on Reddit to throw this up, feel free to let us know as well. Or if you guys are Redditors, feel free to upvote us.
Yeah, that would be great.
Would be good.
That would be sweet.
Oh,
I also, my favorite would, I guess, also Scout.
yeah.
Definitely. Serious one would be Ronin Reverie.
Oh, yeah. That's a cool one.
Yeah, it was a character who could trap you in your worst memories. Suggested by Ronin Reverie. So,
Is Ronan Reverie here today? I didn't see in the chat, I don't think.
so what's since you weren't there, why don't you make up a character right now?
I'm not creative enough to do that.
I know. Let's do it.
I made up one today.
Yeah.
So one of my employees at work, his name is Joel. He watched the pilot. He thought it was great. He was going to pledge, but then he has to work at his other job all night. He said his favorite part of the pilot was when Power Kid's submission application video, and the person behind the camera freaked out because he pulled the car. He thought that was the funniest part.
All right.
So I haven't heard that one before. It's the funniest part, so that just shows there's lots of appealing things to the show. But he was coming about. He handles all the trash at work, and he's like, "You should name a character after me." I'm like, "Joel, if you give us $5,000, I will name a character after you. I will write an episode based on that. I will let you star as that character." The character we decided on was Landfill.
Like in Beer
So
Fest.
Landfill is a crazy kind of dingy superhero who's kind of covered in debris and trash. His power is to telekinetically control all garbage. So he's like Magneto of garbage.
Huh.
And in modern society, that is very powerful.
I really love the idea that like he goes into like a really clean room and he's powerless, and then somebody has like a bag of chips and he's like, "Quick, throw that on the ground!"
Right,
And
yeah.
then it becomes trash.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking about that. Yeah, like the rules and like.
No.
I can imagine him getting in a fight with a supervillain, and it ends up like they knock Landfill like across the skyline, and then he lands in like a baby diaper reclamation factory or something. Goes, "Behold, my powers limitless now," and he makes a giant like Jaeger out of baby diapers.
Just also, if any, that is actually a reward at about $250, where you can make a character, and we will have it in the series.
Yep.
So, Grievous Apprentice approves of Landfill.
It's good.
But Ted, yeah, character right now. You're thinking too much.
No, yeah, exactly. I'm
Start talking. Just start talking.
I
Just
don't talk.
Just consonant. Azure lover.
Azure lover.
Okay, so Azure lover.
Good luck digging yourself out of this one, Ted.
He likes all things blue.
Oh.
His sidekick is a blue jay.
See, he's better at this than I am.
He has a blueberry-shaped floating gravity pod that he drives. It's like the Fantastic Four's little flying cars, but it's a blueberry.
Fantastic car.
Yeah, it's like the Fantastic car, but it's a blueberry.
What's his weakness?
His weakness is the color
Orange.
red.
No, the color orange. That's the opposite of
Or
blue.
orange.
Yeah.
I'm picturing Moon Knight's little orb thing that he has.
So the citrus...
Or like Owlman's.
So the
from Watchmen, his little...
the citrus mandrake would be his worst enemy. I could do this all day, peoples, and I'm one of the small brains behind this. Like, I come up with really crazy ideas, and it's these guys' job to take my insane ideas and tone them down to something really entertaining.
Right.
You mean something realistic?
Yeah, something that people actually give a shit
I'm
about.
like a Labrador in a room full of frisbees, and these guys are the ones telling which frisbee to go after. I'm also pretty good at analogies.
Oh man.
Voxelbit actually says, "I know you'll be very busy once this all takes off, but I hope you'll always find time for your fans like this." Well,
Definitely.
I really appreciate you guys being here chatting with us, and so genuinely, this is. I want to thank you actually for just giving us this feedback. This is part of the reason why I wanted to do a web series, because internet, you can go directly to your fans. That's the reason why Kickstarter, why I just like this whole model. I
know, buddy.
always want to have time. I always want to have time, just to communicate with our fan base. I've been really happy, if nothing else, I've been really happy, just with the amount of support that we've gotten just from the fan base as well. People who are genuinely interested. Over 10,000 views, which relatively to most YouTube things might not be a lot, but it's also like a 22-minute film, which people on YouTube, unless it's like from a pre-existing thing, people usually don't watch that. Will take the time to watch that long. So the fact that people are taking that time to watch that and support us, and I have no idea how many people saw it on the Nostalgia Critic as well.
Sure.
But just the amount of the feedback, the support people have given, just subscribing to us.
Yeah.
It's really great.
I'm totally with you on that. if you guys are going to be, willing to come out and, get this involved with a project with us and give us your money, we owe it to you guys to come out here and do this.
Yeah.
We love that. That's, it's amazing that we can talk with the people who are, backing us both, outside of, financial support and with financial support, and really talk to them about what they want to see and, what we're going to be doing so that we can really make a product that is going to be good for you guys. So, absolutely, that's something we're very, very interested in. And I have no doubt that as soon as we get into production on this, we'll be hitting up the web, in between production days to talk to you guys and let you know how it's going.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to, if we get do a website, I mean, this is hypothetical, but a website or message board. Like, I'd really want to also, have a direct sort of conversation with people. I mean, sort of seeing, what kind of things people are interested also in our series. Like, I mean, just from the feedback, we've also learned so much kind of like about, what are the parts of the series that people like really enjoy as well. I mean, because so much of it, was in a vacuum before it like really took off, and most people who saw it were either people who knew us, relatives, or people who are in the film industry. So, also hearing that feedback, seeing what people enjoy about the series, who are outside of that bubble, has been really great for us, and it's really taught us a lot as well.
Is that a new post?
Uh-oh.
Is that a new bat I got? No.
You want to say hi?
It's a Twitter notification. That's Malcolm.
I like what Creators. Creators. That'd be fun.
If I had any money left from buying presents for my family, I'd make a superhero that when she trips, she falls through different dimensions.
Nice.
Yeah, no, I mean, that is actually a pretty interesting idea. I mean, yeah, a huge obstacle has been also, the Christmas season. I mean, we've had like a lot of people also mention that especially with the holidays going on, it's been more difficult to make a pledge, which is totally understandable and makes perfect
school,
sense.
People at work,
sure.
And a lot of college.
We had a promotion through the Nostalgia Critic, which is
right.
how some of you guys found out about it, so we know that at least works, but we had to do it this time of year.
Mm-hmm.
So we wanted to capitalize on that as much as possible and try and get the background we needed.
Mm-hmm.
And I think our main, not main audience, but part of our audiences too is college kids. And I mean, that's where the setting is, and so a lot of them are finishing finals and things like that. And so I know I posted it one time on a website, and the guy was like, "Oh man, I'm so glad this is such a good break in between studying." So they watched the video, and so it was really cool.
Yeah, no, I mean, if we do this again, we'll definitely, I think, do it in summer. Spring or summer.
Yeah.
If we, don't pull it off right now, but we've got so much sriracha to consume.
Mm-hmm. And other things.
We have milk. I want to do the cinnamon challenge. I have never done the cinnamon challenge before, and I really, really want to do it, but we need the backers to do it. We need to get that goal. So
various sodas.
Ooh, soda. Pop, okay. We're in the north. We're in the Midwest. It's pop.
Okay. Oh, here's a good one. Voxelbit. How much drama do you intend to include in the Super Academy? Naturally, it's a comedy show, but there will be moments people might cry or get angry, etc. How serious might it get? So here's part of the reason also I want to do it as a series as opposed to just several movies where in a movie you kind of usually have to keep a certain tone, where in a series you can change it a lot each episode. I mean, for this series, a lot of it was also inspired from the show Teen Titans, where that's what a thing they would do a lot is have these goofy independent episodes, but also have serious episodes. So that's something. I mean, there's going to be a lot of goofy standalone episodes, but I would like to have like a few sort of serious, more dramatic episodes. I mean. But there's always going to be like a little element of humor in them, like because I think just completely going 100% like tragedy drama like at any point without that we don't want it to feel like so completely out of place in the series. But I mean, the setting also lends itself to having those serious moments. I mean, Power Kid's relationship with Deathside. I mean, Deathside is a sort of character who, when he shows up, things aren't funny anymore. I mean, like even Adventure Time has that with like the Lich, where when the Lich shows up, like things get serious. So I think even in a sort of primarily comedy series, you can have just sort of these dramatic, serious moments.
Yeah, I will just want to jump on that and go off from there. You know, when you think of a movie that's just comedy all the time, I think of movies like, you know, like the movies, like date movie and superhero movie, and they just become like crass and dumb, and you don't care about anything that's happening.
That's an extreme example.
Well, but that's like because there's no drama in those. Right. It's just joke after joke after joke after joke. So I mean, but if you contrast that with a movie like Role Models, where you have like some really really good jokes, but then you do also care about these characters and like seeing how they develop. You know, that's something that we're much more interested in. So I think to drive a good story, you really do need to have some of that drama in there and create those relationships between characters. Yeah. You need to have a conflict. You need to have stakes for those characters. But that doesn't mean we can laugh while they're going through that journey. That's I mean, that's the fun of it.
I mean, and things can also be serious and funny, like just dark humor too. Like we have a few jokes that are just kind of like that as well. Some of them from Dark Cup.
Most of it from Dark Cup.
Yeah.
Dark Cup as a misanthrope. Plain and simple.
So
he's a heroic misanthrope.
Yeah, that's about right.
So
if I'm pronouncing that wrong, I'm sorry. I know how to spell a word and I know what it means.
That's right.
I struggle with pronunciation sometimes.
Thank you, by the way, people who have shared it. Just a couple of comments. Google Plus, Reddit, Facebook,
Twitter.
If you can just continue. This is an embeddable video, so you can actually embed it and watch it directly on like Facebook or YouTube. No, but just getting the word out. Again, any increase in pledge will do crazy stuff. We got the milk, cinnamon, and various other things. Like Dark Cup insult gag reel, yeah. Yeah, that was great. I mean, originally it was just, him saying that was probably the worst costume that's ever been conceived. But then we had a little extra time, like barely extra time. Then it's like, we just asked back, okay.
I think there's one that didn't make it in there that was like really long and sideways. I don't know if you went back and looked through it again, but there's one where he's like, there's one time I had this girl over and she left her clothes on my floor, and I think her clothes were better than yours. It was like this really weird, like roundabout joke. It was just really satisfying.
I need to look through that again. I mean, it might have also been something Beck just said when we weren't rolling, as an example.
Oh, really?
Possibly. I have to look through it again.
I just remember laughing, or trying not to laugh, obviously.
What's RWBY?
What does anybody know what RWBY is?
That's Rooster Teeth's it's a web series, sort of anime. I've seen a lot of it. We actually talked about it a bit on Thursday. I haven't just been working on this so much. I haven't had time to actually watch it, but it looks really interesting, and I've heard a lot of great things from it.
Cool. I haven't seen it. I don't know what it's like. I'm sorry.
Eat cinnamon bun from Adventure Time.
There are many characters on Adventure Time that would be delicious to eat.
Yes.
Except for Earl of Lemon Crab.
I would totally eat the Duke of Nuts.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a giant salted peanut. That sounds delicious.
I really like Choose Goose. I have a treat for you. Yeah.
Right, I'm up on Reddit. I shared my username, so if any of you... Yes, I don't mind sharing my username. I don't do anything shady on Reddit, so it's okay. I don't comment to R Hitler or anything, you know, which is probably a subreddit. I'm just guessing, but there's basically. So please upvote it. I posted in the R Self. So you just post things about yourself, but it's got over 100,000 subscribers. So hopefully, that's a good subreddit.
Awesome.
And the mods haven't told me that it's the wrong subreddit yet. So, so it's in R Self. My username is KB Decker.
Mm-hmm.
I posted on there. So, yes, go upvote it if you're a Redditor. If you're not, create a Reddit account, get addicted, and upvote it.
Okay, so this is a pretty big question. Creatress the Dreamer. Creatress the Dreamer. Thank you. It's far away.
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of things will go up in the upcoming episodes? So there are a couple things that I'll choose to reveal at this time, or have mentioned throughout the series, or throughout the campaign. One is Starburst, who was on last night. I'm not gonna feel the big thing of that, but it's cryptic. But he's gonna definitely become a much bigger character now.
Mm-hmm.
He was originally going to be just sort of a one-shot, but just Owen's just sort of... I mean, everything Owen did for last night, if you saw it, was completely improvised, and it's just such an amazing character.
He was really funny.
Yeah, so we are definitely... we're going to expand him into, like, a big character in the series. I mean, I really like him because also he's, you know... He's sort of almost antagonistic, like an antagonist at the school, in a way, but also he's also kind of, like, a funny guy where he's not.
Yeah.
So it's.
He's like the exact opposite of Power Kid. He's at the school for all the wrong reasons.
Uh-huh.
You know, he has tons of money. Everybody loves him. He's got all the friends he needs.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just selfish about everything. And Power Kid is just like the exact opposite. He has no money. He has no friends, and he's trying. You know, he's there for every single right reason. He wants to do this legitimately.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, it's really hard for him, but somebody like Starburst, who's always had everything at his back, doesn't really get that and just kind of sees him as a, you know, that annoying guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think Starburst should always talk about himself in the third person as well. I was thinking about that because he did that a couple times last night. I thought it was pretty funny. Or if he just occasionally goes into it.
Mm-hmm.
What? Maybe.
Let's see, what else? What else things are coming in? Chaotrix is going to definitely play a much bigger role.
Yep.
I actually originally wanted Chaotrix to play a bigger role, but, you know, there is, you know, only so much you could have in just one episode. But Chaotrix is a really interesting character, too, because she's, like, kind of what Power Kid could be if he stayed around. So, and I think she can also play a really good active villain. That side is more of a villain who stays in the shadows and plans. He doesn't like to get himself involved unless he has to.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the whole thing in that episode was just him doing like personal business. It wasn't so much like he didn't really have like a big grandiose plan for it. It was just something he had to personally had to deal with.
Do you want to mention Corona and Glyph?
Yeah. Also, 2 new characters on. We've briefly posted an update about that on our Kickstarter. I've been talking about them throughout the past week, but Corona is an alien,
Foreign exchange student at Super Academy,
right? Who has psychic abilities, but and we're working out the exact science of it.
Yeah.
But basically,
comic book science.
Right, exactly. But her powers are enhanced, stronger on Earth. Than it's sort of like the Superman thing, where the yellow sunlight. I mean, various other things, but the point being, her powers are much stronger on Earth than they were at her own home. So she's also dealing with the fact that okay, now I have all this amazing power now that I didn't before. So just kind of having to handle having all that.
Yeah, and she comes from a place where. Superheroes don't really exist. One of the funny contrasts that we want to play with is that any type of problem on her planet is solved by, police and military.
Uh-huh.
And in a world where superheroes are a valid career, that's just such a foreign concept to everybody. It's like, oh, the military is going to screw it up. Oh, the police is going to screw it up. They're not going to be able to handle this. We need the superheroes. And
that's also a thing I wanted to play with because, with this kind of character, just such a common joke is, oh man, their planet is so weird and different than ours. Like on Teen Titans Starfire, her thing is like, oh, our planet is such a different place, but to have it play that joke, except twist it where her planet is actually exactly like our planet, or
with no superheroes.
Right, and the superheroes are the ones who find that like bizarre.
Yeah.
So
we're gonna have something along the lines, it's like, we don't have superheroes on my planet. Well, how do you solve alien invasions? We let the military handle it.
Right.
And people would just be like, the what?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, they have a military. They just can't. I mean, the big members of the military also have superhero outfits, like Captain.
You're not gonna be
delay.
Yeah, but you're gonna be right here.
Oh, go see my chest though.
Yeah.
Because that's all you really need to see, right? Am I right? All right. No. Are you getting
share out some more minutes?
Yeah.
You're probably hungry.
Let's see what else is gonna happen.
We didn't talk about Glyph at all.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, Glyph's an upperclassman, probably junior or senior, who is a little bit more skilled than them, a little more experience in field missions. Mm-hmm. She's a magic user, which is sort of foreign to the way that Dark Cop operates, which is logic and science, straightforward to the point. So she has more outside the box thinking strategy, and is kind of a match to his tactical abilities in that sense. They just use very different approaches. So we want to drive some of the drama through that, and she becomes almost like a mentor for Power Kid, somebody who has sort of rose up from the bottom herself and is helping him to do that.
Well, I mean, it's also just because she's a TA for his class, and she also knows more about Super Academy. Like she's used to now the all-nighters that you have to do for superhero papers, and she's also closest to working in the superhero industry, the job market and stuff. So she's working a lot on that as well.
I was thinking the other day, I was in Uptown Minneapolis, and there's an opportunity, we should have thought of it too late, of a possible cross-promotion / fun short we could do in the universe of Super Academy. We could film an episode at Galactic Pizza, which is a pizza place in Uptown Minneapolis where all the delivery drivers dress up as superheroes and drive around in the little electric cars and deliver really good, locally sourced organic pizza. I think it would be fun to do a documentary or do a little informational video about picking the right major, and just see all these superheroes delivering pizza, they're liberal arts majors. You should really take, advanced arcane studies or kinetic distribution or some, we'll come up with technical sounding superhero thing and do something like that and see if we can get a couple actors or see if a couple of the delivery people that are actually pretty decent actors to do interviews oh, this isn't a bad gig, I get all the free pie I can eat, and I can wear my costume while I deliver, that's great. And then just have this kind of defeated look on their face while they're doing it. I, by the way, am a liberal arts major who manages a sandwich shop, so I kind of feel their pain.
And I am a liberal arts major who works at the sandwich shop, so...
I'm at least a manager, so, I get this sweet health insurance.
Notably, they worked together before they worked together. So.
Yeah.
Yes.
We didn't cast Ted based on the fact that he worked for Kyle.
Yeah.
Right.
Sandwich
that happened
nepotism.
afterwards.
Yes, that happened afterwards. He needed a job.
I'm he was my poor actor friend, and he's like, oh, I need a job so bad. Wait, you need a job? I'm hiring. You should come here.
Yeah.
Let's see. And, I mean, those are kind of the big things. I mean, there's going to be smaller plot points. And
We're also going to introduce some villains.
Yes.
And they're going there's going to be some cool stuff with villains, you guys. You have no idea. We have some really fun stuff with villains. But I can't spoil because it's going to be so much more satisfying if you guys go into the episode and then see all of a sudden it's oh my god, there's this awesome villain on screen. That's going to be what makes it really exciting.
We spent what?
So one or two of them are going to be in one of episodes. But yeah, Jacob and I spent an entire day brainstorming these villains and a couple of the other characters, and we typed up some kind of motivations, everything, and we came a list. I think we came up with 4 or 5 villains and 4 or 5 heroes, and Ben kind of picked the ones he liked best to kind of develop and follow further. Those Jacob and I have been working together in films and writing scripts for almost 2 years now. We have very similar mindsets, but different skill sets. You know, we like a lot of the same movies and kind of how to say it. We got the things we like and the things that work for us in films are very similar, which makes we gel. But we have very different skill sets when it comes to script writing and everything, which makes us work together. Is like my weaknesses are kind of Jacob's strengths, and Jacob's strengths are his weaknesses. So it's a really good team. Well, we collaborated on a couple scripts for our own web series, Fang and Talon, and those are some really good episodes. We collaborated on. We have a rough, I think it's on his second draft of a script for Super Academy that we collaborated on, and we just sit there and write and back and forth.
Oh no, I mean the one one of them's completely done
too.
Yeah,
and we'll kind of sit there and it's like, what about this line? And I'll think about it. I'm like, I like where this is going, but he should say this instead, or Jacob will do the same thing to me, and then. And then we'll come back to it and read it again to make sure we're still laughing at the same jokes. And it's a really, I find it very rewarding. I mean, there's times you want to write a script by yourself, but the collaborative scripts are
definitely.
Well.
I mean, working also with both of you has been really great because you also help keep me grounded in reality.
Sure, I would say the same for like you though, because Kyle and I tend to bounce off each other really well, but sometimes we'll get like really excited about the same idea, and then we'll just like spin wildly out of
in this rabbit hole of near insanity, and then Airhead should have a helicopter come out of his butt and direct them, and you should have.
And it's really
that actually didn't happen, but
it's really nice to have somebody just be like, "Yeah, we're not doing that. We're going to go ahead and we're going to make this into something interesting." Okay, yeah, it's good. Okay,
but those of you who have done creative, whether it's fiction or prose or film or dance or anything, sometimes you get something that really amuses you that you do. You tell other people around, and they're like, "Yeah, that's great." But this is really awesome, and they're like, "It would be probably better if you did this."
Yeah,
and it helps you kind of view it from when you only view things internally. Everything's great sometimes.
Yeah, no, I really like how. I mean, I don't think anyone here is sort of like a yes man, sort of just yeah, okay, that's. But people are also usually won't ever just say no. Well, no, absolutely. Well, sometimes we will.
Yeah.
Or sometimes I have done that a couple times, but just seeing sort of the merit of ideas too, or find ways to sort of work them.
You got a few questions
here.
Yep.
Actually, this is one I actually would like to talk about. Voxelbit asked, would you guys ever produce a Super Academy comic? That's actually something I'd really like to do.
We've talked about it. It's just a matter of finding... We want to focus on getting this first season done first, and that's going to take a lot of creative time and energy. But when we find an artist, and we may talk to someone like Alex Fukui, who did the illustration on the live stream on Wednesday night.
Yep.
And we actually, Jacob and I, between the two of us, know a whole lot of comic artists.
Yeah.
And Ben might know a lot.
Oh, we do?
They both went to art school, and my wife went to art school.
Yeah, we went to one of the biggest schools in the country for comic book art.
Mm-hmm.
So between the three of us, we know a lot. So we have access to the but working out, a lot of people don't like to work free, and we have a lot of friends who would, but we don't want to necessarily always put that on our friends. So
yeah,
it'll be one of those things we can figure out some money or some kind of way to where if they do it for free, but when we sell the comic, they get the proceeds, etc. Yeah. So it's definitely something we looked into because there's some stories that you could do, especially with certain superpowers and heroes, that would be a lot easier to do on comics than in film.
Yeah, there have been a couple, I think, scripts that also...
I think the landfill character would be perfect for a comic book.
I mean...
I'm really liking that concept. I literally thought of it this afternoon while I was slicing turkey and talking to my employee. So, the bonus of a boring job that I have, it's not very mentally demanding, so I can basically probably put about 10% of my brain power on the job, and the other 90% is coming up with ideas while I'm at work. So I come up with a lot of ideas at work, and I'm constantly going to my phone and doing voice memos and written memos when I come up with a good idea at work so I don't forget it.
Yeah, it's exactly Creatress the Dreamer. Just your comment that your major weakness is writing, getting it on paper. Yes, that
Finding
is.
time to do it.
Yeah,
That is
there's lots and lots of times where I'll think of an idea, it's like, man, this is awesome, and then I start writing it, and I'm like, this is not what I was picturing in my brain.
I mean, that sometimes
What
happens when I just have
happens?
to write an email too. It's like, okay, I have this great email in my head, and it's like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But,
Do you want to answer JD's question?
yes.
Or
Acid Flash. Is Power Kid going to get a girlfriend? Ooh.
Or a love interest.
Ooh.
I think we should make him gay. What do you think, Ted? The
Um,
first gay superhero.
That's not even close.
Is it close? Oh,
No.
There's
First
been several games.
gay superhero in a web series.
I don't think that's true either.
Oh, I'm trying. Actually, you know, to say that, I actually,
Oxford, comma. Collective
yeah,
filming up.
there's a fellow local filmmaker, and I was actually currently filming a short called "Single Gay Superhero," or something like that. So,
To answer your question, I mean, we're sort of still writing it out a bit, that kind of thing. I mean, I really want to focus more on, just friendship and, just building those initial connections.
especially, I can
I
see
think he hasn't interacted with enough people yet to establish that kind of a relationship.
I mean, I wouldn't
So-
mind, but I'm not gonna complain if you don't. So,
Mhm.
So I mean, it's something we're interested in exploring, but we haven't decided whether or not that's going to be something that's critical yet.
I mean, my personal, for just writing that kind of thing is, I don't ever want to start out planning, okay, now these two are going to fall in love. Like, I'd rather write their characters together, and if
you may come up with something in the story that's like, wow, there's
Yeah.
a relationship building here.
you don't want to force
we
it.
should
yeah,
follow
you don't
this.
want to do an Anakin Padme type relationship.
Yeah.
skin feels like sand.
I love you because you're not
You
saying
are softer than
You're
sand.
softer than sand, lady. I love you. Now I'm gonna ride a buffalo in the field for you. Ah. We love
me
the
a
prequel
poo-poo
movies.
I did not draw that. It's right here in purple crayon, Obi-Wan. But you are quite the poo-poo head. If anybody knows what I'm referencing, I love you forever.
So we'll see.
There's going to be Dark Cop Power Kid fan
Oh, yeah.
fiction eventually. That's how you know you've arrived. When something
Yeah.
you've created, if there's like I want Fang and Talon once we get all the episodes out and everything, like I will be actually excited when I find fan fiction because we've legitimately arrived in pop culture.
And we
Because
will.
once something exists and there's porn for it, you've arrived. It doesn't mean I'll enjoy it. I'll just be happy that it exists.
We are actually on Thursday, and I'm still serious about if people write fan fiction, we might read it for you guys. Do a dramatic reading. Get some of our actors
Oh, God.
to act it out.
That might be if we have time on set with the behind-the-scenes camera and two actors who aren't doing anything.
Yeah.
Like during filming behind the scenes stuff.
Yeah. Why
He's
not?
about to act in this serious scene, but we're gonna have him read fan fiction right before.
Well, fan fiction can be serious.
I guess. Yeah.
So thank you everyone who shared. We have not received any new backers in the past bit, so
Get those wallets out, or get your friends who have wallets to get them out.
I mean, Kyle is
Donate
waiting
money.
for punishment.
Yeah, there's 3 bottles of sriracha here, guys,
And
it's
2
really-
gallons of milk.
Yeah.
Oh, that's my milk, by the way.
And cinnamon, which
Yeah.
have you ever seen
Cinnamon.
someone eat an entire thing of cinnamon? It
Go-
like foams and chokes you.
Go look up the cinnamon challenge on YouTube. That is what will
Yeah.
happen if we get that.
There's another question from JD Disputer.
Mhm.
Which of our characters, I'm assuming you mean the characters people suggested on Wednesday night, are going to be main characters in the series? I don't think we've written any of them in. There's some who will already appear in the background that are good ideas.
I mean, yeah, the part of the thing on Wednesday wasn't necessarily these are characters that we're adding to the series. I mean, it was sort of also just sort of like more of a having a fun thing. Some of the
brainstorming.
right, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, we design especially with this sort of thing, like twice the amount of characters that are actually going to be used.
That and we hi buddy, I'm waving to my son off screen.
Mhm.
We have basically outlined kind of the structure of the first season, because that was kind of critical to knowing what we're going to need and come up. That's how we came up with the $12,000 goal. on Kickstarter. So it's like, well, these are the episodes we want to film. These are the type of locations we need. We know approximate amounts of the cost of these things.
Mhm.
So we can't make many major changes to that. Not, if we hit our goal here, because that would change our budget, which when you're on indie film, budget is the king. That's what rules everything you do is the budget. Your creativity is what makes that budget work, but the budget is what rules what you do. Sorry, just went full producer mode there.
That's fair.
But yeah, I mean, some of the, like I said, I would love to do comic and some of these fan made characters. Like I would love, I'll just a short about Airhead. Like Dark Cop and Airhead. Like I want to put Dark Cop and a gyro chopper on patrol with Airhead.
Putting our good friend actor Scott Reefer in a pair of overalls and like
a giant mustache.
Instead of claws, to be Slothmaster.
Yeah.
Just like smiling and attaching.
I think it was holding just a pair of crowbars.
Yeah.
It wasn't even claws, it was just a pair of hooked crowbars.
Even if it's just like his hands with like big nails and he's just like kind of like attaching himself to people, that would be so funny to see on screen.
Right. I mean,
yeah.
So
even if it's in the background, like we have a cafeteria scene, we could just have like Slothmaster steal the scene in the background.
Yeah, I mean,
or just have Slothmaster trying to open a carton of milk with the claws.
Milk.
I don't know why that amuses me, but I want to see that now.
How's the editing look? How many uploads do you have?
What's that?
How many uploads do you have?
I have 4 or 5. There's already fan fiction appearing on this food here.
Are you serious? What?
Okay.
I got a downvote.
Voxel bit. And then Dark Cop put his hand into his pants and pulled out his wallet to buy snacks. I should have had more of a pause there. I'm sorry, I ruined it. Seriously, you think Dark Cop is going to do something sexual for you? You haven't been paying attention. So that's a Drabble. 100 characters or less. So, very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if we do the comic, I'd want to do it where, dude, did he laugh because I said doo-doo?
I think he laughed because I smiled at him.
Okay. But, I mean, we'd have him, like, be, just sort of, like, for people who are sticklers for canon, they'd be in the timeline, but they wouldn't be necessary information. Like,
Sure.
I really dislike it where it's like, oh, you have to read the supplementary material to understand.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like, maybe little references to the comic going on, but...
Yeah. Every
No,
time,
there's supplemental fun stuff. Like if you like what's in the show.
Let's be fair. Every time you're in a comic and you see, see Green Lantern #9 or whatever, just like never happening and turn the page.
Right.
That's a thing that never happens. No one does.
Unless you already read it, but like, oh yeah, I remember that. But that's just happenstance.
Maybe it'd be better if they just said, okay, for those who don't know, in issue 9, this happened. Or
that's
something.
why I'm hoping the future of digital comics, because I have a lot of comics that I read on my phone and my netbook here on Comixology. It'd be great if they had that and you could actually click on that little box and get the options to purchase it.
That'd be nice.
I would do that then. They would make a lot of... Marvel, DC, why aren't you on that? I mean, you already get a good chunk of my money through Comixology. I mean,
in case one of you guys is a savvy programmer, that's a free.
Yeah.
Hop on that.
Just tell me it exists and give me a link when you get it done.
So yeah. We are about an hour and a half in, so thank you guys for sticking around.
We have 3.5 hours before the end of our Kickstarter.
Yeah.
So,
if you have any
the
suggestions.
thing is, like, we want this to be successful. Like, the real chance that there's a chance, very real chance they could not. But the fact that we have over 140 backers, nearly $7,000 pledge, means there's a real audience for this.
yeah.
And I actually know a couple. Someone's already reached out from Minnesota IFP, Independent Film Production, that told me to talk to him if the Kickstarter's not, and he has some ideas to help this project. So,
As have I. This is a couple people have found out about it from this.
yeah. So the fact that people are, that's why it's still important to pledge. There's the chance that we'll still get, we have time to get funded.
Mm-hmm.
We are more than 50% funded. There's a chance we can be successful at Kickstarter.
It has happened before.
Yep, it has happened. I've seen it happen quite a bit. It's really awesome if it does. If it does, I will be forever in debt to the internet. But this Kickstarter, even as is right now, has been successful with the fact that you've shown that there's interest in a web series like this, and it means we can, maybe try other things to get it funded in the next few months. And like I said, people have reached out to me in the local film community that actually have more pull in the local film community than me to try and help this get made.
Yeah, no, I've gotten at least 2 people who have contacted me about it, just with the timing, again with the Christmas season as well.
Yep. So the solution may not be to launch another Kickstarter, but there's going to be a solution out here to make this series made. The only thing is, if we get this funded now with Kickstarter, it means we can start filming this spring. If this doesn't happen, we probably won't film till summer, fall. It's going to happen, just Kickstarter gets us going quicker. It gets us filming on set sooner. Once it's filmed, it gets in the editing room sooner, etc., and it will get you the final product quicker. Because, this isn't, you finish funding and 2 months later you're going to have a show, because film takes longer than that. A major studio production of, say, the S.H.I.E.L.D. show, they filmed that for a full year before they released anything. Or they did film.
They filmed for 6 months.
They filmed for 6 months.
And did post-production for 6 months.
Yeah.
And that was with way more money than we have, and way more people working on it.
Exactly. And, they have a budget of $2 million an episode for that show.
And I think what's great, too, is this is the beginning project. Like, this is the first thing we do, because we know once we're successful with this, we can do bigger and better things next time. We can grow from this. Like, we got to start somewhere, and this is where we're starting.
There's another local web series that had a smaller budget, did fewer episodes, that just wrapped filming. Will be releasing episodes 2 called Superhuman by local filmmaker Ben Enke and Stephen Hoff. And Ben actually reached out to me about possibly doing a crossover short film.
Oh.
He's very interested in doing that, and I've met Ben a few times. He's a really nice guy. He's a really insightful, fun, creative filmmaker. His show is a lot more serious. It's along more of the tone of the Christopher Nolan Batman trilogy as far as the seriousness of it, which would make for a fun crossover with our goofy little world here. Especially if we did like a multi-universe. Anytime DC...
Yes.
The DC Marvel crossovers, every time those happen, those are fun. People love that.
And what's cool is, there's a lot of that going on here in Minneapolis.
Yep, and as Ben Enke is a local Minneapolis filmmaker. I've been on a couple panels with him talking about other film projects. So it's what I backed Superhuman. I gave him, a few bucks for his project, which they filmed. So, there's some cool things that could happen. Like, imagine a 25-minute crossover film with 2 different superhero series.
There's another one too called So-Called Superhumans, which is also was filmed a series here in Minneapolis as well. And there's another person who did their senior project was also a superhero film, but it was more of a love triangle sort of thing. So Minneapolis is a huge place for superheroes. It's a good time to be a superhero in this place right now. And so I can just, like they said, see.
We can even do DC, a really crazy Michael Moorcock multiverse crossover. Throw in the Fang and Talon characters too. Just go for broke.
Maybe. But no, I love that. I think, we should have an interdimensional villain who...
Yeah.
We'll figure something out. They still need
Alpaca Thanos.
They still need... they still need to have a Doctor Who Sherlock crossover. I don't know what's taking them.
They have the same showrunner.
They did that, fan film.
Oh, yeah.
Posted. Yeah. It has some really, scary 3D rendering in it. Uncanny Valley stuff. But, yeah. Anyway, but in all seriousness, though, to go off of what people said, regardless of whether or not we make it, the fact that you guys have come out to support us and want to interact with us and see what we're doing makes you guys our heroes, our personal heroes. So, and that's more than we could ever ask for. So, thank you so much for being here. Yeah, Malcolm agrees with his foot.
Yeah.
Want me to take you, buddy?
So we're gonna go for a couple questions then. This is off topic, but I'm curious what you guys think of the Avengers movies. they're great, but I feel like they're so good that other superhero films are getting undermined by it.
You mean the Joss Whedon Avengers movie? To
Or
clarify?
I think he means the Sean Connery one with the two secret agents.
Oh, of the TV show that was probably good.
Yeah.
It's funny when I posted about. You bring that up. I posted about how much I enjoyed the Joss Whedon Avengers movie, and my mother kept talking about the British show because she wasn't aware there was a movie or superheroes called the Avengers. Because my mother, she's in her 60s. I mean, yeah. So
no, in all seriousness, so
in all seriousness,
know what you're talking about.
But yes, I love the Joss Whedon Avengers. It was a great use of an ensemble cast. There was great pacing. Iron Man blew stuff up. Hulk smashed stuff. Captain America led people and smashed things with his shield. Scarlett Johansson had a nice butt and shot things with guns, and Hawkeye was Hawkeye for the most part, except he was kind of a zombie most of the time. But hopefully we'll see more of the sarcastic Hawkeye.
No, what I like, which is really impressive, is that it actually, because the amount of hype that they put into that, like 5 years worth of pretty much teasers for it with all these movies.
Yeah.
And that they were actually able to live up to it. It's like really awesome.
So I don't think they'll pull that off with it. I don't have hopes for the Justice League movie. I want the Justice League movie to be good. I don't think it's possible with... I didn't think Man of Steel was the greatest. I didn't think it was horrible. But there's a lot of things wrong with it. It was way too dark of a movie. And then the Batman they've introduced, in the Nolans, just way too dark to have. Like, the Batman in the Nolan movies will not work with anybody.
Right.
He's not going to... That Batman cannot work with the Justice League.
Well, that's why they've gotten the Affleck Batman.
True, maybe the Affleck Batman will. I really hope that Batman is a detective. Is that a new pledge? I hope that Batman is a detective, because we have yet to see in the feature films a single Batman detective. He's always been a kung fu fighter. New pledge, yay!
Oh.
Someone please increase their pledge. Tom did. Oh, he's on the live stream.
Not showing for me.
Is that Voxel?
Yeah. $40. What do you want us to do for $40?
Yes. What do you want us to do?
Yeah. So what was available?
We got on the we got Voxel bid increases bid.
Woo!
Or his pledge.
So I will definitely do the Sriracha for you.
Or is that it?
And
Sriracha,
there's something else, or you can make Ted do something.
I'll do something.
I have like 5 minutes left, you guys, before I have to leave. So if there's anything you want to ask me specifically, now is the time.
And then we'll get them.
I'm not trying to be like vain or anything. I'm not going to be here later. So I want to give you as much of myself as I possibly can. Until then.
And then we'll get to the tiers.
You get to what?
Then we'll get to the tiers.
The tiers.
Oh. It was a joke. That's me.
Thanks again, everybody, for being here while we're waiting in.
We're just waiting. There's a bit of a time, 30-second to a minute time delay on here. So,
But yeah, the DC...
A 30-second, not
the DC... Well, here's the thing. The DC animated movies are overall very, very awesome and very, very good. Their live-action movies have not really reflected that awesomeness. I like both DC and Marvel. I do like Marvel a little more. I'll admit that. But I'm not like, only Marvel or only... Like, there's good heroes in both. Like, I like Batman and Wolverine. I mean, that's a thing.
Sure.
Yes.
If you've read the Amalgam Universe, then you also like Darkclaw, which is the fusion of Batman and Wolverine.
Yeah.
They would make so many crossovers.
Cinnamon was 100.
But we can make an exception, can't we? I'll make an exception.
Yeah. All you, buddy.
Unless he means how much actual cinnamon, like, physically.
I'll do a spoonful of cinnamon. If you want to do a spoonful of cinnamon for $40, be my guest.
Okay.
I'll do
We're going to do this nowhere near my computer. I will tell you that right now.
Last chance to see Jacob. No.
Careful opening that.
Here, let me...
You might want to clear your computer again just in case.
Yeah.
Okay, explodes all the cinnamon.
I would never.
This is going to be epic.
Everyone I've seen do this has done exactly that.
So don't be so sure, Ted.
Here, Ted, you're not gonna here.
I'm not gonna get it that way anyway.
Yeah, you're gonna have to open the top.
This is such a bad idea.
No, this is great. This is for our backers.
Oh, I know.
This is for them.
Mm. You know, I didn't even.
This is no good will come of
Can
this.
we get a drum roll?
Sure.
Is that enough? I don't know how much.
That's
That-
plenty,
that's-
Ted. Trust me. This is no good will come of this. No good will come of this.
Do you want to bring? No, don't mess with the camera.
This is for Voxel and for all of our backers, right?
Yep.
Right. I can smell the sriracha over here too. It's like
I'm preemptively laughing. It looks like he's smoking.
oh dry. It's so dry. I can't. Oh. I need water. It's too dry. Mm. Oh, it's so dry. Oh. Okay. My mouth is like.
Well, if the webcam didn't pick it up, every time he opened his mouth to say something, this cloud of cinnamon just came up like Power Kid had swallowed some kind of like exploding meteorite and is like holding it inside himself so it doesn't destroy all the bystanders.
We are also $76 away from breaking $7,000.
So I'll do the sriracha for you too, Voxel.
Well
Sriracha.
done. Well done, Ted.
Thank you. Oh.
Good job not like spitting it out violently.
Yeah, that was actually a lot
It's everywhere.
better than I thought it was going to be.
Oh.
Voxel thanks you, Jacob.
Thank you, Voxel. It's been really, really fun. Thanks for all your questions.
Grievous Apprentice mentions that Cinnamon is a silent killer, and Voxelbit also apologizes.
You don't have to apologize, Voxel. You did a good thing.
Now they're all rolling in the comments there.
Now I really want to do the milk one.
So if you want to see Ted eat more cinnamon,
I'll do it.
Give us more money.
I'll do it for $40 now.
Every time you give $40, Ted will eat that spoonful of cinnamon and repeat what you just saw.
Okay.
No, well, we have to change it up next time. Maybe like part cinnamon, part sriracha.
Oh, you don't want to do that. No.
Burning cinnamon. Like big, like it's like eating powdered big red bubble gum.
Oh.
JD Disputer wants to know how it tastes.
It tastes like cinnamon, that's for sure.
Well, there you go.
By the way,
What it
Tastes
does
like
is
he
it-
licked all the doorknobs
it-
at a cinema.
It takes all of your saliva out of your mouth, and you can't swallow it because there's nothing to do it with. It's like your mouth is dry as a desert. It's ridiculous, but it was fun. I'm glad I did that. Nice
The,
my teeth.
and one comment I want to address before I go is Grievous Apprentice 15. Talking about DC movies and Marvel movies here. I agree for the most part that DC movies have not been up to snuff in comparison to the Marvel movies. But I really did enjoy the Captain America movie that came out a couple of years ago. I thought it was a really good way to introduce that character. And you really cared about this guy who was out of time.
Well, is there a DC movie that you really like?
I really like Batman Begins.
Yep.
That was the only one that I truly liked. But I would say that the only Marvel movie that I think, in terms of, because he said almost, the only Marvel movie that I really disliked was the first Hulk movie.
Ang Lee?
No.
Ang
Well,
Lee.
okay, so the first Marvel Studios movie that I really disliked was The
Edward-
Incredible Hulk with
With
Edward Norton.
Norton.
There were
and
some
Tim
really cool
Roth.
moments and some interesting concepts, but overall the villains felt really flat. The heroes spent way too much time staring out the window, looking sad, than actually doing anything. So I think that was the only one that I truly disliked of the group. So I think to your point though, it seems like the DC movies care about making a big action flick that's really dramatic and gritty than they do about telling a story about a human being. which is something that I'm very interested in. I'm much more interested in hearing about the human being than how much stuff they can blow up, or how much stuff they're whatever. Anyways,
Dominic Mandy is our new
thank
backer.
you guys for being here. I gotta go.
If Dominic Mandy is someone chatting, I'm going to eat the spoonful of sriracha, which is obligatory. And for $10, that's all I'm going to do. If you want to give more, I will do more things. But for $10. So Dominic Mandy,
this is for you.
Put a little dollop on there, like the curly Q, like the Dairy Queen.
Do you want to? Let's get a close up.
Yeah.
We should have done that actually for 10. Well, I just didn't want the computer screen anywhere near there. There.
There we go. All right, sriracha spoonful. Here we go. That's a spicy meatball. That's what I say.
You know that commercial was actually for like not meatballs. It's like for.
I did not know that.
It was for like heartburn medicine.
That makes sense though. I'm gonna need a lot of Tums if we get a lot.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna eat Tums like Pez when I get home.
Is Ted like vomiting upstairs or what?
I don't know.
Where did Ted go?
Well, I'll have to get more water.
Voxel.
Dominic, how did you find us? Did you find us on Reddit?
I think Dominic might be a friend of Ted's.
Well, just let us know.
Just let us know how you got here so we know what's working.
Voxelbit suggests that we make a cinnamon villain who does that, who makes people eat, or does cinnamon clouds.
Or what if he captures people and like the clown in Saw, he puts them in traps, but the solution to all the traps is eating cinnamon.
Oh.
You okay?
I'm fine. I'll be fine.
Alright, I'll see you guys later.
Peace. Thanks again, everybody.
Ted's ODing on spices, apparently.
Oh, you know it. That's what I do.
You got your dinosaur
Um,
Did I miss anything?
I took another spoonful of sriracha because you got another $10 pledge.
Whoop, whoop. Love it.
Dominic, if you want Ted to eat cinnamon, just add $40 to that. Make it even $50. Just saying.
I'll do it again for 40.
No.
Look how much cinnamon I have. Barely even cracked the top.
Fed Tim right here will do it for you.
For $4,000, he'll do all of it.
I'll eat a whole for $4,000. I'll eat a whole bottle of
sriracha.
sriracha.
For $4,000, I eat the whole thing.
I will.
Yeah,
I will pour sriracha down my throat for $4,000.
And then we'll do the milk challenge.
Which won't put us quite there, but will put us close enough that a bunch of $10 pledges will put us over the edge if someone does $4,000.
Right.
Voxelbit. Got here through Nostalgia Critic. Thank you again. Nostalgia Critic has been just such a great promotion. It just has been really good for getting the word out as well. But also a lot of been also really happy with the amount of people who have found it outside the Nostalgia Critic as well. So both have been really great. But Nostalgia Critic was a.
It's Dom. Dom is my buddy.
Oh.
Yeah, he's a buddy of mine.
Dom, if you're a buddy of Ted's, you have in the power of your hand the ability to torture Ted. I had told all my employees at work this is their one opportunity to torture their boss. So I already feel a little heartburn coming on. Yeah, I see the comment. I barely react to the sriracha. I eat lots. When I was in the military, I was stationed in Arizona. I ate lots of spicy food down there. Built up a tolerance to it.
You have to get a tolerance for tasing too.
They don't do hazing in the military.
Tasing.
Tasing. Oh, yes, I have been tased.
Not hazing, no.
I've been pepper sprayed and have inhaled tear gas multiple times as well because of the military. Maybe that's why. But since I'm in my older age now, though, my digestive system isn't as tough. So any ill effects from the sriracha may come later. Mostly with, probably severe heartburn. But I'll do that for this project. That's how much I care about this project. I'll cause myself temporary discomfort for an entire day. You can't have the cord.
Unrelated question, but Asifage wants to know, there's a new Mad Max movie coming out. Have you seen the original? Are you interested? Or?
They're some of my all-time favorite movies.
All right.
I even like the Thunderdome, Beyond Thunderdome. It's ridiculous and silly and doesn't really fit with the theme of the other two very much. The Road Warrior is my favorite of the three, but the first Mad Max movie is truly a fantastic movie. And you have to watch it in the original Australian soundtrack or vocal track. They redubbed it when they released it in the United States because they didn't think they would understand the thick Australian accents very much. So during my childhood, I watched that version. It was the only version that was available. When I was in college, I had a instructor who was named Pinckney Benedict. Real freaking name. He's written a few screenplays. He was a literature instructor of mine. But I took an apocalyptic literature class, and he informed the class that the original Australian audio track, that's the word, audio track, had been released on DVD, and I went and purchased it, and I listened to it. It was almost like watching a whole new movie again. It was so much better, because they were Australians talking like Australians, and there's a couple of spots where you have to rewind to hear what they say, but once you pick up on it, the first, like, after 2 watchings, and you understand everything. Like, one of the patrol cops gets hit in an accident in the throat, and one of the guys gets on the radio and just says he has a sore spot in his throat, a sore spot, but he says sore spot, and little things like that make it. I love those movies. I might secretly want to armor up a oil tanker and fend it off from like a gang of motorcycle gangs. That might be fun to me.
Well, that was one of the movies you wanted to do too, wasn't it?
Well, I mean, yeah, I want to do. I have a script for an apocalyptic short film Jake and I wrote together. It probably cost me a few $1,000s to make, so I haven't filmed it yet. But I like the apocalyptic genre, so I would love to do something with it. So I got a new backer for $25.
Oh,
Meg, thank you, Meg. So I will do some more sriracha for Meg.
I'll do the sriracha too if we're doing it.
Which they did do $25, so that covers each of us.
Yeah. Is that?
I need more water here soon.
If that's Dom, is that Meg? Megan? If it is, you should say something. Megan's his roommate.
Well, thank you, Creatress the Dreamer.
It's his roommate.
Thank you for showing up.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Here you go, Ted.
Thank you.
For
Sriracha.
over an hour, almost 2 hours.
Yeah. Hey, buddy. You getting tired yet?
You have really good questions too, Creators, and really good comments. So thank you.
Srirachas and with a bit of cinnamon in there.
I will say that Ask the Mad Max question, I rambled way too much about it, but it's a live stream that tends to happen. I have zero hopes for the remake.
Oh, how come?
You don't remake. There's certain
right.
You don't remake that movie. It's too classic. I don't know. I know it wasn't a big mega, but it's enough of a cult film that you don't. I don't know. Mm-hmm. I'm very skeptical about the RoboCop movie coming out because I love the original RoboCop movie. I love Paul Verhoeven. That being said, they do have a really great cast in that movie, so it has a chance, if the writing's good, that the new RoboCop movie will actually be good. Yeah. But I don't have much hope for the new Mad Max movie. Oh, cheers. Here we go, Sriracha. That's tasty hot sauce. Ted's a wimp.
I don't like sriracha, apparently. I like hot sauce, but not direct.
I do need more water just to keep the acid reflux down. So
yeah, give me a glass too.
Let me get Ted a glass of water.
Actually, give me a glass of that milk that's up there. It's in the fridge.
Oh, Malcolm going for the cord again.
Oh. Nope.
Woo! I can get used to that, I guess.
Let's see. Oh, well, this is a bit of a sensitive question for Ted, so... off topic again, but I'm curious if you guys are Nintendo, Sony, or Microsoft.
Why is that sensitive for me?
Because you had to sell it.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Well, I like all of them, to be honest. I think I think both of them, or all three of them produce... Uh-oh.
Here, you gotta keep talking. No, you can keep talking.
I think all of them produce some really quality products, good quality products. But I personally am a Sony fan. I like more of the games that they produce. I know most people will hate me for it sometimes, but I really like the Kingdom Hearts series.
Yeah.
I really liked like, I don't know. I was a fan of the controller. Let's see what else did I play? Trying to think. I can't even think of it now. Like, I know it's not. I know it's for all the series, but like Dragon Age was fun. Dark Cloud. I love Dark Cloud. That is one of my most favorite games of all time, and so I love that that's on there. Otherwise, Nintendo's really fun. It's funny because my brother and sister, all three of us had different systems. I had the Sony, the PS3. My brother had the Xbox, and my sister had the Wii. So we were kind of all different in that aspect. So, yeah. What about you?
I mean, I like Nintendo, and I don't have as much of a preference between Xbox 360 or PS3, just because so many of them have the same games at this point.
All right.
Yeah, they're all on different platforms, same platform.
So I almost, in my mind, sometimes almost think of them as the same system.
Yeah.
I mean, except with a few exceptions, obviously. But I mean, I like Nintendo too. I mean, they're pretty much the only first party developers right now. I mean, because like Sony and Microsoft don't like directly produce their games, but at the same time,
Microsoft owns Ubisoft or Bungie. Studios,
yeah,
so.
but that's like second party.
Yeah.
So, but I think the problem with that sometimes is Nintendo like will make their games specific, or their consoles will be made specifically for their own games. Like like the Wii U controller, it's like, okay, for Pikmin 3, it'd be cool if we had a second screen. That'd be really cool.
Yeah.
Like specifically just for one sort of thing or another. And then, like, everyone else is just sort of there for the ride. Like, okay, well, Nintendo's doing that for their thing.
Right.
I mean, there's sometimes, like, I've read sometimes Nintendo will also, like, developers can't use certain things until they do it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they can't use certain of their features without, but...
And that's the unfortunate part, especially with Nintendo being, or Sony, or, well, both, I guess, Sony and Nintendo are across. See, they're in Japan, right? Both of them? Yeah, and so a lot of times they have problems trying to, like, develop stuff just between the United States and Japan. So it's
I don't think that's really much.
Well, it's not a huge problem, but
The problem I have, sorry to talk off screen, I'm taking care of a baby here.
I'm not sure. Can you say, I don't know if
Kyle's changing Malcolm Stacker right now.
I'm not even sure if they can hear you all the way over there.
We can repeat what he says.
I'll tell you in a second. Is Japanese get lots of really awesome turn-based strategy games and RPGs that I love that we don't get over here.
Mm-hmm.
And I've actually purchased some.
Yeah.
You know,
it's a lot of
back in the original PlayStation.
Yeah, Kyle just said that. Yeah, the thing about like Japanese games is they have a lot of really great RPGs, and I mean that's also because RPGs are more popular in Japan. So they develop that sort of thing for them,
right.
For that, and where at the same time, like, you know, first-person shooters or something don't really get developed much in Japan because they're not as popular there. Right. And Kyle made some commentary.
There's a couple I like, but I like Half-Life 2.
I have a
Half-Life 2.
I had a story.
And yeah, I mean they all produce their things, so it looks like Ben's got a phone call right now, so I'm just gonna sit here and how should I entertain you? I'm not gonna just eat more stuff, but then I don't know. I'm not very good at entertaining people just like this.
Yeah, I don't use a script apparently.
I need a script.
You need someone to write something clever for you.
I need someone to write something clever for me to say. So, because I'm not okay. You see, my problem is most of my humor and comedy is focused, condensed. Like it will build up over time, and then for maybe one 1 minute period, I'm witty as hell, and that's it. Like it, I don't know what to do. Just like it's situational humor to me. Like I'm not funny if it's just me trying to tell jokes. I mean, my friends can attest to that. But if I'm in a situation and I can like poke fun at it or like do something silly, then I will. And most of the funny stuff I do is just silly. Like why did he do that? Like I did the truffle shuffle in a club one time because
that was just being drunk and stupid.
Well, most of the stuff I do is because I was drunk and stupid. So
that's not comedy?
Yeah, but it's humorous. It's because
Yeah.
I was being
People are
humorous.
laughing at you then. But
Well, see, and that's I'm okay with. I am okay with people laughing at me. People laughing at me is a good thing. I very much into the self-deprecation humor because I have a very thick skin. I've gotten that over time, and so it's easier for me. It's the easier form of comedy for me is self-deprecation than trying to make fun of other people. So it's like I don't know. It was entertaining at least. People laughed. I do it more for the laughs, really. Like, and sometimes I will do things just because I think it'll be funny and not because of what other people think. So that's just me.
Look at you.
Sorry
Look
about
at
that.
you.
Potential job offering. So that's the
Jobs.
only. That would be the only thing I would
Jibby jabs.
leave the live stream for this. Because I mean, that's kind of.
Go
I mean,
with it.
it's great. I mean, apparently you do need some money to survive. Like you can't just do superheroes all the time.
Yeah.
Lol at Ted's reaction. What did I miss?
That was a while back with the Sriracha.
Oh, really? I don't think. Oh, okay.
Drew the Truffle Shuffle. Grievous, if someone pledges $15, Ted will do the Truffle Shuffle.
No,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
it has to be more
15.
than that. No, like I had to be so intoxicated in order to do this.
35.
Eating cinnamon is fine, but the
Yeah,
truffle,
that's
That's
fine,
where
'cause
you
it's silly.
draw the
Like,
line.
50?
Because I am
$50.
exposing myself.
Whatever.
All right, fine, no, fine.
It's a
$50.
belly. You're a dude.
You got to do the truffle shuffle though. You can't just do the exposure. Like, all right,
Yeah,
fine,
I know.
I'll do it for $50.
But you were complaining about the exposure.
Mhm.
He'll do it for 50. You can make Ted strip for 50. We're literally down to stripping now for money, guys. Just
Well, see, we
for the
brought.
record.
I brought alcohol, but it's not allowed. So Ben didn't want it, so it's fine.
Yeah, I mean it's part of Kickstarter's
Yeah,
policy
well-
is against doing that.
Kickstarter says you can't.
You can't
you
sell alcohol
can't
because you need a
sell
liquor
or
license.
give it as a reward.
Yeah.
So we were.
You can't give it to
debating-
the backer.
Yeah.
You can't give them alcohol.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see how the night goes.
Yeah.
You still got what?
I'm actually.
3 hours.
The spiciness of sriracha doesn't bother me. But I'm starting to get some digestive fight back already because there's no food with it.
Mhm.
Apparently, straight sriracha in your stomach doesn't match
We
very
have
well.
some chicken upstairs.
I'm like, hi. Are you getting tired? Let me put you in your thing.
We are now at 2 hours. Thank you for sticking with us. We are 3 hours away from the end. So just thank you everyone who's been sharing it.
Yes, thank you.
We are close. Oh wait, no. 2 hours. Yeah,
3
3
hours.
hours. Okay.
3 hours.
It's Kickstarter's rounding down, so yeah, it says 2 hours, but it's actually 3. Yeah, thank you for staying with us, and, and we will continue to do what we're doing.
Well, give us some more questions. I mean, we have some more questions in here.
Yeah, ask us
Um,
anything about movies,
Yeah,
life.
I think we missed something.
You-
Yeah, the
Universe,
comments aren't showing up
everything.
for some reason. Just a second.
Are you still hungry? No, man. You just wanted to chill out?
Good. Yeah, it's hold on. Comments are loading.
Yours aren't.
Just a moment.
All right, the only 2 hours to go is my latest. Some mythology in the series.
Mythology. So
There should be some. JD Disruptor says there should be some mythology in the series.
yeah. I mean, I've kind of been making sort of mythology also for how Super Academy started. I mean, we're trying to see if that's something we can work into the series, but I mean, it's not really a central point. I mean, maybe if we do some comics, it could be a cool thing to explore, or a future episode. I mean, you know, I kind of have like sort of an idea of, you know, of Super Academy's beginning, starting at like in the golden age of superheroes.
Yeah,
Um,
I've imagined in my head multiple times this newsreel
Mhm.
about it. In this world, World War II was won because of the D-Day invasion led by a bunch of superheroes, like
Mhm.
a Green Lantern person, basically like taking a bunch of guys to the beach in his power ring and stuff. Like I've imagined that scene multiple times in my head. So yeah, I want there to be, you know, kind of a mythology as well.
Mhm.
I mean, we even have written in a fictional TV show that the character's going to like. This Dr. Phantasm, which is going to be, it's kind of a cross of Doctor Who and some other things, you know, just kind of a long-running serial TV show.
And
it won't be a British show, I don't think. It'll probably be an American show, but as far as it being a long-running serial TV show with multiple actors playing the same character, that'll be the kind of Doctor Who relation.
A lot of Tumblists on their fan base.
Yeah.
We actually also have Glyph is going to be a huge fan of this show. Just to show that, you know, like, Glyph usually spends a lot of time on her work, but she has, for this, she's, like, really dedicated, like, you know, really into, you know, like, she has very strong opinions about, you know, certain recasts, about their different sub-things of the fandom. I mean, so that's just kind of a little fun thing we want to do. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. You know, also mythology, but Valkyrina is, like, the second theme. Originally, like, this really golden age, like, quirky.
We have a story that we'll probably film about a ghost in the academy that will probably be related to the history of the school.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a great question because we've thought about it. It's something we, you know, want
I know,
to do as well.
One of the questions raised a lot earlier was, I think, or it might have been yesterday, was about my mom. Is that, I know it's not quite mythology, but...
Yeah, that's something, it's one question we can't answer right now.
Okay.
Not that we don't have a reason for it, but because...
We don't want to give away too much, then you won't watch.
Yeah, that is something that could actually become, like, may become a very important...
There's a question that we missed a while back. I want the Grievous Apprentice 15. They ask, what are your thoughts on Trevor Slattery, which is the Ben Kingsley character in Iron Man 3, who was the actor paid to play the Mandarin?
Yeah.
If I spoil it for anyone, the movie's been out for 6 months. That's way beyond spoiler territory. I don't care.
Well,
but anyway, I thought that was brilliant because honestly, when they said the Mandarin was going to be the villain, I'm like, well, that's a really crappy villain for a modern movie. I wonder how they're going to portray him. And the movie started, and he's like this Islamic terrorist kind of thing. I'm like, well, that's kind of a lazy way to do it, but it works. And then what they ended up doing with him, I'm like, I love it. It was fantastic. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I didn't have as much knowledge about the Mandarin beforehand, so I just, you know, thought of it. You know, it was only later that I found out that he was considered Iron Man's arch nemesis.
Yeah.
So I can understand some people. You know, I think the reason something that could have avoided a lot of like some of the backlash was if they emphasized more that Killian is supposed to be the Mandarin, is the actual Mandarin. Yeah. I think people, because that was sort of what they were trying to go for.
Yeah.
But he says it once, but I think it sort of just the way it was presented gives the impression that, you know, like the entire Mandarin character isn't real, and I mean it's like I said, I can't really say for sure since I don't have as much knowledge about the Mandarin as a character, so I can't give as much of a input. One thing I do really want to like though is just like that they were able to keep that as like a big twist, and the fact that they actually made fake for the trailer they made false fake scenes just to keep that a secret.
Yeah, like that was brilliant.
Yeah, lines that he actually never says in the movie.
Unlike the J.J. Abrams Into Darkness with the whole Khan thing, I said it was Khan as soon as I saw the first trailer because they showed exact shots from Wrath of Khan.
Yeah.
In the trailer, like they showed Kirk and Spock's hands meet each other in the glass. As soon as I saw that, I'm like, Cover Patch is Khan. Was like, no, they've said it is, and I'm like, I guarantee that's just an elaborate PR ruse, and it really is Khan. And so many people told me I was wrong. I felt so vindicated, and it was so lazy the way Abrams did it. And I didn't like that movie very much. I'm a big Trekkie, but multiple problems with that film. Well shot, great action scenes, pretty solid acting. Story I didn't care about, and some glaring big plot holes, but, you know, whatever. I just thought it was, hey, we know what Trekkies like, but we're not Trekkies, and we're just going to give you topical crap Techies like. Which there's a lot of that in the first movie, so I thought they'd actually do something a little more original in the second Star Trek reboot. Sorry, that went from, you know. So anyway, Iron Man 3 is how to do a twist in a movie and do it well. And Into Darkness is how to go to your fans. in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bunch of other questions.
Okay.
It looks like, what do you think about the Godzilla reboot? At least Godzilla looks like Godzilla this time. And Bryan Cranston's in it. I love Bryan Cranston, so I think it could be very good. They have a good cast. They have a good cast. The Godzilla looks right, so yeah, I'll probably give it a chance. I'll probably go see it.
Mm-hmm.
Here you go, Ted. Maybe this one, you can handle this one. What is your favorite film about boobies?
About boobies?
Who asked that one?
Man.
Grievous Apprentice. 15.
Yeah. Okay.
Is there a specific film about movies?
He asks the right questions.
My favorite thing that has lots of boobies in it probably is the Game of Thrones TV show. I mean, that show is always good for plot, if you will. The movies you watch for the plot. Let's call it that. That's a little movies you watch for the plot. I watch Game of Thrones for the plot.
I don't know.
Well, it's and for the actual plot too.
What I do like is when don't shake your head. I haven't said it yet. Is when like directors and animators, their interpretation of what like non-human characters' boobs look like. You know what I mean? So like, you know, a lot of times they'll give like anthropomorphic features to an alien creature. So they'll have like 2 arms or 2 legs, or they'll have like boobs. But then, or you know,
give an example because I'm not
like
following.
Splice.
Well, I haven't seen that.
Splice was Adrian Brody, and I can't remember that. But they created this like alien. Like, have you seen it? Have you?
No.
Oh, well then I'm just out of my element here. I can't explain it.
I watch lots of movies. I don't even think I've heard of that one.
Look it up. IMDb it right now. Like there is a thing where they created this their offspring, and the offspring was like it could turn like female.
That sounds like
and
a more scandalous version of the really horrible Island of Dr. Moreau.
I don't know. I've never seen that one.
That's an awful movie, but it's one of Marlon Brando's last ever films. He totally mailed it in. He weighed like 400 pounds, and it looked like he was reading from a teleprompter.
Well, yeah, he did that because he didn't feel like he...
And it felt like he was just waiting for them to say cut so he could waddle over the craft services table. It was so bad. So, 2009. Canadian-French science fiction. Is it in French?
No. It wasn't when I watched it. So.
Adrian Brody isn't in it. Produced by Guillermo del Toro. That means I should watch it. I love Del Toro. By the way, Pacific Rim is probably my favorite film that came out this year.
Yeah, that was
love that movie.
Sword. It upset me so much. They figured out the sword effectiveness halfway through all the Jaegers getting destroyed.
Oh, there's a reason for that. I will explain it. So they established in the opening of the movie that kaiju blood is highly toxic.
Okay.
So if you went around in the city with the sword, hacking up with the sword, you're going to spray highly toxic blood all over a densely populated area.
Oh, because, just the fact that they're running around the whole time is not going to matter.
Well, the fist bludgeoning damage doesn't spray as much blood, but a giant sword. Also, I got you. Also, when Raleigh is back there, Mako says there's lots of additions to Gypsy Danger. The swords are new because she is Japanese and redesigned it. And what did Japanese people add to shit? Swords.
Yes, but why?
So he didn't know about it
but she should have.
And they might have known about it in the drift.
It was a limit break. Okay, they weren't high enough level yet. They had to kill more kaiju before they.
No, it really was like the sword, and it's also potentially that. And in Japanese culture, even the samurai, the sword was a weapon of last resort. So in the subconscious of Mako and everything is a sword is a weapon. A samurai would only unleash a sword and draw blood in the most dire of circumstances.
It's the only reason I would accept for why.
And honestly, Gypsy Danger took care of the big gorilla leatherback just fine without a sword. They beat the crap out of him, shot him, so they went like, let's take the other one without the sword. And then when things went pear-shaped, sword. And then to further, once they're not around the populated area to spray blood and they're going underwater, both swords are out, ready to go. So they thought of that.
All right.
That's
All right.
just that's a superficial way
Fine.
that people use to attack that movie. I love that movie, and I will fight
It's
you
not
about it.
superficial. It's
I
a
will
good-
fight you if you
it's a
don't like
good
Pacific Rim and don't have a good argument, or I can tear your argument apart like I just did Ted's. I will fight you over it. But yeah, once they are out of the populated area and they're in the Mariana Trench, both swords are out, and he chopped the freaking guy in half, head to toe.
After they could.
Okay, I'm
Anyway,
gonna be the
sorry.
adult here.
I will fight you over that movie. Anyway, yeah, there's an actual Super Academy question we should get to.
Yeah. I can talk about this one.
Okay.
The Voxel bit. Can you tell us more about Dark Cop's backstory? Know a fair bit about Power Kid, but Dark Cop is still very mysterious, which is good. But if there's anything you can tell us, yeah, I mean, there are a couple things that I don't want to bring up right now. But just sort of like his background is, he came from like I guess relatively rich family. His parents are still alive, which is a big twist to people.
Yeah.
But he's a person who early on like got really interested in like electronics and stuff, and just like couldn't really connect with people very well. So just focused entirely on his own stuff.
And karate class.
Yeah.
Or, I'm sorry, Aikido class.
Mm-hmm.
Aikido.
Mm-hmm.
You probably never heard of it.
Yeah. Actually, the third Doctor, if you're a Doctor Who, classic Doctor Who fan, uses Aikido.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, no. So that was his whole thing is like being so self-dependent. That's why he makes his own custom gadgets. Like he does it. He makes them from scratch. He he's always trying to find ways to keep his mind active, a bit like Sherlock in that way. I mean, so there isn't. He's pretty much a superhero just because that's the thing that he's best at, really, and that's like the only thing he really finds interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he has the mindset for it. He's almost you could almost argue that he's wired mentally.
Mm-hmm. Right.
His parents didn't have to be killed to set him on the path.
Yeah.
He was wired. He came out of the womb ready for justice.
Uh-huh.
Right. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I get the sense that like in some ways, like Dark Cop even helping people, he's doing it more just because like it's just a thing for him to do.
Yeah. So sorry, I have to address the Pacific Rim questions that have come out now.
No, you don't.
No,
Mako was
Let it
Japanese,
go.
and Hamo Chow. Who knows if he wasn't affected? He could have died a few seconds later after they cut. That was just Ron Perlman. Being Ron Perlman. So maybe he was messed up. Maybe he died a few seconds later, or maybe he got super awesome mutant powers and became Hellboy. I don't know.
Anyway,
Voxelbit mentions that when this might not just be a question but a reaction. When Dark Cop was first introduced, I thought he would become a supervillain, or perhaps he used to be one. But later he became more heroic. Yeah, I mean that his thing is like he's sort of like trying to be like the vigilante sort of hero. So when he was first introduced, it was like I must bring independent justice. Like I can't use the system.
Yeah,
I have to.
He stole my pen. I'm gonna ask him where it is and beat it out of him.
Yeah, because if he stole my pen, that means he made it into my dorm, which means he broke into my dorm, which means he may have taken important information. So yeah, coming to the worst possible conclusion as well. Yeah. So I mean, that's another like his thing is like he's so confident in his own abilities that he'll like go directly to that conclusion. You're welcome, Voxelbit. Voxelbit's just thanking us for a description.
Well, it's a fun character. I mean, there's I was originally going to help Ben shoot the pilot. I was going to be on set. I was probably just going to be a PA or a line producer or something, just help because it looked like a fun project. And then my son Malcolm, who was born that week, so it kind of threw that off. But then when I invited Ben later in the year, I wanted to get a group of filmmakers and other creative types together for a writers' meeting at my house. And we met for several weeks in a row. We wrote some short film scripts and everything. And then Ben approached the group, he's told us he wanted to expand Super Academy to a series. And I'm like, yes. then I will actually get to work on this project now.
Yeah, I mean,
because I missed out, and I mean, what attracted me was the characters and the universe and the potential. I mean, the pilot is a good short film, but the thing about it is just there's potential for so much more. It's really just a launching pad for something that's fun, and the characters in there aren't mine, but they're characters that they're real and they're visceral, and me as a writer, I can sit there and go, I can do things with these characters.
Yeah, no, I'm.
When I watch other short films, there's lots of independent films around here, but I see short films like, that character doesn't do anything for me. He doesn't want to, I can't think of anything I'd have that character do. When I see a character like Dark Copper Power Kid, I'm like, there's things I want to write for these characters.
Yeah, and
that's what attracts me to a project.
And and everyone who's been, we've been sort of delegating scripts on. I mean, the first one was pretty much all me. I mean, I had people critique it and stuff, but I really, wanted to sort of get other people's opinion on it. Mm-hmm. I mean, part of it's also just time wise, but also you guys have people who, you've been able to really understand the characters and
Do you want to lay down?
Write them in.
Having trouble.
Yeah.
Aww.
Write them in ways so that let me see new directions to go with them, and also, Kyle, if you hadn't, sorry, sorry guys, but no, if you hadn't even done some of those writers group, like I don't think, I would, that really helped also even get like Super Academy off the ground because I had this idea, but I had no. It's like, well, I guess maybe I could do something with it. I don't know. But, like, to have other people also interested as well has been such a great, motivator.
Yeah. And it really, I think it blew up, really, once the first part was done, Once over and previewed, a lot of people, like you said, came to you and said, hey, this is a really fun project.
Yeah.
We want to continue doing this. And like Kyle said, there's so much we can do. I am really excited because, I get to be the character again, which is really fun. But
well, maybe.
Maybe.
Well, no, that's a joke.
That's if there's another person who could do it
Episode
better.
1, Power Kid dies.
Yeah, exactly. And then is reborn as somebody else. Yeah. But
basically because we need a new actor.
I think I'm really excited because if we can get this through, I'm really excited to do more stunt work. You saw. We had fight choreographers.
Yeah,
we had fight choreographers, and they were really good fight choreographers. But we only practiced for an hour or two, and that's
I need to charge.
45 minutes when we were actually doing the pilot. And so, it comes out. You can see it. You can tell.
It's a very restrained fight.
Yeah, but when I got thrown against the wall of the hotel room, it's like. I went back and watched it. I'm like, oh man, that looks so campy. And it's fun, it's campy, whatever. But it would be and of course we're in a hotel room, so we didn't really have insurance to go flying through a wall. So I had to be careful. And it's we have this opportunity now to make bigger, better things. I want to see people fly. I want to punch somebody and see them fly through a wall. That is one of the biggest things I want to see because we're gonna get a jerk. What Jacob said, jerk vest, which is the harness that you hook up to people. And then you have people pulling it from behind. So then you see them just fly through the air from some reaction. And so then you take out
digital. We'll do some.
Yeah.
I'm off screen, but hopefully you can hear me. We'll do some digital effects too. We do have access to some good VFX artists here in the Twin Cities.
Exactly.
So we'll do a combination of practical and visual effects. He'll be finding a location. We can maybe build a wall out of plaster or something.
Yeah, you get the materials
through it.
We have the money. We'd have the money to make the materials like the walls, the fake walls, and the props and things like that. And so it would be. It'll be fun. It'll be awesome. It'll look really good on camera, and so it's exciting. That's what's exciting about it. And so,
but for the original. The short film was filmed on a red camera, which is what they filmed the Hobbit movies on. Mm-hmm. For instance,
the red one.
Pacific Rim was filmed on a red camera. I don't think it was the same model. It was filmed on a red camera. So we're talking, industry standard equipment.
Yeah.
We'll be repeating the series on similar equipment as well. So we're going to give you a real. This isn't a bunch of dudes in a handy cam in the backyard with hands sewn together costumes. This this has real production values on it, albeit not at the $1 million levels of Hollywood. But that's the thing, digital filmmaking has really given independent filmmakers like us access to basically the same tools the pros use.
Yeah, and what's fun about independent projects too is you were allowed to be creative. Like,
there's no studio telling us that we have to do something that appeals to a focus group.
Exactly.
We write the story we want to write and film the story we want to film.
And it gives us the chance to really show how much creativity our group has, and so it'll definitely blossom in that. And so I mean, if it doesn't happen, like Kyle said, if it doesn't happen this time, it will happen next time.
Or
the next time. Like, we're not giving up.
We have enough. What we've done now, though, is with this Kickstarter, showing that there's enough interest in this project that we can potentially find an investor or get a grant for it now. We have a good, and with the pilot already being made, thanks to Ben doing that as this project, we have a proof of concept of the tone, the feel, the quality of the work, the quality of the acting, which the acting, here's the thing, once you get, that was for Ted's first ever film role, for those of you who don't know.
You're fine.
Well,
no, I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm just like, I myself am a relatively new actor. I was Fay and Talent, I'm one of the lead actors, and rewatching things, there's parts that I cringe, like, oh, why did I do it like that?
And that's exactly how I
felt. Actor's the thing, you're continually getting better as an actor. And Ted has done dozens of shorts and features ever since then, and he also,
I would say dozens.
And all he's done is expand his skill set, which is fantastic. He's really dedicated to this.
I read some of the YouTube comments after the thing was so, and you never read the comments
except for you guys. You guys are.
It's a live stream, obviously, but like the comments on YouTube that I saw, and I was just like, huh.
There were some mean ones.
Yeah, there were some.
But people was like, "This is the worst acting ever." I'm like, "Well, based on what though?"
Yeah.
No,
like people who say that probably think, David Caruso in CSI Miami.
There's always going to be someone who says Daniel Day-Lewis is a terrible actor. Like you said.
I mean, he's
not, by the way. He's a master.
I mean, with the comments, I think I've actually been really happy with the volume of positive ones. Like,
yeah.
I mean, for YouTube thing, I expected, like tons of, oh, what do you do?
Bitch.
But no, I mean, I think, and a lot of dirt, and a lot of which I really like is also, which I really like that I don't see very often is like people also giving like, constructive criticism, like people saying like, okay, this one wasn't as good, but here's why.
Right.
Like I really like. I read through all those. I mean, I've read through pretty much almost all the comments.
Like I'm gonna continue doing what I'm doing, no matter what the comments are. But yeah, like,
well, I mean, you have to, otherwise you're not gonna.
Well, I'm not gonna get anywhere if I don't. But I mean, like, those bad comments are fine. I don't care, but just give us feedback. Give me feedback or something like that. If you're gonna criticize my work, then tell me what I did wrong so I can improve it next time. Like, I'm still going to try and improve because, believe me, I am my own worst critic. I sat there and was like, oh, I made that face or I said that word that way. Believe me, I picked through that whole movie and I still don't like watching myself, but I will always try.
You're the only person who doesn't like the chip scene.
Well, because
everyone loves it.
It's not that I don't love it. It's just it was so hard to do because everyone was laughing around me. Like,
but you made it work. And so that's a credit to you.
Well, you can see the little smirk in my face as I'm doing it because it's like everyone behind the camera was
their mouth. That little smirk makes it funny.
It was, but yeah, I mean, it's the comments. Yeah, don't read the comments unless they're unless they're live comments. These live comments are good. So.
Yeah, thank you, Voxelbit. Thank you for Voxelbit saying that something I find entertaining and want to watch and support. You guys are definitely people that deserve to succeed because you're a genuine passion and appreciation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh yeah, back to what you were saying though.
But I read all the comments.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean I mean at least all the YouTube ones. A couple I didn't. Some of the Nostalgia Critic.
Nostalgia Critic page is harder to navigate.
Mm-hmm.
So.
But I definitely, just to go back to the acting thing, like Kyle said, I wouldn't say dozens of things, but since Super Academy, I've been helping out with I've helped in some way in 18 different productions, and that's been about a year. Whether it's looking for people to cast in or being an extra or stuff like that. So, like you said, I'm hoping my skill set is increased enough for this, and I'm looking forward to, like they said earlier, some of the dramatic parts because I really want to do more dramatic stuff. Comedy, I mean, I love both. I love comedy and drama. Comedy is fun. You get get a lot of laughs out of it. I was told I was a good is it stick man? Like the it's the Laurel and Hardy. You got the one who does the comedy.
Straight man.
Straight
man.
Straight man. I guess I'm a better straight man than I'm an actual person. That's what I've been told. So I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, Voxel, you're pointing out things. The film is of a professional quality. I mean, it was filmed on industry standard equipment. It was well edited. It's a good short film. Period. I'm slightly biased, but I actually wasn't on the production, so I'm somewhat it was. When I finally saw it, and Ben, like you said, when Ben wanted to expand the series, I'm like, yes. But also, having fans interacting with them, people say don't ever stop doing that. I'm like, that's the thing. As long with this being a fully independent series, the fact that we run our own social marketing pages, it's if anytime you see a post on the Facebook page, it's me or Ben. It's you send a message to the Facebook page of the Kickstarter, Ben or I are going to respond to you, and we're going to do it within 48 hours, because we care about our fans. And the thing about an independent production, unlike a big studio production, is you have access to us because you are our source of funding and everything. We don't have to appease advertisers or investors or anything. We just have to make a good product and then make our fans happy. So we're going to talk directly to our fans.
And I think actually, I think that's, not to be a bit dramatic here, but I think that kind of is going to be sort of almost the model that films are going to get made in the future. I mean, I think the studio system is just like running into a lot of problems right now. And
it's evolving is what it is.
I mean, well, people. I mean, they're not making films in Hollywood anymore.
Right. The ease of making films,
right,
is really
right. So, but
produce a lot outside, and so
yeah. Well, I mean, I think the studios are still going to make the gigantic
right.
films,
They're going to make the blockbusters,
but I think because it's now so exclusive for small films to get into that, like you can't even get into it anymore unless you're with the right person and the right union and everything. Right. But going directly to the people, like, and especially because studio system films are all about appealing to as many demographics as possible.
Right.
Where this system, you can
target a specific group.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's going to be the model.
But yeah, but that's still hard too. I mean, like I think someone said on Kickstarter especially, films is the highest. What was it? The highest
rate of failure.
Well, yeah, not just
or not getting funded.
Independent films are the most prominent projects on Kickstarter.
Yeah,
that is the most.
They're most saturated on.
Yes, and it's also the hardest things to get funded
because there's so many of them.
Right, there's so many, and it's like you said, you have to target certain people because they're the ones who are going to want. Well,
that's why we put it on Nostalgia Critic. That's our target. People that like the content on that guy with the glasses, that's who we're making content for.
Yeah. Right. I mean, we
and Convergence too. We've shared it on various pages.
Convergence is if you're anywhere near Minnesota,
Twin Cities, or want to make a trip,
it's totally worth it.
It is one of the United States' largest, completely volunteer-run science fiction, fantasy gaming convention. There is cosplay. There are panels. They had one of the writers from Doctor Who as a special guest this past year. They show films. They do lots of great events, panels. See Robert Cargill, who's a longtime, I think he was a film critic on Bleeding Cool. I could be wrong on the website. He's reviewed over 400 films. He was one of the first ever online film reviewers, and now he's writing screenplays. He wrote. There was a relatively low-budget horror movie that was actually really good with Ethan Hawke in a haunted house where he played a writer. I think it was called Insidious.
Oh, yes.
He wrote that.
Yeah.
And he's terrifying. At Convergence every year, and he does panels about film. the guy knows film. He loves film. You know, so those are going to be, and Convergence is just a lot of fun. You know, you can go to the top floor and play Pathfinder, Magic the Gathering, and you know the awesome board games. There's lots of things to do. So, and I think this past year there was over 4,500 attendees. And it's just lots of fun. I mean, I saw some really fantastic, you know, cosplay on par with what you see at Comic-Con or etc.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing where, like, I'll usually, like, if I have to do work versus, you know, an activity, I'll, like, have to do work. But Convergence is the one thing that I, like, you know, will mark it, like, a year in advance. Like, I cannot schedule anything here. This is, like, amazing.
Yep.
Is Jennifer Lawrence going to be a librarian? Doug mentioned that.
That would be awesome. That would give us some pretty good exposure. And I wouldn't mind being on set with Jennifer Lawrence. I'm not going to.
But
yeah.
She's my future wife, so.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's all right. I can be her mistress. All right. Or whatever the male equivalent of a mistress is.
She said she wanted to
I have to
direct
clear it with my wife.
So that would be really fun to do. I think she could be really fun.
But she's also a genuinely like fun, goofy person, and seems like she'd be fun to be with on set from a lot of her interviews and stuff. But I don't think it's going to happen. Sad. You know, unless one of you is Jennifer Lawrence's agent, then we have no money to give her. But she can work for back end points of any money we make from this.
Brownie points.
Yeah.
I want to ask, like, how intense would some of the fight scenes be?
What?
How intense would some of the fight scenes be?
I mean, I guess that depends on how you classify intense.
I mean, we have.
I just watched Quentin Tarantino's
Let's just
Kill Bill.
say we're not going to have buckets of blood splatter.
Well, no, but like, okay, there was the fight scene in the trailer, Bud's trailer on the second one.
Yeah.
When Uma and Daryl, I think it's Daryl Hannah, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fighting. Oh, I love his fight scenes.
But let's just say we've written an episode that has lots of death bots, which are death-sized robots in it.
You were starting it out with like, let's just say very vague, and then specifically.
Let's just say there's death bots and like a battle royale. Okay. We have that written. We have a battle royale written in a script.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's going to be that episode, and that's near the end, and that's going to be an episode that, like, not all the episodes are going to be the same cost. Like, some episodes are going to be cheaper.
That's going to be one of the bigger,
yeah,
more expensive, like, badass episodes.
But, I mean, it's all about, I think the intensity comes down to how much time and effort we put into rehearsing. Like I had mentioned earlier, the fight scene we did in the hotel room, we only had, like, 45 minutes, an hour.
You rehearsed before.
No, of rehearsal. Like, it was a lot of rehearsal before that.
Yeah.
Like, it was, like, an hour or two. Whereas, like, if we have a whole, like, not a whole episode, but a huge fight scene or something, we can rehearse for days, you know, like multiple half days and stuff like that, just so that we get it down right. Because, you know, there's so much that goes behind an actual fight scene. Like, it's all choreographed. It's all done repetitively, down to the, you know, second of it. And so, like, it has potential to be really intense and fun, and I think we can do that.
I want those of you...
but yeah, not so much blood.
See in the comments, Eric Andrade chimed in to say hello. Eric is going to be composing the score for the series. He's a really fantastic composer. He actually did the entire score for, I hate to bring it up, but it's basically my whole body of work until we started doing filming Super Academy is Fang and Talon, and it's a fantastic... every time I listen to the Fang and Talon soundtrack, I just kind of, like, I squee, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, no, check out...
It's really good.
Fang and Talon is also one of our subscriptions on here, so...
I would love you, if, you know, you like the kind of content there. There's 4 episodes of Fang and Talon out already. There are 5 more on the way that are kind of stuck in... They're not stuck in post-production, but the visual effects artist is behind. We had an elf in the show, and the prosthetic ears. Now, they did this in Lord of the Rings and everything. She has to sit there and blend the ears so it looks seamless and not like a prosthetic, frame by frame. So she's gotten a little bit behind on that, on top of us having a wizard in there and having to do all the wizard effects. So we have an effects-heavy episode that she's been working on for about a month now. And we're not Pixar. We don't have a team of animators and stuff. We have a person. And so she's behind. But the next 5 episodes are probably... There's been this huge delay since episode 4 came out. But episodes 5 through 9 are going to come out in pretty rapid succession. Because after episode 5, the special effects intensity dies down.
Mhm.
We talk about big episodes. That was a very expensive episode.
Mhm.
So yeah, if you like original web series content by Minnesota filmmakers, that's Jacob and I. Jacob created Fang and Talon. I wrote, starred in it, and produced it. So that's something worth checking out. And if you just go to Google and type Fang and Talon web series, it'll pop up. Start episode 1 is we're feeling things out. Episodes 2 through 4 really start picking up.
Voxelbit also wants to say that she is Jennifer Lawrence.
Yeah,
However,
Yes.
however, according to 2 hours ago, Voxelbit is Tom Bevan. So we have evidence against you. So nice try
If
there.
you know her, that would be helpful.
Yeah,
Personally.
she probably has $5,000 laying around.
Mhm.
We'll let her star in the show for if she gives us $5,000.
I don't think that's how that works.
Is that how it works?
she can be Corona. Or,
Yeah, she can be Corona
Glyph.
or Glyph.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
She could have Valkyrina's daughter, who is like a trust funder, like something like that. That could well work.
Naturally, are we gonna have explosions?
I mean, I've added like green screen explosions too.
Yeah,
I mean,
you can do some really sweet things with After Effects.
yeah, explosions are actually relatively easy to do now. I mean, it depends.
Almost all the explosions in the Expendable movie, or half the explosions in the Expendables movie, were done with After Effects.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah,
But,
big Hollywood movies use After Effects for explosions, so we have that at our disposal.
I learned it's better to do half and half though, because then it tricks the mind into not knowing what is real and what isn't real, just like they did with Jurassic Park. Like Jurassic Park, they had fake dinosaurs and real dinosaurs. Sorry.
Really, Ted? Show me where these real dinosaurs are.
I rocked into that.
Because I'm like,
I meant CGI and special
and practical effects.
That's what I meant.
All
practical
right.
effects.
Because if I saw a real dinosaur, I'd probably crap my pants.
Well, you do every day. Well, not every day, but they're around.
You mean birds?
Alligators, birds.
Birds are more closely related.
Reptiles.
Birds are more closely related to dinosaurs.
Reptiles.
But,
Whatever.
anyway.
Same thing.
I hope, Voxelbit, you said that as curses.
Foiled again.
Curses!
See, he could totally be
I no longer curse, I can just say curses.
He'd be a good villain.
Mhm.
He'd be a good villain. Fly yourself out here and you'd be a villain in the series.
Not Jennifer Lawrence.
Well, if it turns out he is Jennifer Lawrence and
Yeah.
is part of it, that'd be insane.
Uh-huh.
If you are Jennifer Lawrence, I don't know how you're incredibly loved on Reddit. Reddit freaking loves Jennifer Lawrence. And not a really creepy way. They're just like almost all the posts are about how like quirky and fun she is. So
anyway, let's get off of Jennifer Lawrence's dick there for a while.
Wait, she has one of those?
And so,
That explains a lot about you.
we are moving on.
We made if you guys are playing a drinking game at home, so every time Ben gets uncomfortable from some tangent Ted and I go on, you should take a drink.
It's really easy to make Ben uncomfortable.
I'm not uncomfortable. I'm trying to keep.
He doesn't want to talk about possible transgender Jennifer Lawrence.
I'm trying to keep.
Stay on track. We're trying to stay on track.
I don't even know.
Welcome back, Blue Dragon, too.
Mm-hmm.
Did you find anybody? I know you had left to go look for people.
So we have 12 people watching now. So yeah, if anyone just has questions, comments, that's what we're here for. See if you can try to stump us.
A lot from Vox, so.
You can see if you can try to weasel some info out of us, because we're not invincible in that regard.
I don't know.
Oh,
that Sriracha's getting to me too now.
I'm just going through to see if there are any we missed.
I tweeted Kevin Smith for this project. Nothing came of it though.
He probably gets a million of those requests.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
it's funny. Jennifer Lawrence is on my recommended pages now on Facebook.
Yeah.
Wow. that must be its IDing system. It's
Exactly.
like, okay.
Yeah, the voice recognition system.
Oh, you believe... Oh, thank you, Blue Dragon 5. Blue Dragon 5 says, I believe that I recruited a few people.
Yay!
Yeah.
So, awesome.
We ate several spoonfuls of sriracha. We're almost to 7,000.
And
can someone like donate 4,000 so we can be almost to 12,000?
yeah,
Actually,
but then what if it accidentally goes over? That would backfire bad for them.
Go over.
Like if someone just backed 4,000 just as a joke, and they're like, "Oh, they're not."
Well, don't do that.
I know.
Yeah.
We're gonna back it. Have the money for it.
Right.
Oh, JD brings up a good point that we had talked about.
You should have groups in which the series follows, like one group that is Power Kid, Dark Cup, etc., and another group like Starburst. Yeah, I mean, part of it is also, we're a little limited. We don't too many characters at once.
The episodes are gonna be 5 to 9 minutes long.
Well, good one.
I mean, or their website. The longest episodes will probably be at the most 15 minutes.
Yeah, I'm no longer than that, but yeah.
So the thing about a web series is you have to have a setup, a conflict, and resolution in a very short amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
So that pretty much requires you to only focus on a handful of characters.
But I think, I think
truly develop them and make people care about them instead of just jumping from one character to another constantly.
Though there are bits where you see like a specific group or like ensemble together.
Yes.
I really want to give Chaotrix and one other person who I'm not going to say an episode if we can work that into it. I mean, just with the way it's.
You're talking about the Chaotrix Colorblind Kyle episode, right?
Colorblind Kyle. Uncle Sam.
Cousin
Sam. Sorry, Cousin Sam.
Yeah.
We'll
have the spin-off show, Kneecapper and Friends.
Mm-hmm. What was I? Where was I going with this? But yeah, no, I do want to, though, there will be bits where you focus on certain groups as well. Because I think, like, a lot of the characters are almost, like, written in such a way of how they can interact with other people.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, even, like, Valkyrine and Gothel, who were the two teachers at the beginning, like, were sort of written, they can kind of, like, bounce off each other. I mean, eventually, most of their scenes, just for time-wise, you couldn't see, but, with Valkyrina being, like, extremely professional, but also, like, really trusting, and, Gothel would be more, like, like, realist, in a way, and I think that there's a lot of opportunities for that sort of thing, back and forth. So, yeah.
Grievous Apprentice 15 is asking for the Truffle Shuffle.
Only if they back it. They gotta back it.
$50, I think, was Ted's price.
$50. Yeah, I'll do it for $50. The straight up chunk truffle shuffle. It's the best. Mm-hmm. You've seen it, right? You haven't seen the Goonies?
Oh, I've seen the Goonies. Yeah.
Okay.
I thought you were talking about.
I thought I would have to disown you as a friend there for a second.
Wow.
That is a classic.
Mm-hmm.
Classic movie. You've seen it.
Yeah.
Of course you have.
Hey, you guys! There you go.
I've seen it. Love that movie.
There's a Blue Dragon 5. What if you guys had an episode where we intercut with with Deathside preparing for his day and Power Kid preparing for his, and then they interact, meet up at some point? It could be a neat juxtaposition. That's something that I'll definitely... it's in the brain bank.
Voxelbit also mentions that I wouldn't mind watching longer episodes. Part of the, again, length is based on, budget as well, but...
Yep. It's for every minute of finalized film you see, typically for a project like this, you're talking about 15 to 20 minutes of production. So say, on average, for 15 to 30, 15 to 30 minutes of work for 1 minute of final footage. So say that translates a 10-minute show, we're talking, that's 300 minutes. Typically, that's just filming time. That's not production, post-production. That's how much footage you need typically. To get 10 minutes of final footage, you need about 300 minutes recorded of raw footage to deal with. So, and that raw footage, so if you're recording 300 minutes of raw footage, that's a whole day of shooting.
Right.
That's expensive. 10 minutes is 1 day of shooting, honestly.
Yeah. That being said, what is good also about it being a web format is that we can define length and stuff. So if
the story only takes a 7-minute episode, then it'll take a 7-minute episode. Or if it takes 17 minutes, it'll take 17 minutes.
Right.
And we don't have to hit a 22-minute or a 44-minute.
And part of the reason also we initially focused on like shorter, and we still are going to focus around that time frame, just for logistics as well. But was also because with the internet we weren't
People's
sure.
attention spans on the internet,
Right.
At least when you're especially trying to get someone to watch a new product.
Mhm.
Now, the Nostalgia Critic's been around for a while, so he can post a 45-minute video and people are going to watch it because they're coming there to watch the Nostalgia Critic.
Mhm.
Now, we do this first season of Fang and Tap. The thing is, someone pulls up, and watches once we actually release the series, and the first episode is 14 minutes long, and we're like, I don't have 14 minutes. And you're like, it was only 14. That's the internet mentality. You got to reel people, and that's that first 2 minutes of the show too has to be intriguing as well. Because if you don't catch them in that first 2 minutes, they're going to go. How many times have you started watching a YouTube video that someone linked or something, and the first 2 minutes were crap, and you just like went back,
Right.
And watched something else?
I mean, yeah, I am pretty happy though about the amount of views that have happened. Like again, 10,000 relatively doesn't sound as big for a YouTube thing, but the fact that
it's a short film that has 10,000 views, that's impressive.
Right. So, again, like lengthwise, it's really just logistics. What happens? I mean, really, a lot of the budget also for this is more based around like it's not so much physical time, but as much location changes and stuff.
Yep.
So if it were an episode that which again would be really boring, but if they were just talking or something, like that could be something that might.
Yeah, exactly. We could do quote unquote, they call it the bottle episode, which those of you who are TV fans originates from the original Star Trek television series, to where they had an episode that took place in like 1 or 2 rooms in the ship or on a space station. So it was a ship in a bottle episode, which has been shortened to bottle episode. I mean, even if those of you who are fans of the show Community, which I am, they even did it. Like they even call it the bottle episode, where they're locked in the study room for an entire episode. So episodes like that are much lower budget, which gives you another episode. Which, if the writing's good and the acting's good, are still entertaining, even though if the action's limited, and that frees up for a bigger location. But anytime you see something, like we're doing a full cinema, cinematic style web series. It's not a handy cam with friends. We film it, we edit it real quick, and throw it on. This is being filmed on a cinema camera. It's going to be colorized. It's going to be edited. Foley effects and ADR are going to be added. I mean, it's a full thing. So the amount of time that takes, it's going to take more money and time. So, but to get those locations that work. So if you're going to spend all that time and money, is what I'm trying to say, to do all that other stuff, you don't want to just film it in your buddy's basement. You want to film it in an appropriate location. And often you have to pay to use locations.
Well, the Dark Ops room was in the basement, but yeah.
I mean,
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you can use, but it was appropriate. Dark Ops, space looks like a basement. And this all, relates to the Batcave too. It's a correlation. But yeah, you have to, or if you don't have to pay for the actual location itself, you have to pay for a permit to film there. All those things cost money. And sometimes places like, oh yeah, you just need a permit and insurance. So, you might have to pay for insurance too, which probably wouldn't be a bad idea. But
so, Blue Dragon 5 asks, how is Power Kid paying his tuition for Super Academy? And I'll just take this one.
Okay.
So first off, Super Academy does have a bit of a loan program. They're not as strict as some of the others because they want to avoid supervillainy in certain areas. But also, when Power Kid got kicked out, Deathside didn't offer him any money, but Chaotrix is just sort of like almost pity, like little thing. She did give some funds to him. But that was kind of like the end of their connection or talking to each other.
Yeah.
I mean, occasionally Chaotrix might like just text Power Kid like, so what's up or something. But I mean, it's really limited. I mean, that's a little bit why, Power Kid wasn't as surprised also when he saw Chaotrix in his dorm. It was when Deathside showed up that it was more shocking. So, I mean, their relationship is really complicated at this point. So
Power Kid has daddy issues.
Yeah. And so does Chaotrix. It's probably even more, actually. But yeah, great when All in the Family did a bottle episode. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, bottle episodes are kind of a staple of American television, and it comes down to budget. Like, the main reason network TV shows do it is like, hey, we owe the network another 23 episode season, and they're like, they give us this much money. They're like, we want to do these big fancy episodes, and they get there and like, oh man, we only have X number of dollars left for the last two episodes. Let's just do bottle episodes. So. No, they did, Star Trek, even in the later spin-off series like Deep Space Nine, those episodes would, completely, Deep Space Nine, they just take place on a runabout. Two characters would be stuck on a runabout with each other. And then they use the stock runabout flying around footage that you'd see repeated from time to time. So, it's a staple, but it'd be fun to do that. It's kind of an ode to American. I mean, that's why Community is great. It kind of is almost a retrospective and appreciation of American television with some unique characters. So that's why they name episodes after, meta things, and that's why, Abed is so meta at times, is kind of a ode to American television. But we could do something like that too, especially if, we have a really big, expensive episode. We may, tweak one of ours to be a little more inclusive to one or two locations to keep costs down.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I ramble.
No, I mean, you said pretty much everything. Darn it, you said everything. Yeah.
A flashback of Deathside.
And his father.
Maybe in a couple years when Malcolm, my son, can start acting, and we can give Malcolm a little Deathside costume.
That would be awesome.
I mean,
just a little mask.
A 2-year-old toddler Deathside.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually something I thought of. I don't know. I mean, part
Kid
of it is
actors are really hard to work with.
Well, I meant specifically with this, not with. But I mean, part of Deathside, I also kind of want to keep like some mystery about him, because I kind of want him to just sort of be like ultimate evil sort of guy. Like, I mean, his role is pretty much to be,
Well,
this
he could also be, if he's a real, if he's known in the villain underworld, we could. I just thought of a great idea for an episode.
Well, just a second, but
sorry.
But the so
inspired
his character
by Blue Dragon,
right? His character, like, I want to keep parts of it a secret. Like even some of the interactions with Power Kid, I want to sort of keep a secret because I think that kind of also makes him scarier if you don't know everything about him.
Absolutely.
Like, implication is much worse than saying it out sometimes.
Yep. So, the idea for an episode I have, thinking about it, those of you who are fans of the Batman animated series might know, if you remember the episode of Batman animated series where all the villains sit around the table telling tales about the Batman, how they almost got him.
Yeah.
Well, we have a bunch of heroes talking about Deathside and all their different encounters about Deathside. Now, Deathside doesn't have to be about the table, but it could just be like a whole bunch of Deathside shorts, but they could just be tall tales. They could just be trying to outdo each other with stories, and they're all hearsay about the potential. Is like, no, well, I heard Deathside, stole the Hope Diamond to power Super Laser to hold the UN hostage. I'm like, that wasn't Deathside. That was the Diamond Meister. Like,
I actually, let's actually work on that.
Yeah,
I think that. I mean, maybe not.
And it could be, or it could be a bunch of supervillains or heroes talking about it. I was like, no, that's not Deathside's origin. Kind of like the Kaiser Soze story from Usual Suspects.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't, and I mean, maybe even wouldn't have to be Deathside if we didn't want to. Like, they could also be a chance just to have, a bunch of little script stories that we can't fit anywhere else.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's actually a fantastic idea. So, you heard it here.
Yeah. So, Blue Dragon 5 has another. He or she is full of good questions now. Family therapy episode with Power Kid, Chaotrix, and Deathside could be inexpensive.
Yeah,
you'd have to find that episode would hinge on a fantastic comedic actor to play the therapist.
Yeah,
I have a couple in mind that could probably pull it off, but
well, I mean, and the problem is,
but Deathside would just kill the therapist.
Yeah,
or torture him or imprison him.
I mean, Deathside, and we had fun with Deathside last night, for those who joined in the stream for that, but Deathside really, I want to keep him as sort of the character where things get serious when he's around.
Yeah,
so
he's not so goofy.
Yeah, you won't see him as much. I mean, maybe you might see him react to people.
Maybe we could have Power Kid and Dark Cop go to couple counseling, but it's called team counseling because it's the superhero world.
Yeah, like a counselor at the school or something.
Team counseling.
Yeah.
So Power Kid. So when Dark Cop, when Power Kid does a flanking maneuver, when you told him to do a different kind of maneuver, how does that make you feel?
Mm-hmm.
So, who are some of Deathside's evil inspirations / role models? You created the character, Ben. Why don't you?
He's inspired by the villain Big Bad.
Big Bad.
Big Bad.
Is that from something?
It's a meta joke.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I mean, but his whole thing is like being a self-made person as well. So,
I want to be so evil that people forget about Genghis Khan.
Yeah, sure.
That could be something, you know.
I mean,
Genghis Khan's not a really evil role model. He just wants to aspire to be as famous or more famous than Genghis Khan.
I mean, yeah. I mean, Deathside is. I mean, it's always also a guy who's trying to always rewrite his own history or what people know about him. You know, so I can't really give like a a role model specific for that.
Yeah. Luth Lexor, not copyrighted.
Right. I'm just going to refresh the thing. These are some great questions. We are 2 hours away to the end of the Kickstarter. Will Deathside go undercover in an infiltration like he did the character in the live show? No. Deathside really actually doesn't go on his own missions very often. I mean, the whole thing with Power Kid he did because it was sort of a family matter, and he didn't want to get too many people involved with it too. But Deathside is someone who like Chaotrix actually does most of the work, and while Deathside is sort of like
he's a mastermind, he's a general. He sends his troops to do the work for him.
Right, even though he's stronger than the troops.
Yeah.
So
if he needs to step in or wants to step in,
mm-hmm.
like when Dark Cop's being impertinent, he's like, well, I'm going to smack this little peon down just to put him in his place.
Right, yeah. I mean, and that's usually, he'll only take charge when someone really angers him. So
another backer?
Oh.
Okay, no. It's another email. I get the same message, whatever. I have multiple Gmail accounts through all my
Still makes us
productions.
excited.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, I get a Pavlovian response every time it goes off.
Does Deathside actually care about Power Kid? Or just how Power Kid might tarnish his reputation? I kind of don't want to actually give an answer to that. I think that's sort of something that's open for interpretation.
Yep. I mean, you could speculate, and I'm just speculating that, Deathside sees anything he thinks he could potentially use as a weapon for his own quest of power and wants to obtain it.
Mm-hmm. So
having a son who has shown great power, Deathside is going to be intrigued by that and possibly attempt to use it and twist with his own power. But that right. What I described there is meat for a plot line, so I don't want to give away too much.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, ultimately, that's something that is open for interpretation.
Yeah, you talk about Tywin and Tyrion. That is a great relationship. So I can't say too much about it because I've read the books and yeah. Anyway, but yes, the interaction between Tywin and Tyrion in Game of Thrones is quite fantastic. Mainly because Peter Dinklage is awesome, and the actor who plays Tywin, I'm blanking on his name. He's a fantastic, longtime British character actor who just aces that role.
What kind of health plan benefits and pay does Deathside offer for his henchmen? If someone were to ask him that, his response would be,
They might get free cremation services, as in another henchman will pour gasoline on them and set them on fire.
Right.
Whether or not they are already dead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I mean, Deathside doesn't have as many henchmen as he used to, also.
Yep.
I mean, Deathside, he's kind of a villain who's a little bit past his prime as well.
Yep.
He hasn't, done much conquering lately.
Another reason he's possibly interested in Power Kid.
And his reputation, like
yeah.
keeping it around.
Exactly.
Because it's not as good as it used to be. So, yeah.
Baby's snoring. It's really cute when they snore.
It's tiny. It's quiet.
Sounds like a creaking rocking chair or something.
So let's see, what else can we talk about?
Who is your favorite superhero of all time, Ted?
Yeah.
You had to pick one.
I am not as nerdy as you guys. I don't know.
That's irrelevant. The question is, of the ones you have experience with, which is your favorite?
Who's your favorite? If some superhero... Big Daddy.
Or Hit Girl. I'm a huge fan of Kick-Ass. So.
Yeah.
Like, I love Kick-Ass. Everything about Kick-Ass. I will
it's a great movie.
Watch it every single time it's on TV.
The worst part of the second one wasn't good. You know why? There's no Nicolas Cage.
It's true.
Nicolas Cage channeling Adam West in the first Kick-Ass movie was so fantastic.
So funny.
So that was, which goes to show Nicolas Cage, who catches a lot of flack when given a good script with a good director, is actually a pretty damn good actor. Problem is, the man does every script that's put in front of him.
Right.
No matter who the director or the writer is.
Well, that's because he spends so much money on dinosaur fossils.
And Lamborghinis.
And Lamborghinis.
That's, like, the man literally collects dinosaur fossils and Lamborghinis. So Nicolas Cage. Those are his two collections.
So now he has to take every movie.
Every movie that comes across, he's like, well, my rate's $2.5 million. Okay. He's like, that's another T-Rex skull. All right.
He's so good in that, though.
Well, who's your favorite superhero, then? Or team?
Yeah. Well, favorite team is Teen Titans.
Okay.
Definitely. Both in comics and in animation, actually.
Yeah.
I even, like, and the Young Justice team is based on Teen Titans a lot, too. It's actually fit. What's funny is the Teen Titans show is actually more similar to the Young Justice comics, and the Young Justice show is more similar to the Teen Titans comics, so that's kind of weird. But, yeah, no, I mean, I just really like the young superhero team. I mean, that's part of the reason why I love this, like, series so much, too.
Yeah.
Favorite single hero? I mean, and I hate to say it because everyone does, but, you know, Batman.
Yeah.
I mean, I love Batman. I just think that he is overrepresented right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like DC has a thing where all our heroes need to be more like Batman.
Well, you know why? Because Batman is he's a Marvel character in the DC universe.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why he does so well. Why he's like better. I mean, as far as a team, I really love the Fantastic Four.
Mm-hmm.
I from the original run, from the kind of doopy, because I mean, they have Doctor Doom as a great villain, you know, because they often have battles. You know, it's often Reed Richards' brain and intelligence against Doctor Doom's instead of just power versus power. And then you have the fun comic relief with Johnny Storm and the Thing, Ben Grimm, and Sue Storm has gotten better over the years. You know, I really like those characters. Right now, one of my probably personal favorite individual hero is, and he's not even a hero, is Deadpool. I really love Deadpool. He's just so ridiculous, and some of the recent story arcs are so fantastic. But I'm also a huge fan of the Incredible Hulk, because the fact that his power is a curse. You know, he causes just as much destruction as much as he saves, and people are terrified of him. No matter how many times he's saved the Earth, he's always a threat to destroy it. So yeah, superheroes are awesome because they're fun. Mm-hmm. You can have any kind of debate defending almost any superhero as your favorite and make a good argument for it, and that's why, you know. But, you know, Batman almost always wins because here's the core of why Batman, my theory, why Batman is pretty much everyone's favorite and the most popular superhero. Because Batman doesn't have superpowers or anything. He's just about justice. And if you applied yourself, you could be Batman.
Right. Now,
and that's why Batman is popular.
On that subject, something that someone, and I don't necessarily agree with it, but like a lot of people dislike Superman because he's like overpowered or something. But here's an interesting thought, is that Superman loses a lot more than Batman does. Like, and Batman always has like a thing for every possible situation. So does that make Batman the most overpowered hero?
Possibly.
Yeah, so that's just
That just means he's the most prepared.
right. So
he just applies, wit intelligence. See, Superman doesn't have to think because he's indestructible and can, punch everything to it. He's just like, hey, bro, let's just punch. Let's take turns punching each other. Whoever's still standing wins. Okay, that's Superman's strategy. I mean, if you watch like the Fantastic Justice League animated series, he just flies and punches things.
I thought you said almost, Super Friends for a second.
Almost all the time, it's like Batman or Green Lantern. Wait, Super. He's punching things again.
Mm-hmm.
Because he doesn't have to think. Because usually punching things works. And when it doesn't, he goes, I'm going to punch him harder. And then that doesn't work. I'm going to shoot laser beams out of my eyes. And he goes, hey, Batman, you got any ideas? Mm-hmm. So, I hope... Speaking of Batman and Superman, since there might be a movie coming out with the two of them.
Well, there is, yeah.
Yeah. I really hope that... I actually like the casting of an older actor with Ben Affleck. This is like an older, Batman has been around a while. Because I hope the movie takes place in the ruins of Metropolis. And just the Batwing flies down, and Batman is like, we have to talk. You're a liability.
Uh-huh.
It's like, or he goes, you're an idiot. Look at this.
That would be like a weird twist, nice twist of how it usually goes.
Yeah, it was just like Batman lecturing Superman, and then Batman teaching Superman how to be a superhero.
Uh-huh.
What if Batman teaches Superman with all his super strength, like martial arts and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
How awesome would that be?
Right. And then, of course, then Zack Snyder could be like, oh, yeah, that was the whole plan all along.
Yeah. I did 40 minutes of two guys throwing each other through a city nonstop, so we could set up Batman lecturing him for destroying the city.
Uh-huh.
I meant to do that. I don't know if you saw, but they brought in a new writer to rewrite the script.
Mm-hmm.
They brought the guy who wrote Argo for Ben Affleck.
Well, that's good.
Which I'm actually thinking is probably part of Affleck's deal, was like, I want my writer to look at it, and if I think changes need to be made, he's going to make them.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure. I'm wondering, though,
because Ben Affleck, one of the reasons he agreed to do it is because he was going to get some creative control on what happens. Because he didn't want to make another Daredevil. Which he has admitted was awful, and he has apologized for it.
Mm-hmm. Now, one thing, I'm really glad finally that Wonder Woman's also going to be in a movie, but I just don't know, I'm just wondering, that's a lot of new things just for this one movie, and I'm just worried that it just feels like shoehorned. I think what happened is they're too worried about making an actual Wonder Woman movie, so they're like, well, let's do this as a test.
Yeah.
But, I don't know what the...
They don't think that a superhero show can be driven by a female character, because they don't think they'll make money. And I have two words for that. Hunger Games.
Mm-hmm.
Shows that a female-centric action movie can make crap tons of money.
Yeah.
But we're back to Jennifer Lawrence. I didn't realize that. So.
It's not really a problem, though, is it?
We had a bunch of questions come in, too, while we were rambling. Wow, okay, we're... Alright, henchmen. So, let's go, let's do some rapid-fire questions. Does Deathside care much about money, power, or just chaos and destruction?
He understands the need for money and uses that a lot for to fund his operation, but his main thing is conquest. He doesn't cause destruction just for the sake of it, though. Because he doesn't...
It has to have a purpose.
Right.
So... you should do a myth of a great ancient evil from the golden era of superheroes, and everyone at some point mentions it and becomes more relevant during the seasons. That's a possibility. Mm-hmm. We could have our own Voldemort.
That's something...
The fact that this takes place in the school, there's a certain Harry Potter element to the show.
Yeah. Again, that's a thing that probably wouldn't show up until maybe a second season or so, or even third. I don't know.
What if Starburst becomes Power Kid's enemy, given he's kind of somewhat rival now? He takes Power Kid's place as Deathside's heir in some way? No comment. Next question. And then it builds up in the grand finale. No comment. Right, Ben?
Yeah.
All right.
Let's see. Superheroes team up. Is there a government group like S.H.I.E.L.D. or Cadmus that monitors super activity? Yeah. Also, the superheroes themselves, monitor each other as well.
Yeah. There's... I have pictured... and I haven't like run this by Ben, but when you're writing episodes, you're kind of thinking of the overall universe is taking place in. And I honestly like to think that because being a superhero is an actual job, there's different levels of like paying work. So instead of funding a big major military, I like to think the government gives tax dollars to supergroups.
Or
there's various
tax
levels
deductions.
or tax deductions or something like that. So there's like the supreme, like the number one Justice League type, the Superman Batman run, which is the number one, and they're kind of like almost the council on keeping other groups in line. But there's secondary groups. There's the Young Justice. There's the Teen Titans. There's the Defenders. Even in the Marvel universe, there's the Defenders, and there's different smaller groups. So I like to think there's different, and somehow they find a way to make money though in these groups. And that's like the goal. I would like to think of a lot of the students is to get a mission into one of the groups. It was like, or if I can get to this group, if I intern this group, that'll make me look good, and I can get my ultimate goal on being in like, this group.
I mean, yeah, some parts
we should call one group the Watchtower, just to tie in with DC. Maybe.
Sure, why not? Part of it, I also kind of want to keep the whole superhero job market thing. I don't want to keep referencing, but I want to keep some parts of it vague, because part of it is also the more you think about it, like certain things are a little odd about. It's just, but that's a really good concept as well.
Yeah. Blue Dragon Finance likes Batman and Deadpool. The Gail Simone run Deadpool is very good. Gail Simone run of Red Sonja is also very good. Those of you like comics. And Gail Simone is just a fantastic comics writer. Her run of Batgirl at Barbara Gordon gets out of the wheelchair and everything. That run by Gail Simone is fantastic. You should totally read it. So good. I really want Gail Simone to write an episode of Doctor Who myself. I would love to see what she could do with that. Because she could actually take one of the female companions and make them awesome. Because she's a fantastic lady writer who makes lady characters awesome. And but she makes the male characters awesome too. I mean, she's just a good writer. So yes, Gail Simone's fantastic. Yeah, there's a female lead show with like I said, but TV shows, they can do more to the smaller audiences. Hollywood is afraid to make a feature film, action film, especially a comic book one with a female lead. And some of them are like, well, Catwoman failed. Well, Catwoman was a low-budget piece of crap.
I mean, that's such
the thing is that Catwoman had a budget of like $32 million.
Well, and it was just a bad movie. I mean, that's like saying
male superheroes don't work because Daredevil.
Yeah, exactly.
Or because the Green Lantern movie.
Or epic movie.
Yeah.
I don't even know.
We shouldn't make adventure movies with males because of the John Carter movies.
Okay, exactly. So I mean,
but that's what they do. That's every time a thing. But the in the new Hobbit movie, which I haven't seen yet, but I've heard lots of things about the female elf that's in there. The actress that plays there was originally slated to play Wonder Woman in a Wonder Woman movie, and they doubted her ability to be a convincing action star. Everything I've heard about the new Hobbit movie is she just blows. She's a fantastic action star. And it's that people feel like DC and Warner Brothers missed out on an opportunity there.
DC has missed out on a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, like the fact that you screwed up a Green Lantern movie that made it a truly horrible movie.
The show is really good, though. But
yeah. I mean,
it's completely unrelated.
Here's how you make a good Green Lantern movie. Nathan Fillion is Hal Jordan. That's where you start. Because he's like, you just start with Nathan Fillion. Just have Joss Whedon write it. And then just go from there, But I mean, it's and give them some real challenges and have them defend the galaxy against a non-squid cloud.
Yeah, I mean, and you don't have to have every big thing from the comics that happened too.
Yeah, you have one concise, tight storyline. So,
yeah. What was your favorite pitch when crafting the idea for the series? So I think that, just sort of like initial ideas.
Or the idea that someone threw out that we really, really liked. My favorite thing that someone pitched was actually, I think it was Jacob who came up with the idea of having a show within a show with the Dr. Phantasm show that's happening concurrently that the Cliff character is a big fan of. I really like that idea. Because, I mean, it's not super original, but, I mean, it's something fun that gives us some stuff for character development and world building that's really awesome. I mean, Community does that with Inspector Spacetime. There's a British show that's on was on Netflix. It may still be called Hyperdrive, starring Nick Frost of Shaun of the Dead and other fame, where he plays basically a Captain Kirk-like character, and they have a show within a show there.
We have just broken 7,000.
Someone just
awesome
pledged $100. Excellent. So Sriracha is due.
How was it at?
John,
what else did we say we did for 100?
Well, I think that deserves the milk challenge or cinnamon.
Cinnamon.
I don't know about the milk. Cinnamon.
Milk is gonna. He's lactose intolerant.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
yeah. I will only do the milk challenge
so
for 500 because of lactose intolerance.
Well, I have lactate.
Yeah, but for a gallon of milk,
I guess
I would need all the lactate. So.
But no, seriously, thank you so much. I mean, this also, regardless of what happened, just saying we've raised over 7,000. I mean, that is a lot for this kind of series. I mean, this is such a
So, Ted, are you doing more cinnamon?
I have.
You have to.
But thank you so much.
No, I was trying to add something else to it.
I'm gonna do some sriracha.
And again, this is such a great milestone.
I'm trying to think of how to change it up.
Yeah.
See, it's not even funny because you love it so much. Like, you need to do
but
something.
But if we had gotten 1,000 pledges and I just did spoonful or spoonful, I'd be like dying right now, and that'd be hilarious.
Yeah.
So best pitch. I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, I think the pitch you made for Glyph and Corona actually was the best.
And that was, like I said, Jake and I, we worked together really well. Have been for a couple of years. Those were collaborative characters that Jake and I came up with.
And both those characters have changed a lot as we were writing. I mean, Corona's been rewritten like.
Corona's the most. Glyph is pretty much what we came up with.
They want cinnamon and the truffle shuffle. Am I doing the cinnamon truffle shuffle?
Yeah.
Oh,
this will all be archived.
Yeah. So if anyone wants to make a GIF of it to blackmail Ted later,
it's at the 3 hours and 20-minute mark.
Yeah, mark that down. I want to see Ted in a truffle shuffle GIF while clouds of brown smoke fume from his face.
I just spilled a bunch on the carpet.
I'll get it.
Sorry.
I'll get it.
Should do that with the glass here.
I'll get it.
Yeah, 7,000 is a huge accomplishment.
Thank you so much. I mean,
here in the Twin Cities.
Sorry, I banged.
If we had a lower goal, this wouldn't be, I think, one of the top 3 highest ever funded local film projects at 7,000. Fang and Talon was up there. Fang and Talon, we raised $6,000. So the fact we beat Fang. And everyone, I've been contacting with a lot of people on what we did for Fang and Talon because they thought it was 6,000 was such an accomplishment.
Oh, dumb.
So 7,000 blows that away.
Yeah.
Fortunately, that's not her goal, but
and yeah,
7,000 and how many backers is it total? 150 yet? Are we at 150 backers?
We are at 147. So also, if people can just even get like 3 more backers at just 5, like. I mean, again, just saying 150 backers
over that $7,000.
Yeah, is like that's also just a great way to also even promote it with.
You want both at the same time?
Yeah, cinnamon. That's what they said.
Okay, yeah.
That's what they said.
All right.
What would you do with $1 million? You'd make Ted do the truffle shuffle and cinnamon challenge at the same time.
Oh yeah.
You don't need $1 million to do that.
It's all over the carpet right now.
I'll get it.
It's called a vacuum cleaner. It'll work.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to think of how to do this with the camera right there.
Do it. Kind of get squat. Are you guys okay if he does the truffle shuffle from his knees?
It wouldn't. I don't think you can see it.
Here, let's. Let me get out of the way. We're gonna clear a space.
How about I just do it with your back camera there? Because you turn the back camera on that like that, and I'll just do it right here.
How wide is the truffle shuffle?
You just stand there. You just like shimmy back and forth.
Yeah, he just flops his boobs and belly around for a while.
Just go stand there.
Yeah.
Wait, you might be out of the show. Oh, I see what the problem is.
What?
Because you'd be too tall.
No, I could. Well, no, because you do the
We're having a little bit of a
video thing.
We're logistically setting up the truffle.
Here, just stand there. See if it works.
internet
adjust the camera.
is what we're doing for you. We're logistically setting up. We're blocking out a Shuffle Shuffle Cinnamon Challenge.
All right, so is he on here?
Which needs a name. It has to be
I can just go on my mute.
No, let me adjust the cam.
This is silly.
the Cinna Shuffle. The Cinna Shuffle is inbound.
All right, here we are. We have it now. You are now in shot.
We just need 5 really generous people right now. 5 $1,000 backs. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
All right, you're live whenever you're ready.
So anyone knows a professional athlete or celebrity that could just give us $5,000? Get them on the phone.
Oh, can you see? Where
All right.
is it?
Yeah.
Hey, we can see.
You're on it.
Okay. Here we go.
There's a glass of water over there by the nightstand.
So dry!
Okay, so you can stop. I'm sorry. Okay, you did that. You chose to do that. I just want to say.
I know.
Water on the table.
There's water right there.
Fuck. Oh. Oh.
We'll see what people's reaction. And now it's okay. Now it's live happening again. We're a cloud show. That was. Thank you for doing that, Ted. All right, so I'm.
Do anything for the fans.
Now, if you want to see that happen 20 more times.
20 more times. You gotta switch the camera.
I might make time to make
You gotta
a
fix the
gift
camera.
later tonight.
Yeah.
Wait, no, actually, it might actually be better this way, too.
Okay, so
as Ted said, he's more good at the self-deprecating humor. There you go.
That's right.
We're getting a lot of all caps responses.
Buddy, did I wake you up with my laughter?
I
knocked him.
Yeah, we will.
My computer shut down during all that.
Okay.
But,
yeah.
Actually, this
Yeah,
camera angle's a lot better now.
You know, we were. I think we were talking about something or other before that
I
happened.
don't remember.
Kind
I
of.
never want to see that ever. Like, I didn't see it. I saw the very tail end of it.
We'll post it to your
Oh,
Facebook.
don't worry. We'll make sure that you see it. That all the more reason for a GIF to be made so we can all post it on Ted's Facebook.
Or do I do this? Oh, I know
I
I
have
do
to
this.
take care of a baby. I'll be back.
Come for the show, stay for the Cinna Shuffle.
I think that should be a new YouTube craze.
A new YouTube craze?
Yeah.
The Cinna Shuffle?
Yep.
Definitely. I started that. Just for the record.
Well,
I started that.
although things tend not to be a meme if you say they're going to be a meme.
Well, good job.
So I'm sorry. Okay.
You got cinnamon all over me.
Yeah, there's cinnamon all in the air too.
We're breathing in the cinnamon.
All right. What else? Man, what else?
I don't know what else to do from that. I mean, we have so much more stuff we have that we can consume and do. But...
Yeah, I meant like what can you even say after that? No, I mean, yeah. Again, I just want to go back to actually something that was said a bit earlier about also thanking us, for our interaction with the fans and stuff. And yeah, I mean, I stay by what I said before. I mean, we thank you actually for that. I mean, we really love your feedback. I'm gonna
good questions too, and stuff like that.
But also, I mean, and that's also kind of a reason why. And again, nothing has been decided yet. But a reason why I kind of want to do some comics is also just so we could give you something while the wait is happening, because we don't want, we want to be able to, keep Super Academy not only its interest, but also, just keep keep you guys updated on what's going on, give you additional stuff whenever we can.
Yeah, definitely. We have a lot of cool products we want to give out, and so.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I mean, because, I mean, even like whenever you get funded, like there's tons of, there's probably like months of production of happen as well. So yeah, I mean, that's our kind of why we want to do those comics as well. Could be a sort of web comic.
Mm-hmm.
It could even be a thing where it's updated like every day or so.
Yeah.
I think that could be really fun. That'd be something we'd have a separate site for, and
Yeah.
that could be. I mean, that could be a thing if that picks up. Could be like a thing that even shows up more often than the actual series. Because again,
it's an ongoing thing you can keep doing.
Yeah,
and it's easier to do than an actual film.
Right,
so.
and especially because because like there are things that there are a lot of superhero stuff that we want to have happen but can't do just because of logistics or because we don't. Well, I mean, also, you know, I mean, we can fake it, but there are certain things we can't fake.
Right.
Without a ton of money, but you know, in a comic book, you can pretty much do anything. So that would be the comic could also be a place where you see more of their powers.
Mm-hmm. Blue Dragon asks if we expect any cash for Xmas for Kickstarter. I personally, I don't ask for anything for Christmas anymore, just because I don't know. I've been given so much in my life now that really it's just, to me, it's about giving back and sort of expecting not expecting anything, but just I'm more focused on just doing the things I'm trying to do, and really there's nothing you can give at Christmas to help with that except for just, you know, support. So it's like if I can just get people to be like, yeah, you know, we support you in your acting career or whatever. Or it's like material goods I don't really care for anymore. Like, it's not something I'm trying to go, like, it's like, oh my god, I really want this, or I want this, you know, like I used to when I was a child. But it's like more like, you know, we salute you or something like that, or cheers to what you're doing. So.
Mm-hmm.
And besides, I really like buying stuff for people. I just wish I had more money. So, but if I had all the money to give, I would give it to the Kickstarter right now. So,
thank you.
Well, because it's gonna help me by helping you. So, and the fans, and we give stuff to the fans, and you know what I'm talking about.
No, I know. I mean, we'll see what happens. I mean, I'm not asking.
There's still an hour and a half left.
Yeah. I'm talking about Christmas.
Oh, for Christmas, yeah.
Uh-oh. Can I go see a bottle?
And even then, people don't celebrate that.
All right, I'm going to go make you another bottle because it sounds like you're hungry. Okay, hold on. I'll be back.
So, I'm just curious, just for a chat, what are things that you, would like to see more of, I guess? I'm just kind of curious, like if you guys had, and a couple of you had made suggestions, like things that we think we should do, but like, what is a certain thing that you would like to see more of? I'm just sort of curious what, because Super Academy has a ton of different, like, sort of things, different types of humor or certain themes. So what are, like, things that people would like to see more of or like to see happen? I'm again just curious, or what elements of Super Academy do you like?
Yeah.
So, and again, because we want to be kind of open with our fans. I mean, we're not, like, I think you can get in trouble sometimes if you, like, do everything, that a certain fan or group does.
Yeah.
But
I'm go overboard trying to please them, because you can't please everybody.
Right, but I think, like, some of the suggestions that we've gotten are actually really interesting as well.
Yeah.
And so I'm just curious, again, what draws, I guess, people to Super Academy, what sort of things people want to see more about in Super Academy.
Yeah.
So I'll just give some time if you guys...
Another backer, maybe? Yep, another backer. Ryan Gilmer increased their pledge by $10.
Okay.
Ryan's buddy of mine.
Yeah.
Worked with him a few times.
Sweet.
Voxel Bit says that the Cineshuffle was his birthday present. Or Christmas present. So.
Oh, and a new backer.
You're welcome.
Oh.
Another backer as well. So increase, we just, another $30 got pledged combined. An increase of 15 and a new pledge for 15. Thank you.
Hmm?
So that's more sriracha.
Yeah, that is more sriracha. I'll do this one too.
Look at this champ.
Look at this heartburn champ. Where'd my spoon go?
What? He's going for 2.
2 pledges.
Oh yeah.
2 pledges. Oops, that's not.
Those of you who haven't figured out, I'm not native Minnesotan, because that would not be possible.
For those who don't
I have kind of I really like this. I love the Twin Cities, and I really like this state. I bought a house here, so.
Well, for those who don't know, Minnesota is basically. Go ahead and explain it.
So, spicy food in Minnesota go together like chocolate syrup and white carpet. Oh,
Okay.
that's a bad analogy. I was trying to think of a good one. It doesn't. Black pepper is considered spicy by a lot of people up there.
Yes.
Banana peppers, which are just a pickled.
Because of the Scandinavian heritage.
Can you get me some water?
Yeah. There's a lot of Scandinavians
Yep.
settled in Minnesota.
Yep, the Norwegians and Swedish and Danes and Finnish immigrants came here, and they don't eat a lot of spicy food. They eat the lutefisk.
Yeah.
So, but I have a lot of southern roots. There's a little more love for hot, spicy food, and then my time in the military, I spent in Arizona. They eat a lot of spicy food. Traditional Mexican cuisine, which I finally found a good place here in Richfield, Minnesota. It serves traditional Mexican tacos, which makes me a happy man. They don't have cheese and sour cream. That's how you know it's traditional, when they don't have those on them. And no flour tortillas, typically. So, I'm just pulling up my laptop again here so I can see comments as well, guys.
Yeah, I'm just giving a little bit of time.
Oh, yeah. So,
I asked while you were gone, what sort of things would people like to see more of the series, or what people like about the series. So I'm just gonna give it just a couple minutes. Until then, I got some cinnamon in your milk there.
It looks great.
Ted, if you could play a different character, who would you want to play? Or is there anyone else you'd rather play at all? Or
It would be fun to try and be Deathside, but I'm not old enough. So
well, you're older than John was.
Actually, didn't I? You had an audition for Dark Cop too, didn't you?
Yeah,
I think. And I don't know. That would be fun, but like I said, I'm better at receiving criticism, or I'm better at being the blunt end of the jokes than the giver of the jokes, I guess.
Okay.
So it'd be fun. I just want to see some more of the characters that you come up with, or that I could add it to the series. I think it'd be fun.
JD Disputer, you see that question? What other characters we haven't seen are going to be in the series? We've dropped them here and there in case you just joined us, JD.
No, he hasn't.
He hasn't? Okay. Like you said, there's Corona and Glyph, who are going to be other students. We're going to add some villains, and maybe a new instructor or two. So you'll see some new characters. Some will be major characters like Glyph and Corona. Some we'll see for maybe a scene or an episode. But you'll see new costumes, new characters. And it was like one of those. This first season is just the beginning. If we set them up that they exist, there's characters we can bring back and do more with.
A character named Cineshuffle would be awesome.
I'm not gonna leave that down now, am I?
Nope.
That's gonna be there forever.
I'm making a gift tonight.
Oh, sweet. It's not. It wasn't. It's too bright.
What?
It was too bright. It's not
Do
gonna
a
be
gift? You sure?
Maybe.
Let's Photoshop it.
Why? I don't know how to
Can you
Photoshop.
decrease the lighting?
Yeah.
From what it looked like, it was too bright. You gotta get it right at the end where it's just.
See, you see the voxel bit. That question.
Yeah. I'd definitely like to see the Dark Cop and Power Kid continue to be successful.
Yeah.
They're
a good team. I mean, they're different characters, and that's shows with two characters who are the same personality being friends is never interesting. It's two characters, except maybe Scrubs. But typically the best shows that have friends, they have similar likes, but they're very different. Bring Back Community, Troy and Abed. They're very different, but they gel off each other. They're a lot of fun.
Bert and Ernie one. Bert and Ernie when they do that.
Oh yeah,
it's the best.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean that's kind of like, at least for the first episode, that was like the entire thing was written about that. Like everything that happened was related to their interaction somehow, or setting up their interaction somehow.
Well, it's Blue Dragon Finance is really just continue to embody and showcase what it means to be a hero, why we like heroes. I mean, I think it's more than that. I mean, why I like the short film and what made me want to work with this project more is yes, they're superheroes, but they're people and characters first with real motivations and emotions. As long as you focus them on being people who happen to have superpowers, the hero part's going to come through. Because if you build a believable human who is put in extraordinary circumstances and given the choice to make heroic decisions, they're going to do it. But when they have superpowers, it's going to be really cool on screen. So, and that's the key and anytime a superhero movie fails, I think, it's because they focus more on the powers rather than the person who has the powers.
Yeah.
That's why you're like, people can be heroes with or without powers, but in the superhero universe, that's what you're watching for. But it's what motivates them to be a hero. And that's if we focus on what motivates them to be a hero, other than them just doing heroic stuff, the show's going to be a success.
No, definitely. I mean, that's the thing is like, I mean, I said at least for the first, and something I want to continue on is like, you can almost take away the superhero stuff and it can still work.
Yeah.
Like his characters.
Yeah.
It could just be about, just two
college
people.
Students.
Yeah, at like
being friends.
Business school or something.
Which wouldn't be as entertaining.
Yeah.
But we'd have a better chance of like the CW picking it up, I guess.
Well, maybe.
On the next episode of Degrassi. Never watched that show, I just know of it.
I want to see friendship between Dark Cop and Power Kid develop. More Chaotrix, father-son dynamic played with between Vestside Power Kid. Also, wouldn't be against Chaotrix Dark Cop relationship either. That last one, I'm just gonna leave that at that.
No comment.
Yeah.
Plead the fifth.
But yeah, no, definitely friendship between Dark Cop and Power Kid are going to be a big factor, and more Chaotrix is going to definitely happen, and father-son dynamic is going to definitely be played up.
Yeah. So.
So yeah.
Excellent.
Just refreshing. We are. Let's see, what are we at?
What time is it?
We're
1 hour and 17 minutes away.
Yep.
You want to come out?
Blue Dragon 5 also wants to see cool gadgets. Starburst power in action.
I will say, as cool gadget weaponry, I have written, I think Ben might have as well, and Jake and I talked about it, is Dark Cop will be wielding a pair of extendable batons.
Yeah, which I have one of, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd show, but you have to bang it against something to set it up. And
oh, see, I used to have one, and we'll get ones where you just hit a button and flick it out.
Oh, yeah, no, it flicks out. It's just getting it back in is the problem.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm doing dad stuff.
Oh, hey. Wow. Sorry, that was just slipping tongue. I know how to say your name by this point.
VoxLBit.
Yeah, VoxLBit has just made us a website idea. I'm going to check that out right now. Thank you so much. Wow. Let's see what that... that's in the comments if people want to... oh, you have to change the 0 to an... You have to alter, though...
Because they won't let you post links.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is a just a website concept. Yeah. No, definitely. I mean, I think getting a website is going to actually be that's something we can do right away.
Yep.
I think that should be.
We're working on one for Fang and Talon just when it's done.
I mean, I think that should be a #1 priority. Thank you so much. I mean, it might not look exactly like this, but thank you for taking the time to make this. I mean, this is really kind of the kind of thing we'd have, video. Love how you got the Super Academy logo. Did you just? I'm actually curious how you got that logo.
Probably just download it from the Facebook page.
Yeah, the Facebook page has a background though, like a blue. So if you, I probably just
doesn't mean you can't shop it.
Well, let us know your. Actually, you know what? Don't tell us.
Let us know your magic wizard, so we may dissect it from you.
But yeah, no, thank you very much. I mean, great. Thank you for staying here this whole time, and thank you
for pledging.
And thank you for making a website concept. I mean, this is really great. Thank you.
Oh, is that another pledge?
I don't think so. It's not showing it. So maybe.
No.
Nope.
Not a pledge.
It's a pledge to my heart. That doesn't make sense. No.
You say a lot of things that sometimes don't make sense.
Yeah. Well, sometimes I just take a chance and it fails. But other times it tends to be profound. Cool. So, 3 hours, 45 minutes. Time is just flying.
I'm going to start drinking some of that alcohol. Are you okay with that? Not even just for the backers, but just because I want to.
Well, no, it's cherry juice.
Sorry, my cherry... Actually, it's honey juice.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's potato juice.
Yeah, go ahead and drink your potato juice.
I want to drink my potato juice.
Okay. In theory...
Okay.
Yeah, in theory, couldn't you guys ask for donations without a time limit if you had a website with some link to PayPal? I mean, yeah, I mean, it could. If people want to make a donation, I mean, we are not gonna say no. I mean, I think that's.
Yeah.
I think
set up a way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something we'll definitely set up.
The thing about Kickstarter, it offers some validity to it. Instead of the sites, there's movies and stuff that do that. They end up being up for years, and it takes them years to raise the money that way.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, I doubt. But
yeah,
I mean, we wouldn't do that as our primary.
One of those things like we get the show funded, and then when we would launch a website, we probably put a donate money button on there. But honestly, I'd almost rather just have a merchandise link, and I'd just rather if you want to help, and we just put something that's like this product, want to see more, click here to contribute, and then it'll just take you to the. This is how you contribute. Buy a DVD, buy a T-shirt, buy a mask, etc.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and that's how, for instance, those of you familiar with internet history, familiar with Homestar Runner, they never sold advertisement on their space. They funded and made money for their whole project by selling merchandise. So, I mean, if we take off, it would be great, because who doesn't want a Strong Bad T-shirt?
Yeah. Death Side T-shirts.
The S is for sock.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. You know, if maybe I'm not making promises now, but I see no reason not to. I mean, we'll start with something small. If people are interested, we can expand it out. And yeah, I mean, we'll set up a PayPal if people want to. I mean, we're not going to be specific. I mean, Kickstarter. When we do a Kickstarter campaign, that's the thing. Like, we're asking directly, but we're not gonna. You know, when we're not even doing anything, just specifically ask.
Well, just leave a button on a website and then
leave
it at that.
Yeah, when we'd have to wait for a while too, because we'd have to reach a certain amount in order to do anything with it.
Right. I mean,
so it would probably sit there for a while until we got enough to make an episode or something like that.
Put it in a bank account, because otherwise PayPal just keeps taking fees from it.
Yeah, I mean, we would use it to reduce the amount that we'd ask for later, pretty much.
Right. That too, yeah. That's a good idea.
But yeah, excellent idea. So thank you for that idea. We are been going for not 4 hours yet, but getting close. So thank you for people who have stayed. I feel like I say that every like 30 minutes.
Well,
but,
we thank them. I mean,
yeah,
we are always thankful for everything that's been going on. So.
Let's see, what else are we? I think we've talked about everything. No, that's not true. We haven't talked about everything yet.
Well, there's certain things we can talk about. There's certain things we can't talk
about the Doctor Who 50th anniversary stuff.
That's you guys. I don't know anything about Doctor Who. So.
Yeah, 1 hour to go. Well, 1 hour and 10 minutes. So
70 minutes.
But yeah, last chance.
Do you know anybody that could help us out?
Actually, and even just 2 more backers also would be really, because then we could say we got 150 backers as opposed to nearly 150.
Right. How much did you have on the first Kickstarter?
We made
38 backers, a little over $2,300.
Yeah. Kyle, if you didn't hear Kyle, it was 38 backers and about $2,300.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah.
That's about on par to what we're doing right now.
And
so.
I was one of those backers, so that means, you know, I'm not a backer this time because I'm on the project.
Well, hey, I'm in this project too, but I backed it.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
That was.
Oh, that
was someone else.
That was someone else.
Fed Timrite.
I don't know who you're talking about. Fed Timrite. Well, it's we have our alter egos when we get intoxicated. You switch the first letter of the first and last name around.
How clever.
I know, right? Don't be jealous.
This is all
Dial Kecker.
No one knows what we're talking about at this point. Sorry about that.
No, I just explained it.
Oh, okay. You
would be Len Biffson.
Oh.
I'm Fed Timrite.
Yours actually sounds like a name.
What's wrong with Len Biffson?
That actually is a real name too.
Really?
Real name.
Len is a real name.
Sounds like a sportscaster on the Boise Fox affiliate.
Yeah.
Now your Boise State University sports with Len Biffson.
Blue Dragon 5 asks, not to be a donor, but no, don't worry. But if we don't reach the funding, how does that work? Does the money get sent back to you? Actually, no money has even been taken from you yet. A pledge was just like a promise saying, if it reaches it, I'll pay this much money when the campaign's over. So if we don't reach it, you won't have spent anything. So nothing will be charged.
Yeah.
So
it's a pending transaction.
Right. So we
hasn't gone through.
No one has.
I'll explain that and why we chose Kickstarter and all. I'll talk about Kickstarter.
And we'll talk about why Kickstarter in a moment when Kyle is finished.
He knows more about the Kickstarter because he's helped create a few projects here.
Right.
I've created 3. I've had 1 successful, 1 unsuccessful. It looks like possibly a 3rd unsuccessful. But I mean, this one's unsuccessful, but we raised a lot of money. We got a lot of backers.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a...
Hey, it's not unsuccessful until the last hour is over.
True.
JD,
do you believe in Christmas miracles?
I do. And the Christmas miracle is someone with a check for $4,000.
$5,000.
Well, if we get someone to donate $4,000, I bet the 100 whatever other people can come up with another $1,000 between them.
It's a matter of getting them to do it in that hour. That's the problem.
Yeah. Hi, buddy. But anyway, so Kickstarter, the way Kickstarter works, it's an all or nothing. It's an all or nothing funding platform. So you set a budget of how much you need for your project, and if you reach that number, you get the money. If you don't, you get it, because a lot of projects you need X amount of dollars to actually complete it, and if you only get a portion of it, you still are unable to do it. So the nice thing about Kickstarter, it's people who back it, there's a little less risk involved. Say if you back, there's another popular crowdfunding website called Indiegogo where you keep whatever amount you raise. And
which and a lot of people have been asking us why we didn't use Indiegogo.
The thing about
And,
Indiegogo, like this is my take on it. It was like we legitimately need $12,000 to get you the show of the quality we want to give you.
Mhm.
We reach less than that, we could try and make the show with less money, and it wouldn't be as good, and that's not a good situation. Or we're still gonna have to try and figure out a way to raise that $5,000, and if it takes us over a year, you guys have given us all that money, and it's going to be a long delay till you see anything return on that.
Yeah,
and it's not that it's a dishonest. Indiegogo isn't dishonest. It's just it's not as straightforward. Like Fang and Talon, we did on Kickstarter. We were successful, and we got the whole thing filmed. Now there has been a delay in post production, and I've put lots of my own money, but the Kickstarter was enough that we got it completely filmed. Mm-hmm. Whereas this $7,000, if we got it, wouldn't be enough to film the 8 episodes.
Yeah. So we wouldn't be able to give the product that
we wouldn't even be able to fill it. So
yeah.
That's why we went with it, because we wanted to be able to get the money to make the product we want, rather than just take a bunch of money and sit on it till we could raise the rest.
Right, and that's why also, why it's also good that, and we have gotten a lot of attention from this as well, and this can be used as a way that we can get money in other ways to reduce the amount that we'd ask for again. Should we do this again? And also there's just also a little bit of a culture with Indiegogo versus Kickstarter. A certain mentality as well.
Foxell asked the question about the Kickstarter. I don't know if that's true or not.
What?
Bumping the campaign up closer to finishing. I don't think so.
Where does it say that?
Right there.
Oh. Does it? Yeah. Well, there is. There is a list of ending soon. Like when you're searching, under film or games or something, that you can look under what's popular, what's made the most, and what's ending soon. So that does get bumped up. There's a certain thing where also if it's really popular and it's ending soon, it gets bumped up. I think there's multiple factors into that. So yeah, it does get bumped up in some ways, but the thing is that so many things are getting bumped up all at once. I don't know.
Right, people might not see it.
For us, I don't even know how much of a factor that would cause.
Right. And Kickstarter is great. It's a really awesome platform for people to use. There's a lot of awesome projects out there and stuff like that. And so, but like I said earlier, it's just hard to fund stuff like this because you really have to have a convincing product and things like that, and you need to target the right audience and stuff. So, like, you see some projects on it that they get funded within, a day or hours, and that's because they have a huge fan base and things like that. And so,
yeah, or KG, you're KGF in there.
What?
Never mind.
I don't know that reference.
Okay.
But we're growing our fan base still, so. And it will continuously grow because of people like you guys. And so one day, hopefully, we'll be able to, when we do other projects and things like that, we'll be able to, hopefully we'll have other forms of, financial gain, but who knows? You never know with this industry. So
Voxelbit just says, I want to donate the rest of Kickstarter badly, but I can't. Oh, the rest of the Kickstarter. Sorry. I thought you said something else. Never mind. Yeah, no, don't. $5,000. That would be real commitment. We would.
We would fly down to Australia and party with you for days and days.
Yeah. So, but
no. We'd fly you here. I would do that. I would work enough to fly him here, but that's asking a lot of.
It would depend on which would they prefer. If do you want to come to Minnesota or?
It might be better to go to Australia. But that's not just saying. That's not just boxing bit though either. Because anybody would do that. I don't know. I don't know what I would do in that instance. It's just hugs all around.
Oh. Sorry for going back and forth on. Speaking of local film projects that are superhero based, I think I'm going to be helping out as an extra in Single Gay Superhero tomorrow, the one I was talking about.
Do they want us to talk to our audience?
So,
Well, if they
So
want.
they need me to play an Uber nerd at a comic book store tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
So,
A favorite moment in a superhero film.
favorite moment.
Favorite moment.
When Hulk smashed Puny God in Avengers.
Yeah.
I cheered. Oh,
Uh-huh.
that was fantastic. Arms straight in the air. I
Uh-huh.
didn't even have to think about that. It's one of the best moments ever.
Mhm.
It's like, do you know who I am? Wah, 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 wah. The little Tom Hiddleston at the end. That was fantastic.
No, it's something I was saying. Like, pretty much Loki's entire role in that movie was just to constantly get owned by the heroes. I've noticed.
To a point, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think every scene like involves him getting hurt or like beat up in some way. Like even when he's like manipulating Black Widow, and then turns out it was all Black Widow's plan.
Yeah.
There's so many movies.
Oh yeah.
That was an empty picture frame. Don't worry about it.
There's so
No.
many movies and stuff like that to choose from.
Hmm.
I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna go back to Kick-Ass. I love Big Daddy. Oh, okay. Big Daddy's death scene in Kick-Ass 1 when he's shouting at her.
Switch to kryptonite.
Yeah. Now switch to kryptonite. It was so good. I didn't even realize it was an actual reference, but when he said, "Now go to Robin's Revenge," like I didn't realize that was a thing. Like that's an actual. I don't know if you know what it is, but don't you? It's an actual thing that was happening. Like, I don't know. It was like a reference to a thing, and so it was just so good, so good. Oh yeah, take off a job.
Mine. I have a couple. The dolly or like the turning shot in just the Avengers where they're just all together.
Yeah.
I mean, it's such a great trailer moment too.
Yeah. Actually, another great moment is also from the Avengers. It's probably, in my opinion, the best superhero movie made to date. Is when someone makes a Wizards of Oz reference, and Steve Rogers goes, "I got that one."
But yeah, no, that's
I got the reference.
That's the kind of shot I'd want to have actually in Super Kent
Yeah.
near the end, just to show, because it also shows them all united and also
when
like
all their powers come down, they pan around and
Yeah.
they're staying in the street level.
and they're all like mugging for the camera pretty much. My other favorite is also from Superman vs. the Elite, the entire ending fight with that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that for people who, especially who like really find Superman like boring and uninteresting, that scene is really. I mean, I don't think it'll change your perception of it, but it's really. I mean, it's really freaky.
Yeah.
Also, just like, seeing Superman be scary is really scary because of just how the association also in people's unconscious as being, like completely good and stuff, and like it's like no, this Superman could, if he wanted, to like completely kill you.
Yeah.
That's why. I mean, I think that's kind of the most interesting part of Superman is that he holds himself back.
Yeah, like I said, we're just talking about moments. Yeah, those short moments. Trying to think of non-Avengers moments.
Oh yeah.
Just to help you guys out. Well, I like every Stan Lee cameo. Those are always fantastic. In all the Marvel movies. Trying to think of maybe what was. There were a lot of Batman movies. There's I really like the Tim Burton Batman movie where Batman fights the guy with the katana blades. That's a pretty cool moment where he's like deflecting them with his wrist. That's pretty cool. And I really like the training scene in Batman Begins where Liam Neeson is training. Liam Neeson's is training with Bruce Wayne. That's pretty. That whole kind of montage of him leading up to the mountain scene is pretty awesome. So yeah.
Favorite Deadpool moments.
My favorite Deadpool moment is when he gets shot in the back of the head by zombie Abraham Lincoln in the recent run by Brian Posehn.
Yeah,
without a doubt.
All the presidents come back as zombies.
The dead zombie president run story on Marvel Next. But when Lincoln shoots him in the back of the head and says, "Damn, that feels good," you know, or someone's like, I'm paraphrasing. He says something to that effect. That is awesome.
Uh-huh. I really don't know. I mean, Deadpool's a thing
another
where
moment I really love. Deadpool is in the Dark Reign storyline where he's being hunted down by Hawkeye, who's actually Bullseye, and Deadpool sets up an elaborate trap for him in like this warehouse with things, and Bullseye Hawkeye knows that's happening. He's like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna wait him out. He'll get impatient, come after me." So then it switches to Deadpool driving in a monster truck towards Hawkeye, Bullseye Hawkeye, who has a rocket launcher. He then shoots a rocket launcher at the monster truck, and then Deadpool swerves the monster truck sideways, and the missile goes through the cab of the truck, and we get a shot where Deadpool just looks at the tail end of the missile as it goes past his face, and then it just switches to Bullseye. Goes, I gotta admit, that was pretty cool. That's a great Deadpool moment too.
If every pledger added $30 to their pledge, we would just make it.
See, 100 times 30 is 3,000 plus another.
I mean, that'd be
50.
4,500.
Yeah, that'd be pretty close. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if people want, again, I mean,
I don't know how many people have an extra $30 to pledge. So, but if you do, that would be awesome. I know a lot of people have already pledged $500, $300, $100, and that may be pushing it. But it definitely, everyone who pledged $20 or less increased by 30. That would put us in a really good position. Well, that's the thing is, if we make good rewards at $20 and $30, you just get enough people. You can make a Kickstarter campaign successful by a bunch of $10 and $20 pledges. So we just need to get the word out more for whenever we run this out again, and how we decide to fund it if this doesn't go through. Hey, buddy, you're getting frustrated.
And yeah, again, and that's also a reason why. I mean, it's probably the third time I mentioned it, but yeah, we're gonna try to give you some sort of like Super Academy. Either updates or content, like even if it's just like a short, like sketches or a short little comic. I mean, again, that's the sort of thing we have to figure out the logistics for. Finding artists who would be able to work for cheap, or free. But,
if we could do some shorts in the universe, maybe of comics, that might drive some more traffic.
Well, and I mean, I don't want to just give everyone, just like deads. I mean, obviously that's unavoidable also with series, and like, Sherlock and most series do that all the time. But I just want to give also just something for the Super Academy while in the waiting time. And we do have like,
you see the camera?
I mean, there's no issue with the with a lack of ideas, because we have way more ideas than we can actually put into the series.
Yeah. Say hi, Malcolm. Hi.
And we are less than an hour away. We've also been here for 4 hours, so thanks for sticking around. 148 backers, $7,084.
If every pledger added $30 to the pledge, you'd just make it.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be cool.
That would be awesome.
That's asking a lot, though.
Yeah.
You'd have to like. The only problem with doing that is getting a hold of everybody.
Yeah.
Well, I
may not be online.
Because people aren't gonna be online and things like that. But
I mean, also,
Actually, my parents said they would give $100 to it, but they don't know how to work Kickstarter, so.
Well, that's another thing I've run into. People apparently over the age of 50 have a problem working the Kickstarter, which
working the website.
But yet they can still buy stuff online. It's all you need is an Amazon.com account, and you make the payment through Amazon.
Oh yeah.
So.
Yeah.
But again, if anyone can, again, just 2 backers away, if we can get like 2 more people just pledge $1, that would also be.
Then we would have the 150 backers.
Right, that's just a magic number. So if you or anyone you know just want to pledge a single $1, I mean, if we don't make it, they don't even have to pay it, really.
Yeah.
So again, that'd be really awesome. 52 minutes to go. Oh, Voxelbit is already working on a fan comic. And after you...
He said he's a graphic designer and would do some graphic design work.
Yeah. No, I mean, let us know what happens with that. I mean, yeah, we'll definitely look at it. And yeah, thank you also for the offer about graphic design. I mean, I can't say...
We wouldn't mind maybe tweaking and speaking up the logo some.
Right. I mean, I can't make a exact promise right now, which I mean, I wouldn't do that no matter what. It's just, you know, because I want to look at all the options and everything first. But yeah, thank you so much for the offer, and we'll... and I'm being this like sincere. I'm not...
He's being a good director and not making any promises without researching it. That's what good directors do. And that's why I'm working with Ben, because I like working with good directors.
Well, thank you. But yeah, no, thank you for the offer. And yeah, we'll definitely check out your comic. We can also, any fan things we can repost onto our Facebook as well, or Twitter.
And if anyone wants to keep in contact too, I would suggest emailing us.
Liking our Facebook page, and like I said, Ben and I check that daily.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In fact, I have the app on my phone, and I get notifications when anyone contacts us via the Facebook page.
Mm-hmm.
So,
or if there's a more direct route you want to take, you don't want to like post it all over.
Well, you can send a message to the Facebook page, do a Facebook message.
Oh, right, yeah.
So send us a Facebook. That's the easiest way to do it. I check it all the time. I've responded to every message we've gotten on the Facebook so far. So yeah, if you want to get a hold of us, that's a great way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You can also, our email is superacademyfilm@gmail.com.
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
So
again, that's superacademyfilm@gmail.com. I mean, the Facebook would probably be
the easiest way.
Yeah, because that's also something that, you know, every time we log into Facebook or anything else, it'll show up. But
we'll get notifications.
I'm gonna just be right back. I'm just go to the bathroom a bit. So if you guys want, we're just going to entertain everyone.
Yep, we will.
You guys know any good jokes?
No, not any. What do you call them? I don't even know the words now. I've been drinking too much.
Cinnamon. Are you gonna get some cinnamon flavored vodka sometime now?
No, this is honey.
Oh yeah, or potato water.
It's actually really good. It's really good honey potato water.
Whoa!
Potato water infused with honey. What?
We got another. Hold on. Well, we got Nate Wilson, who's one of our very first backers. Has increased his pledge by $50.
Oh. Yay! Holy shit! I mean, holy shoot!
So. So.
I was going to say something, but I can't remember now.
Well, I owe a sriracha shot. Actually, $40 was that cinnamon?
I think it was
a 50,
cinnamon.
So you owe us another spoonful of cinnamon.
I guess I owe another spoonful of cinnamon.
I'll do the sriracha, you do the cinnamon.
How about I do sriracha cinnamon?
It's your funeral.
Actually, this is...
More sriracha, guys.
See, it's just... You do it, it's too easy for you.
I frankly was hoping for 100 or 200 backers, and then...
Yeah. And then...
Which, you know, if 100 people want to pledge in the next 47 minutes, I'll do 100 shots of sriracha in 40 minutes.
Just drink the whole bottle. Just don't even spoon it. Oh, man. Am I doing more cinnamon here? I have so much cinnamon.
You can catch the... I posted the Gmail address there in the comments as well, Voxelbit. Yeah, so yeah, if you don't do Facebook, the email's fine. When we do get a website up, that'll be another way.
This is a big one. You ready for this?
Watch
That was way too much cinnamon.
Don't talk with your mouth. You're like a cinnamon dragon.
Now it's burning.
The desolation of cinnamon.
Oh, Where's that water? Do you have water still?
Yeah.
Mm. Ugh, it's everywhere.
As far as setting up a site for our fan content, when we get our own website up, putting forums up might be a possibility, and a forum to have a section of the forum for fan content probably would be something that we definitely look into.
Ugh. It's everywhere. Ow.
So, any other questions for us? You're refreshing. Ted smells like he's been up to no good at Cinnabon or something. It absolutely reeks of cinnamon in here.
Group sriracha cinnamon shuffle. Oh. I need another drink for that.
Oh. Group sriracha cinnamon shuffle. I don't know if we can do Ben to do the sriracha or the cinnamon, but he might do the shuffle. I would do both, but it'd have to be for significant donation. I'd say $300 for that.
Yeah. Ugh.
Might have to. That was around 4:15 or 4:10 that Ted just erupted with cinnamon, so might have to make that a GIF as well.
I told his mom when I was upstairs, and she's like, "Oh, just vacuumed it up."
Yeah. Oh man! All right, my comments are not updating as fast as Ben's because I have a crappy computer. It's just a little netbook.
How did Deathside evolve as a character from his conception?
I'm not sure. Ben would.
Yeah.
I think most of the. I know most of the villains are supposed to be kind of combination of two tropes. So he was supposed to originally have the Bane vest with a different mask, and the mask they got didn't fit or didn't work or something or broke. So they ended up having to do a mask that looked very Bane-like.
Oh, yeah. I remember him saying that, yep.
But I do know, I mean, the fact that he wanted to be intimidating, he's basically like an all-powerful supervillain who happens to be the father of the main protagonist. So I do know the costume change. I don't know any other change that might happen offhand because I wasn't directly involved with the... I talked to Ben some during the production of it. And I backed his Kickstarter, but outside of that, I didn't have a whole lot to do. Jacob, who was here earlier, was the assistant director on that, so Jacob might know more than me, but he is also not here.
I forgot what he had to go do.
Like I said, Voxelbit, if we don't reach it, you won't be charged anything, but we do appreciate you
we love the
increasing
support,
your bid.
really. Yeah, I mean...
So, that's nice.
And everybody else who was too. I know...
what would you like as your payment?
Who was it?
Voxelbit doubled his pledge to $125. So thank you. Gets you a producer credit. What would you like Ted to do? And me. I will do the sriracha for sure. But
you should do the cinnamon and I'll do the sriracha.
I guess I could do cinnamon.
You haven't done it yet.
I haven't done it yet.
Malcolm thinks it's a good idea.
Malcolm just grunted in frustration.
Ben, there's a question for you.
Excellent. I'm back. Sorry about that. Yes?
They want to know how Deathside evolved as a character from his conception.
Well, in the first edition of it, actually, Power Kid always had like an issue with the dad, but originally it was going to be the dad was actually a superhero and the principal of the school, who was going to be Power Man.
Power Man.
And then Power Kid.
Was that what that drawing was? Of that guy? Or
yes. If you look at on one of the updates we have for the update about the art book, some sketches for unused characters. One of them was the principal Power Man, but after I sort of after reviewing the initial script and showing it to people, I completely started over. Just because, and in retrospect, it's good because there were a lot of problems with it, and it wasn't very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to have like a dad thing, just because I think that was a cool like plot line for like a college thing. That side kind of represents almost like parents who don't support someone going to a certain profession, which went to art school, and I know that happened with some people too.
Mm-hmm.
So Death Side changed then from being a superhero, who was like a superhero but also kind of negligent, kind of like almost like a Gendo from Evangelion sort of figure,
Okay.
where he was still like super respected, but didn't live up to Power Kid wouldn't live up to his expectation.
We have Vox said we had to swap because he increased. Oh yeah, you missed it. We didn't have the challenge because he.
Oh, he erupted like smog with cinnamon.
So I guess you're doing cinnamon now.
Sorry, is this a backer? Nope. Okay. So the what was I going? Okay, so yeah, Death Side then developed. I just thought of all the things. I mean, a lot of the characters also when I was writing, and this is actually a good way to write. Also, like BioWare does this a lot, is start with pre-existing characters, think about how they would work into it, and then use that as a base.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I sort of thought about Slade from Teen Titans.
Yeah.
Who basically is
Deathstroke, you mean?
Yeah.
You can use the word death.
I know.
This isn't a cartoon network.
But I mean, those two characters. His characterization in the show is so much different than. I mean, I consider them two characters pretty much, Deathstroke and Slade. But because he is basically trying to be Robin's evil father figure, like
I need water first.
Yeah, I'll get the water.
Taking over. Yes, I mean that's the sort of thing is. So I wanted to, and then I also chose to make it a supervillain because it's like Power Kid's going in a different career path. So he's like, you're going against the family business. So we did like that. I though wanted Deathside to be a serious character to just sort of play off also, how goofy everyone else is, but also show, a reason why Power Kid is, so has that shyness. So
yeah.
I mean, really, Deathside was developed as how he would fit, like, how characters would interact with him, how Power Kid would interact with him, or be, like, pitted against him. His, like, personality was almost, like, secondary and stuff. Like, he was written as sort of just, like, a force to be fought against.
I'm just waiting on water for the cinnamon, because I've seen Ted choke so many times.
So I hope that answered your question.
All right, here we go. Producer cinnamon challenge.
It's a lot of sriracha.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel bad. I just realized I haven't done anything. I'm just like, next pledge.
Nope, not yet. I'm gonna burn through this.
It's just sriracha, you wimp.
It tastes weird.
If we get to 150 backers, and again, if we just know someone, I just ask them to donate $1 or so, just as like a favor or so, I will take a spoon of that.
Oh, the cinnamon or the sriracha?
Sriracha. If we got 50 more backers, each pledging $1, I'd do both.
Are you gonna answer any of these questions here?
I'm just going through the. Sorry. Let's see. Yeah. No, don't worry about Voxel bit. Yeah. No. I mean, thank you for increasing your pledge, and yeah. No, don't worry. I mean, if that's what you can do, I mean, that's amazing. I mean, I mean, this is a great amount actually. So don't feel like you have to empty your wallet and bank account for us.
Yeah, that's asking a lot sometimes.
When in his life did Power Kids Power start to develop? I mean, I'm thinking pretty early actually, like maybe around like 5 or so even.
Oh
like,
yeah. Are we gonna have a flashback of?
I mean, probably
him crushing Jungle Gym bars.
Probably not. I mean,
as cool as that would be.
We'll see. But
then again, child actors.
Yeah,
they're good child actors.
Name one.
Worked with
Haley Joel Osment when he was a child. He was a good actor.
Was he?
Yeah. Sixth Sense. That was good.
Was it?
Secondhand Lions.
I mean, I think his dad always knew. Like he knew from like day one, so like expected it to.
I think some cinnamon went up in my sinuses.
So you smell it the whole time now?
I smell it now.
So let's see what else. Voxelbit is a bit disappointed that there were no clouds from you, Kyle.
Yeah, he didn't drink. He didn't drink a whole lot.
I kind of contained it on the roof of my mouth. It wouldn't move anywhere from there. I got a little bit of cloud because it went on my nose, but I didn't get any Ted cloud.
So we're good at clouds.
So let's see what else we got here.
Hi.
Just refreshing the page.
What?
My mouth is on fire.
It's really?
I like hot. It's not a bad thing. It's just on fire.
It's not that spicy.
Look how big this spoon is. Look how big that spoon is.
I used the spoon I was given.
This spoon is huge. It's like a ladle.
I think he's overcompensating for something with that spoon. See, Malcolm even laughed at that joke. He knows Dad's funny.
You
think Power Kid, you see that? Power Kid worries about Chaotric's well-being sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think so, definitely. I mean, they've spent a lot of time together. I mean, Power Kid knows more than anyone what Deathside's like also. So, I mean, I definitely, I think he's worried for Chaotrix, like, making sure she's safe, with Deathside. Yeah, definitely. And because I think he also knows that that she's kind of a victim of circumstance. And isn't. Well, I mean,
here's another thing. You're talking about each current background increase by $30. The pilot episode has 643 likes. I'm sorry, 394 likes.
Mm-hmm.
If let's just take off 150 of those are the backers. This still leaves 240.
Mm-hmm.
If each one of those people gave, $20, I mean, we'd be,
It's just you have to be realistic though, when you're talking about money, like stuff like that, because you have to factor in fractions of those people in order to figure out.
Yeah,
it's
kind of common on like the internet works is some people will like something, but they'll only like it as much as clicking a like button,
like Little Wolf, right?
Yeah, and some people, they'll just like it as much as clicking a like button on a Facebook page or something. Those same people is like, what happened to the series? I'm like, well, did you see the Kickstarter? Yeah. Did you give money to it? No. That's what happened to it.
But I mean, you can't get mad at people for not backing. It's like, I mean, it just sometimes doesn't work for people. So it's a matter of like growing steadily, and I think that's what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
Like I'd like to see an episode or two made before we can go to the next Kickstarter. That's just me. I mean, obviously, it's up to the director and what we can do. I
mean, like I said, the problem is then just logistically how this works with rentals and getting costumes and getting people back. as
keeping
well.
to the standards that we used in the first time.
Mhm.
Because like we wouldn't want to, what is it, regress or degrade
Mhm.
based on because we don't want to. We want to make it as good as it was the first time, and we were very
At least as good, if not better.
as good, yeah, if not better.
Right.
And so that requires all that extra time put in to make sure we have the stuff, and so.
Why does Deathside wear the mask? Well, so people will care who he is. No. That was a joke.
Yeah.
The reference. Okay. I mean, I think. I mean, part of it's just stylistic. I mean, I haven't fully. I'm thinking that maybe he might need it also. Like, might have some injuries from his constant fights against powerful superheroes. But again, I mean, I think I'd rather, parts of it that won't really be explained so much. I mean, so it's really up to people's interpretation. It makes his voice sound a lot cooler, also. So that's one reason why he uses it. And, most superheroes in this universe always keep their costumes on, like, even when they're doing normal stuff.
Yep.
So it's like, it's something he wears for battle to intimidate people, and he just doesn't bother taking it off. I mean, he took it off last night because we were actually having Alex talk, and it muffles it a lot. So, yeah. Voxelbit says that he'll be a homeless man watching Super Academy for us. I'm speechless.
Wait, what happened to this?
He'd be a homeless guy. Knowing he's a producer of the series because of the money he proved it.
Have you ever ate a banana pepper from your own garden?
Banana pepper? I grow jalapenos in my garden.
I think it's a joke, but I don't know what he's trying to say.
Banana. Because I think it's a reference of Voxelbit wants to know, Kyle, have you ever had the Trinidad Maruga scorpion pepper?
So yeah,
we don't know what that is. So. I've had what's called viper jerky, which was ghost peppers, and it might have been a scorpion pepper too, mixed in. It was pretty good.
Yeah. I like jalapenos fresh. It's my favorite. I eat them as snacks.
Is there any... okay, here's a go. Is there anything more bigger and evil than Deathside? Yes. Deathside is relative... I mean, he is a big villain, but he's nowhere near, like, the #1 supervillain. I mean, he's like what would be a good example? Like of a high-end supervillain. Like
Who is?
I don't know. We're talking about Deathside. I mean, he is he's a high-ranking villain there. He is really well-known and very evil, but there are much worse people out there. And more powerful ones, aliens that try to blow up the planet, and giant dragon monsters. Yeah, he's not the biggest villain, but in this series, just because his connection to Power Kid, and school, and he is the main focus of villainy. But so he might be the biggest one that you actually see in the series, but there is worse out there. Excellent question, though. Blue Dragon just wants... I just want you to know that I've done all I can, and that's all
we know. Everyone who's been this chat the whole time, we know you're really supporting.
Yeah, no, I mean, stuff, so. We can't ask for any more.
Yeah.
I mean, this has gone, beyond even what you needed to, what we would have asked. So thank you so much for everything.
I know you're tired.
The Voxelbit just wants us to know that pepper he was talking about is the hottest pepper in the world.
The ghost chili or the ghost pepper, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like heat just for the sake of heat. I like flavor with my heat. That's why I like sriracha. It has such a good flavor to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. we're just dealing with some last second things on the Kickstarter, so we're not like
sorry,
just goofing off or something.
We're doing responding to messages and stuff.
We've been
Yeah, no goofing off over here.
Ted.
He's probably playing Candy Crush. So.
Ted.
No, I was browsing Imager. I'm an Imager fan, so or Imgur. I call it Imgur.
Okay. I'll wait for everyone to be right, because this is a group question. In the meantime, JD Disputer about will the other villains be mentioned? Yes. I mean, that's the thing that I want to have, like, because they're in school, so I want to imply that, the things that they're dealing with, they're much bigger, almost like off-screen. So, like, you might hear, like, we defeated Balzrax of 17.5 or something, or there's a space.
Oh, we got some more. We got another increase in pledge.
Oh,
from Smaztastic. Thank you, Smaztastic.
Thank you very much.
I didn't see how much it was though. We're at 7,200 right now.
Yeah. $5 increase. That's good for some sriracha.
Okay. Again, yeah, just if we can get just 2 more $1 pledges. The thing is that they just have to be from a different person. We'd be at 150, which would be awesome.
Yeah.
It's all right, JD. We were all broke high schoolers at one point.
Oh yeah, no. Thank you.
Still.
Oh no, you don't need to apologize for anything. You have done. I mean, you've been with us the whole time.
So what's this group question?
Yeah.
All right. If you 3 were superheroes in real life, what would your superhero name be, and what power would you have if you could only have one?
Now, is it a choice of any power we want, or one that would fit our personality?
I think it's any power you want.
Okay. Well, I still think the best superpower, I would want telekinesis. Because with telekinesis, you can fly, to a certain extent. Maybe not super fast fly, but you can at least levitate and move around. You can throw things, you can defend things, you can, lift heavy things, theoretically. You can do the Superman, save a bus off a bridge. And I would be big, fat, ginger guy with telekinesis.
That's your superhero name?
No, that's what I am.
BFG?
Big fat guy.
BFG squared?
I would be, I don't know how much of a hero I would be, because I would use my telekinesis for some shadier things. I would use it to, maybe help my favorite sports team win games, for instance.
We'll always have the Cinder Shuffle.
So,
I think we've got a new one. We're at 149 backers.
Oh, we are!
Yeah.
Woo!
I think it was a $1 play.
Yeah, 149.
Yep.
One more backer makes 150.
Does someone want to be...
to Robert.
Kirby,
that was Dark Cop who
you don't have to be sorry at all. It was for you, Kirby.
Let's see, man. Well, so I would have telekinesis, I think. And if I had telekinesis, my superpower or superhero name would be Combat Kyle. I mean, because that was back when I did LAN parties and all. That was my tagger name, and that was my handle. So I would just be, or telekinesis. I could just be Lift. That would be my name. I don't know. I'm totally failing here.
I'm gonna do the. I would do the Charles Xavier. Read minds.
Yeah.
I can. I don't love the idea of it, but being able to read people's minds. No, I do love the idea of reading people's minds. I'm not going to lie there. That would be fun. That'd be great. I mean, like Kyle, though, I don't know how much good I would do, because you can exploit people when you can read their minds. But what would I be? I don't know.
I would do good with telekinesis, too, but I wouldn't be good all the time.
You'd be chaotic neutral? Or,
I'd be chaotic good.
Chaotic good.
I would have my own kind of personal code. What's wrong and right.
My name.
I might go to Vegas and play roulette and maybe influence where the ball landed. Kind of thing.
My name would be Zarls Xavier.
You freaking suck. How about Tedda Frost? Emma Frost, she's a mutant in the X-Men universe, has the same powers basically. But she's a hot blonde chick.
Well, I am a hot blonde chick, so
Obviously.
I'll just be Emma Frost.
I mean, you have boobs.
I do have boobs.
Okay, so my power.
Hey, I'm working on that. Okay, I work out almost every single day.
Yeah.
I ran 4 miles today, so bite me.
I will bite him for $10.
No,
$10.
no, don't, no. Okay, fine, go ahead.
Okay, so I'll need some help thinking of the name, but my power would definitely be multiplication. To be able to split into, like, 3 people would be enough. I mean, I wouldn't, but, because that'd be a thing, that'd be a power that I just, like, use in everyday life. Like, so I could do a bunch of stuff at once. Team up with myself or go to multiple places at once. And the big thing would be then we could recombine and all the experiences would, like, I'd remember what happened with each one. It'd also be a good power that I could keep a secret if I was the only superhero in the world, and in which case I might become a target. So I'd want to keep that power a secret. And my name would be
I actually, yeah. I don't
Ben
know.
Biffson.
I actually was thinking about it, and I'm like, my second favorite superpower, and I actually came up with a good name for that, and would probably be more appropriate for someone as big as me, would be the ability to shape change into animals, like Beast Boy.
That'd be fun.
But then my superhero name would be Sideshow. Yeah.
Actually,
And I would wear like a zookeeper outfit, probably.
You should wear a zebra striped onesie.
Or I could just be Crikey.
Oh,
A new backer. Oh no, new pledge. Increase. Nate Wilson increases pledge for the second or third time.
oh, thank you, Nate.
Yay.
Thank you.
Smaztastic asks if anybody's used Roll20.net. He wants to D&D with us.
I have played online D&D a few times. I used to play by post and a few forums and stuff. And I used to play in IRC chat, and it's fun, but it's so slow going on a session because you get to type everything out. But
Double header. That's it.
It's a little more immersive. Jacob, who's on the team as well, who was here earlier but had to leave. He and I actually are in a weekly role-playing group. I really love tabletop role-playing gaming. I've been doing it for 20 plus years. I do prefer typically to be at the tabletop, but that's something maybe we can, if we do another thing, we can do a backer reward or something like that.
Exactly.
Maybe we can play a
game.
Mutants and Masterminds session, where we create our own superheroes, or even Ted could play himself, and we could play Roll20.
Well, hey, I'll play whatever.
Or do a Skype session.
I'll
RPG.
play whatever character you want me to play.
So that would be something that we can think about, because most of us are gamers.
I try and be as in character as possible. I was actually just a part of
Bentiplication.
a
Bentiplication.
friend of mine was hosting a Pathfinder campaign, and I was a 12-year-old dwarf girl, and I was in character the whole time during the session. So, I mean, as an actor, or a part-time actor, I guess, I try and practice as much as I can. So, those types of role-playing things are really fun for me. So, I get to do the best I can at staying in character, which is actually surprisingly really hard when people are asking me questions outside of game.
That's part of the 1978 Richard Donner Superman film. I don't think I've seen that. I watched a lot of bad films. The oldest Superman film I remember is the Christopher Reeve films, and I know there's the black and white TV show in like the 30s or 40s or maybe the 50s. I think the 50s, where it was the kind of Chudley Superman. So I don't know about the Richard Donner one. So sorry, I don't have an opinion on that Blue Dragon 5.
Will there be an anti-hero in the series?
Yes.
That's
Next
it?
question.
Sorry, JD. That's all we have to say.
That's
we don't want to give away too much. You
Mhm.
know,
You gotta keep something to write about.
if you know everything's gonna happen, why would you watch?
Mm.
Oh, because it's awesome. But you know, we know. Why would people who aren't as awesome as you folks watch?
Yeah, Bentplication is the name, so it's official.
$15 minutes.
Mhm.
What are you gonna do afterwards?
We have some cookies.
I don't eat sugar.
Oh,
Well, yeah, eat sugar. I will drink sugar, not eat sugar. Wait, cookies? Where? What? Are you lying to me?
no.
I think you're lying to me. Will waving a sonic screwdriver at the computer help at all?
Maybe.
Do you like Doctor Who?
Yeah.
Love Doctor Who.
Will it
Even
help?
the classic. What?
Will it help? Waving a sonic screwdriver at the computer help?
No, and I wish Stephen Moffat would stop using it as a solution for everything. I honestly hope the next Doctor loses his freaking screwdriver so he can start solving problems without it. There,
Ooh,
sorry, nerd
Shots
rant.
fired.
Oh.
The fifth Doctor to have a sonic screwdriver, he had a cricket paddle, and he
Richard
was awesome.
Donner was the director for the first Christopher Reeve movie.
Oh, okay, I was thinking the actor. I liked the Christopher Reeve superhero or Christopher Reeve Superman movie. It was especially for its time and everything. It was good. I thought Gene Hackman did a fantastic Lex Luthor. Yeah, I loved that movie as a kid. So yay, we got another backer.
What?
I
You?
think puts us on for $1.
Whoa,
Puts us
yeah.
And we are at 150
And
backers.
Nicole, 150.
Moral victory. Moral victory.
Hi, what's wrong, buddy? Malcolm.
Who is this individual?
Heather T.
Heather Tubwan. Thank you so much, Heather. You are our subcentennial backer. Subcentennial backer. Thank you. Thank you very much. This is great. It's a great accomplishment. 150 backers. And that's great. All right. Well, I made a promise, so
Yay.
I'm gonna get a different spoon though
Oh,
because
fine,
I have
germs.
some standards here.
Oh, germs.
Oh, okay. That was that was close. Good.
We almost spilled potato juice everywhere.
Potato juice. Oh, and there's another question for you when you get back here.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping for. I've been dreaming of the last minute 5,000 donation for like the last 3 days. So, no, that optimism hasn't left. I've been thinking about it. If that happens, I will dance like a freak and possibly just truffle shuffle, just for like 5-7 solid minutes in celebration.
Just make a whole gift.
Yeah.
Oh, did you say you were doing the cinnamon challenge as well? Vox is calling you out right now.
What? I said srirachas. I don't think I said cinnamon.
I think you should.
I'm pretty sure I just said srirachas.
I don't know, Voxel. Can you prove that he did? We'll see if he responds, but you first have to do the sriracha.
Yeah. All right. Hold on. I'm gonna switch to close up. Hi guys. I'm
Hello.
Ben Lifton.
Sorry,
This is
in Ted's hand.
All right, this is a good question.
Yeah.
Ben's doing sriracha. If you were to make a character from the DC or Marvel universe, what is he or she's name and what power would they have? Good, evil, anti-hero.
So is
and
this
then
like-
what hasn't been done in those universes? You have
So
to
this is
fill out
like
something.
an OC. original
What?
character.
Yeah,
That's
you'd
the-
have to make original character.
but insert into DC.
DC or Marvel,
Oh, come
your
on.
choice.
That's it?
Hey, that's a decent amount.
No, it's
Ted.
not.
Ted, stop pressuring the poor
That's
kid.
how much Kyle's been having.
Yeah. All right.
He's just angry because he's had done 2 cinnamons.
I've done 4.
Ted's
Really?
voluntarily
Haven't I?
farmed himself.
I don't know.
Hey,
I do a
bud.
lot for money. I'm like Kyle. I'm a prostitute as well.
Which is now legal in Canada, by the way. Those of you who want to go to Canada.
Is or isn't?
Is.
Is legal in Canada?
They just, the Supreme Court there just
Oh.
said the anti-prostitution
Well,
laws
do we
are
have a
unconstitutional.
Canadian watcher right now
Yeah.
who can...
Minnesotans and their
Turn it
hot
back.
sauce.
Turn
It's
it
so,
back.
it's so adorable. There's some water there, Ben.
Hold on, you can see
That's awesome.
people's reaction.
Oh, Voxel said he's pretty sure he said cinnamon.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, he did sriracha, and as a Minnesotan, that's probably tougher. So,
Oh, boo-hoo. We all did
no,
cinnamon.
I said if we got 200, I'd do both. I think
Oh, you think now? Okay.
you can see my reaction.
Oh.
Seeing it live now.
You make the best faces. It's like your face is like
I'll-
contorting. And
I'll go through this if it turns out that I did say that. I will post a separate video of me doing that.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna leave the cinnamon here just for you, so you can.
All right.
So I bought a lot more sriracha than I thought I had to,
yeah.
but
I told you to buy one small bottle.
I didn't know how many
I
people they were gonna
specifically.
I didn't know how many people were gonna do it. You get to take one home,
Yeah, I do.
and I'm leaving 2 with your mother because your mother apparently loves sriracha.
All right.
Yeah.
You just gave him the best face.
So there was a question for me, I think you said, but then
Well, it was.
I did the craziness.
Yeah, I don't remember what the question was. Ted pointed that out.
Oh, if you had to make a character in DC or
Oh
Marvel.
yeah. I'm thinking about that. I'm still processing in my head. I'm trying to come up with a good concept. Problem is, both of these universes are so expansive. Like, Super Academy, what we're doing is we're coming up with cool ones, but since they're comedy based, they can be inspired, and they kind of are inspired by other characters a little bit. In the DC and Marvel universe. So coming up with something truly original in that universe. I would do. I know, because it hasn't been done. This would be probably in the Marvel universe, or let's put this. Yeah, let's put this in. No, let's put this in the DC universe because it's a little more over the top and big.
Mm-hmm.
So there's this archaeologist. Don't have a name for his normal self, but he's investigating some ancient ruins, and he finds this ancient artifact deep in the ruins that belongs to the dwarves of Norse legend who dug underneath the dwarf. And when he reaches out the artifact, it binds to him because the artifact was designed by the builders to bond to the soul of a truly good man to give him powers to fight in the Ragnarok.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe this should be, maybe this should be Marvel because of Thor.
Maybe.
But it could be DC because, Norse legend, goes in it. So it could be either one. I'm not sure. So anyway, he gets it and bonds with him and gives him the power to both control Earth, lift it, kind of like Terra in Teen Titans, as far as, disc and throw it, but also to turn his skin and body into solid granite. So he kind of has the super strength from that and super tough skin and everything. And then it's the character. And this character is based on I played a Marvel superheroes game for a while online, actually in a play by chat or play by IRC. And this is basically that character. I was saying I came up with this character because it was good and I'm going to use it, but and I'm fleshing out his backstory as I go. But I called him Fault Line, which I thought was a pretty decent name for a superhero. So there you go.
Are you doing it?
Sure, why not?
You don't have.
Okay, well, but first let me say my hero. Actually a villain idea. And again, this might actually be one, and I just didn't know about it. But I wanted almost a DC version of Cell from Dragon Ball Z, where and for Dragon Ball, not like him at all, but the idea of where in that cell was made from cells of all the greatest fighters ever. So he had powers from everyone.
So he's like Serpentor and G.I. Joe. That's how
Yeah.
they made Serpentor. They got the DNA of like all the like Genghis Khan and
Yeah.
Julius Caesar and everything,
But
put
like
it together.
yeah, like but
Which is cool. I love G.I. Joe.
Yeah, I mean,
it's campy, but I love it.
I think it'd be like a cool, and this could be a thing like could be even a crisis thing on like where it's like a science project that's made from DNA from like Superman.
Okay, from actual superheroes in canon. That's
yeah,
cool. That's cool.
Someone with regeneration abilities. Lobo has that, doesn't he? I don't know. Bits from. No. Maybe some Wonder Woman in there. I mean, nothing from Batman because they wouldn't get anything from that. But yeah. So I think that could be a cool hero. We have 5 minutes left. So Ted, do you have an idea?
For what?
If you could make one DC hero or villain.
I'm not, like I said, I'm not creative enough.
All right.
No, I had to sit for like hours just to think of a creative something like that.
Mhm.
I'm not one to just pop one in my head like
Bits
that.
of Flash too. I mean,
Yeah.
So
Smaztastic,
Super Scroll.
Smaztastic asked, what's your best tabletop RPG moment?
I've had a lot of really good ones. Like one of the funniest that ever happened in the group. I was playing in a group, and there's a girl in the group. She was playing a halfling thief.
Mm-hmm.
Original concept, no. What was great, she got caught pickpocketing a rich noble in this capital city we were in.
Mm-hmm.
And then the noble asked her, just what are you doing? She just responded totally in character, I'm looking for recipes. I think we were in a cake shop, actually. Mm-hmm. But she was trying to steal it, but it was so funny. My favorite moment as a player, I was playing a D&D 3.5 campaign, and I was playing a kobold barbarian, which was one of the most fun characters I ever played, because everyone underestimated him because he was slight of stature and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But the party got invited. They had the campaign. They were quite successful in foiling an assassination of the king.
Mm-hmm.
In the kingdom we're in, and they're invited to a grand tournament and gala and feast in our honor, and we were put up in the castle. I was a kobold and a barbarian, so
Mm-hmm.
I didn't necessarily fit into proper society.
Mm-hmm.
But that night, there was another assassination attempt on the whole royal family by a group of evil, like, gnome cultists.
Mm-hmm.
The thing about kobolds and gnomes, like, hate each other's guts, and I play that in my backstory. The reason I went adventuring is my whole clan of peaceful kobold mushroom farmers was killed by a group of gnomes who just eradicated us like vermin, and I was out to kill the gnomes who eradicated my entire clan for vengeance. So my character went out for a stroll, and in the castle he couldn't sleep. And I rolled well on my spot check, and I saw this gnome sneaking with a dagger in his hand into royal chambers. Mm-hmm. So my character, being chaotic, immediately just snatched his weapon, or pulled out his own short sword, and I just said, I go into barbarian rage. It's like, what's one guy? I'm like, it's a gnome with a weapon sneaking around at night. I go into barbarian rage, and I charge him. And I rolled a natural 20 and critted him, so the DM just said I ran the sword right through his throat and killed him instantly. I'm like, I leave his head pinned to the wall as a warning to the others, and then I went on a killing spree and slaughtered every single gnome assassin single-handedly myself. And my character, everyone wanted to, like, heroically, like thank him, but he was, like, raging and coated in blood, and everyone was just kind of scared of him. And he was like, great job! It was like, I know, I'm the strongest kobold in the world. And it was like, yeah, you should go take a shower.
Oh my god.
For this, is it like things that you did as a character or that you've seen people do? I don't know.
That one was at that was my character. I'm looking for recipes was just at the table, another player.
Yeah, I mean,
I've had so many stories. I even gamed with Gary Gygax before he passed away. at a convention. So I could talk, like, if you go to Convergence, let's grab a beer and we can swap gaming stories back and forth.
Yeah, and we're definitely going to try to see if we can. I mean, I can't make any promises, but I think a conversion panel would be really awesome.
Yeah, we're going to try and get a panel together. I will be doing a panel for Fang and Talon. Those of you who haven't checked out Fang and Talon yet, I do. Like, if you want to see original web content, please check out Fang and Talon. It's on YouTube. We got a channel. The Super Academy profile is subscribed to it.
We're almost at the end.
Was it a minute left?
Yep, I'm gonna.
Oh, it's actually counting down too. Damn.
Yep. Just a second, I'm gonna switch over to that.
Oh, Smaz talked like that story a lot. Smaz-tastic.
I made a spoon of cinnamon. I'll do it after.
Yeah, he did. We won't end it quite yet, but he did make.
I'll do it when we're done with the countdown. Just to
make Vox a little happy.
All right, 30 seconds to go. Last chance. People.
Yeah, who has 5,000, 4,000?
Sorry, we lost you for a second. We lost ourselves.
I'm right here.
Up, 2, 1, and
over.
Said nice. Everyone who pledged, we appreciate it. You know, support. I've already had a couple people in the local film community who have contacted me to let me know they want to pursue trying a way to get this series made. So
it will happen.
Interest in this series has shown that it's viable, and it started something. Probably means we won't be able to film in April like we planned, but who knows? We will like to follow the Facebook page. Follow the Facebook page, you know, for updates and everything like that. Even if you're not on Facebook, you know, check it periodically. I will. We have a Twitter account. I think I can tie the Twitter account to the Facebook page, where every post we make on Facebook also posts simultaneously to Twitter. So if you're a Twitter person instead, I will set that up in the next couple days for that to happen.
So, sorry for the. Also, it blacked out for a second there. So
yeah.
But yeah, no, thank you for supporting us on this. I mean, it definitely showed that there is a strong following.
Yeah.
And,
so even though we didn't get the amount funding we need, we know that pursuing this project is still gonna be beneficial, you know, in the future. Like, this will be a project that we can fine tune, you know, focus on what we need to do next time. Just to basically make it bigger and better. Really.
And I'm gonna post an update video also, just talking about this. Probably post that tomorrow. So thank you everyone who has tuned in. Can answer a couple more of your questions.
There's a few that got posted we haven't responded to, and these people stuck with us. I want to answer it.
Let me do this first, though.
Oh yeah. It's basically the worst.
Drink.
You'll want this.
Wait, no. Give him the time. No, wait for it.
It just sucks all the moisture from your mouth.
Oh, Ben.
This is fine.
It literally turned my mouth into the Mojave. Let's see. So
that's so anticlimactic.
Because
any running gags of heroes dying
Whatever.
and continuously coming back to life planned. I do not think we'll do a Death and Return of Superman because that was awful. But if we do, it'll be a parody, so possibly. Lobo versus Deadpool is much. Well, here's the thing: Lobo would win the fight, but he couldn't kill Deadpool. So unless Lobo chopped up Deadpool in a bunch of pieces and then poured him into a block of fresh concrete, and then took that block of concrete on his motorcycle into space and threw it to the sun, yeah, Lobo would win. He would. Because Lobo, like, that seems extreme and everything, but if any character could do it, Lobo would. And I mean the main man Lobo, not that skinny emo crap they just released recently. They're reimagining. The new 52 Lobo is whoever came up with that is an idiot and should be kicked in the shins repeatedly. Because the main man Lobo could beat Deadpool. It depends on how much. But I think they would become best friends and then would terrorize the galaxy together.
Yeah.
They would be the ultimate mercenary team. Deadpool's like, holy crap, you have a motorcycle that can travel through space? I have chimichangas, let's be friends. And they would. And they would be the most unstoppable mercenary team in the galaxy.
Someone should write that.
That would be a crossover I would read.
All right.
If you were to come up with a story on the top of your head, what would it be about? When I come up with a really good idea, I write it down and I try and develop it into a script. I have a web series of my own concept I want to make. I would love to film a pilot for it this next year, so I may talk to Ben and Jacob and team about possibly filming that. I don't want to say anything much because I don't want anyone to steal my idea. Not that you guys would do it, but someone else could come because I haven't trademarked it or anything yet. Ben was like stone cold like killer with the cinnamon.
Might be because the srirachas wouldn't have helped.
Yeah, I don't know. I can see. I'll tell you a true story if you want to hear the Gary Gygax story. It's fairly short.
Okay.
I'm a big fan of the independent fantasy RPG called Castles Crusades by Trollord Games. They're a small independent company based out of Little Rock, Arkansas. Well, they have the exclusive rights to publish all of Gary Gygax's materials. Gary Gygax left the rights in his will. He likes the guys from Trollord Games. They're kind of classic old school gamers. So before Gary died, the Trollord Games guys hosted Lake Geneva Gaming Convention for 3 or 4 years from 2005 to 2007 or 8. And I attended the 2006 Lake Geneva Gaming Convention. And that was a really, really great experience because not only was Gary Gygax there, but Frank Menser, who wrote the Temple of Elemental Evil, with Gary Gygax, who's one of the original TSR guys. Can't think of all the names, but basically the first ever like TSR writers and stuff were all there, and they were literally running dungeons through the classic, Tomb of Elemental Evil, to Keep on the Borderlands, and all those classic D&D modules from the early days. That the guys who wrote the modules back in 1978 and 79 were DMing it, so that was fantastic. But every night, the Trollord Games guys were picking people to go to Gary's house and play legendary adventures on his porch, and I was original.
I want as much as you did. Sorry.
I was one of the original beta testers for Castles Crusades. So the CEO of the company knew me because I played with him. Was like, "Hey Kyle, you want to go game at Gary's porch?" I'm like, "Does bacon taste good?" I mean, that wasn't like, yes, I will go. And I went there, and Gary sat there. We sat on his porch in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, and he smoked a little cigarello while he ran the game, drinking Pepsi and eating chocolate-covered pretzels. The guy, was like, and he had a heart attack like 6 months earlier. He was like, "Yeah, I'm smoking cigars again," and eating junk food, and drinking soda. I was like, the guy did what he was going to do right up to the end. And we played a game, and it was Legendary Adventures. Those who play it, it's an interesting game. It's basically classic D&D with some different elements to it. It's basically D&D, and I was playing. It's called it was called a Lesser Oaf. I was the tank, and they had a bunch of pre-gen characters in a stack down, and people picked, and I'm like, I'll take whatever's left, and the Lesser Oaf was left, and we're traveling through this fungus, giant magical fungus infected cavern system and everything. and there was a treasure chest that my character went to investigate, and then a mold came down from the ceiling and enveloped my character like a blanket and started digesting me slowly.
Sorry. Voxelbit, thank you, for staying around, and
thank
I'll
you so
see you
much.
later. And we'll keep you updated and on just everything that's happening.
Yeah. So anyway, he enveloped my character, and the other players quickly tried to save me by beating the mold around me, which mainly just beat me, and then they set it on fire, and then they killed me. And Gary Gygax was just so thrilled that he got the other players to kill another player. And I thought it was great that he got it to do it. That was my story of gaming Gary Gygax. It was every bit as awesome as you imagine. And I do have some pictures, and they're really crappy cell phone pictures because it was 2006. And it was Samsung flip phone. Who do you follow on Facebook? We have a Facebook page. I think, is there a link to the Facebook page?
I put it down there, but I don't know if it's on a link. So
I'll post it in the description as well.
Yeah, we'll put it in the description. I
doing
think
it right
if you
now.
look at the main pilot video, the 21-minute pilot video, there's a link to it down there as well. So that's the Facebook page.
I'm adding it to the description now. You might need to refresh in a second.
So sorry if that story was anticlimactic, but it was. I remember it fondly because it was just like I was just kind of in awe the whole time as a nerd. I'm sitting here on a porch, and 3 feet away from me, across from the table, is Gary Gygax telling me what happens when my character does something. Amazed nerds. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, are there any last second questions or? This is last chance, or we're gonna sign out then.
Thank you for showing up.
I'm just gonna give maybe just a couple minutes. If you have any last second questions.
Thank you for showing up, singing through, and everyone that pledged and increased your pledges and everything else. Thank you so much. Like I said, we didn't reach our goal, but we reached significant numbers that have gotten attention to some people.
And I'm
in the area.
I'm really confident that the next.
Whether we do another Kickstarter, Indiegogo, or write a grant, we have some real evidence because of this Kickstarter that there's an audience for this, which is good.
Yeah. So we'll be sure to anything any updates at all. We'll be sure to let you know first.
Yeah.
Well, I'll probably tell Kyle first, and then but we'll let you all know right away. So I'm just refreshing if there are any last second questions. Otherwise, we're going to sign out.
Thank you, everyone. Really do. We sincerely appreciate it.
Yeah.
We weren't successful, but the amount of positive response we got, this has floored us, and we thank you for it.
All right. So in that case, I think that's it.
Give him a second. Give him 30 seconds.
I did give him 30.
It's no, it was not 30 seconds.
That's more than
Give it a minute or two.
I gave them 10 minutes.
People got to type their answers and all that.
You can also send us a message on Facebook as well if you have any burning questions.
Yes.
And we'll be sure to let you guys know if we're doing another live stream. This has been really fun.
Yeah.
Thanks for spending Friday and Saturday nights with us. And
Jacob, Ben, and I are actually developing a podcast too, so we'll update that on Facebook page and everything. So if you like us nerding out and doing things, we're actually working on a film-based podcast. We might include Ted. But the podcast depends on being creative, and you've already said you're not creative.
That's true. I'm not. Well, what is it? Producers aren't creative. Or no.
Yes, they are.
No, what is it? What's the one that ruins everything because they want it a certain way?
Well, anyone in film can do that.
I guess. I just dug myself a hole.
All right, so I think we're going to sign out. Thank you for everyone, and thank you for everyone who's saying thank you as well.
We're so Minnesotan. We're taking This is the most Minnesotan thing ever.
Yeah.
We're taking forever to say goodbye, and we've said thank you a million times.
You know what? I'm just gonna cut the rope right here.
Yeah, Minnesotans don't know how to say goodbye. They take 15 to 30 minutes.
You gotta say goodbye to everybody, like thank everybody
Yeah,
for
and then a
coming
conversation will start based on a thank
Exactly.
you.
Have a super day.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
And-
God damn it, man.